so many questions. Why is the world spinning? Why is the moon keeping its orbit? Can rockets fly backwards? The facts you didn't know you needed. The Useless Show.
About 300,000 deaths in the United States each year are attributed to obesity-related causes, including heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and certain cancers. That figure places obesity-linked mortality second only to tobacco as the leading cause of preventable death in the country. Due to the finite number of possible genetic combinations in human reproduction, there is a theoretical ceiling on the total number of unique humans who could ever exist. While current population figures are nowhere near exhausting these combinations, the mathematics of genetic recombination means that given infinite time, entirely new versions of previously existing genetic profiles could theoretically reemerge. There is no medical danger in swimming right after eating, despite the long-standing warning. The idea that blood diverts from your muscles to your stomach, causing cramps and drowning risk, has never been supported by evidence. Mild discomfort is possible, but actual danger is not. A rhinoceros horn is made entirely of keratin, the same compacted protein that forms human fingernails and hair. It contains no bone. Despite this, rhino horn is sold illegally for thousands of dollars per kilogram in parts of Asia, where it is falsely believed to have medicinal properties. Planting an apple seed almost never produces the same variety of apple as the parent tree. Apples are genetically heterozygous, meaning seeds contain a completely randomized genetic combination. The only way to reliably reproduce a specific variety, a Fuji, a Gala, a Granny Smith, is through grafting cuttings directly onto rootstock. Statistically, 1 out of every 230 cars manufactured will eventually be stolen. In the United States alone, a vehicle is stolen approximately every 40 seconds. Certain models are targeted far more than others. Older Honda Civics and Accords consistently rank among the most stolen vehicles due to the high demand for their parts. The Hawthorne effect was first documented during productivity studies at Western Electric's Hawthorne Works factory in Chicago between 1924 and 1932. Researchers found that worker output improved simply because workers knew they were being observed, regardless of what specific changes were made. The finding fundamentally altered how social scientists design experiments and interpret behavioral data collected in non-lab settings. 1/4 of all the bones in the human body are located in the feet. Each foot contains 26 bones, 33 joints, and over 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments. The architectural complexity of the foot is what allows humans to walk upright, absorb impact, and maintain balance across an enormous variety of terrain and surfaces. Dueling is legal in Paraguay under one specific condition. Both participants must be registered blood donors. The law, a remnant of older civil codes, ensures the state has some medical utility from the arrangement. It remains one of the more unusual legal footnotes in South American jurisprudence. The name Jeep derives from GP, the U.S. Army's abbreviation for General Purpose Vehicle, the classification assigned to the lightweight military utility car developed in 1940. Soldiers shortened GP phonetically into Jeep, and the nickname stuck so thoroughly that it became the official commercial brand name. The butterfly effect, central to chaos theory as formalized by meteorologist Edward Lorenz in 1963, describes how infinitesimally small changes in the initial conditions of a complex system can produce dramatically different outcomes over time. Lorenz discovered it accidentally when rounding a weather simulation variable by 0.000127, a difference smaller than a rounding error, and watching the entire forecast diverge completely. The Banach-Tarski paradox, proven mathematically in 1924 by Stefan Banach and Alfred Tarski, demonstrates that a solid sphere can theoretically be decomposed into a finite number of pieces and reassembled into two identical spheres of the original size. It does not violate physics. It relies on the abstract, infinitely precise nature of mathematical sets, which have no real-world physical equivalent. The Rosetta Stone, discovered by French soldiers in Egypt in 1799, was carved in 196 BC and contained the same decree written in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, Demotic script, and ancient Greek. Because scholars already understood Greek, it provided the key that allowed Jean-François Champollion to finally decode Egyptian hieroglyphics in 1822 after centuries of failed attempts. Cats have over 100 distinct vocal sounds, while dogs manage roughly 10. Interestingly, adult cats almost never meow at each other. That behavior evolved specifically to communicate with humans. Dogs, meanwhile, rely far more on body language than sound to talk to their own kind. The Falkland Islands, with a human population of around 2,000 people, is home to over 700,000 sheep, roughly 350 sheep per person. Wool and sheep farming have been central to the island's economy since British settlement in the 19th century, long before the 1982 conflict with Argentina brought the islands to global attention. Al Capone's official business card listed his occupation as a used furniture dealer. During Prohibition, when he ran one of Chicago's most powerful crime organizations, maintaining a legitimate-sounding cover was a practical legal necessity. The IRS ultimately brought him down not for bootlegging or violence, but for tax evasion in 1931. Negativity bias is an evolutionary adaptation rooted in survival. The human brain processes and stores negative experiences with greater intensity than positive ones. A threat remembered vividly is more likely to be avoided again. Neuroscientists have found that the amygdala dedicates more neural real estate to negative stimuli, which is efficient for survival but poorly suited to modern environments where most daily threats are social rather than physical. Maine is the only U.S. state with a single-syllable name. Every other state, from Ohio to Texas to Florida, contains at least 2 syllables when spoken aloud. Maine's name is believed to derive from a French maritime province, though its exact origin remains debated among historians. A honeybee flies at approximately 15 miles per hour and beats its wings around 200 times per second. Despite its small size, it can carry loads of pollen and nectar close to its own body weight. A single bee visits between 50 and 100 flowers during one collection trip. Donkeys kill more people annually than airplane crashes do. Most donkey-related fatalities occur in rural agricultural regions through kicks, falls, or accidents during transport. Commercial aviation, by contrast, has become statistically one of the safest forms of travel, with global fatalities numbering in the dozens most years. Lassie, one of Hollywood's most iconic animal characters, was played by a succession of male rough collies throughout the character's film and television history. The original dog was named Pal, who debuted in the 1943 MGM film. All subsequent Lassies in the franchise were direct descendants of Pal through the male line. A dragonfly's adult lifespan above water lasts only about 24 hours in many species, but its larval stage underwater can last anywhere from 1 to 4 years. During that brief adult window, it mates, reproduces, and dies. It is one of nature's more extreme examples of a life built almost entirely around a single purpose. Judge Judy Shainlin earned a salary of $25 million per year at her peak, while sitting U.S. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg earned $190,100 annually. The comparison illustrates how entertainment economics and public sector compensation operate on entirely different scales, regardless of the actual institutional weight of each role. Fred Rogers, the gentle host of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, was an ordained Presbyterian minister. He was specifically ordained by the Presbyterian Church in 1963 with the unique charge of ministering to children through television. The show ran for 31 seasons, and Rogers remained a licensed minister throughout its entire run. The Feynman technique, named after physicist Richard Feynman, holds that if you cannot explain a concept in simple terms to someone unfamiliar with it, you do not fully understand it yourself. Teaching forces the brain to identify gaps in its own knowledge. It remains one of the most reliable methods for converting surface-level familiarity into genuine comprehension. The Queen Elizabeth II ocean liner travels just 6 inches for every gallon of diesel it burns. The ship weighs roughly 70,000 tons. So that ratio is actually a feat of engineering. At full speed, it consumed around 380 tons of fuel per day crossing the Atlantic. Linguists have identified approximately 41,806 distinct spoken languages and dialects in use around the world today. However, roughly half of the global population speaks one of just 10 major languages. An estimated one language disappears every 2 weeks as communities shrink and younger generations shift toward dominant regional or national tongues. Internal combustion engines function through precisely timed, controlled explosions inside sealed cylinders. A mixture of fuel and air ignites, expanding rapidly and driving a piston downward. This linear motion converts to rotational force through a crankshaft, ultimately powering wheels, propellers, or turbines. A typical car engine performs this sequence roughly 1,000 times per minute across multiple cylinders simultaneously. Prices in a market economy are determined entirely by the relationship between supply and demand. When supply falls or demand rises, prices increase, and vice versa. This mechanism, first formally described by Adam Smith in 1776 in The Wealth of Nations, underlies virtually every pricing decision made in modern commerce and business strategy. The average child recognizes over 200 corporate logos before entering first grade. Research in consumer psychology shows brand recognition begins as early as age 2. Children can identify McDonald's golden arches, the Apple logo, and Disney branding before they can read a single word of text. The average American is exposed to roughly 500 advertisements per day across television, radio, digital platforms, billboards, packaging, and print. Some researchers put the number as high as 4,000 when including every incidental brand exposure. Either way, the volume of commercial messaging absorbed daily without conscious awareness is staggering. Pearls dissolve in vinegar. The calcium carbonate that gives pearls their structure reacts chemically with acetic acid, slowly breaking the pearl down into a liquid. The Roman historian Pliny recorded that Cleopatra allegedly dissolved a pearl earring in vinegar and drank it to win a wager over extravagance with Mark Antony. February 1865 is the only month in recorded history with no full moon at all. Because February is shorter than the lunar cycle of 29.5 days, this rare alignment occasionally causes the month to fall entirely between two full moons, a phenomenon called a black moon month. The odds of being born male are approximately 1.2%, meaning slightly more boys are born than girls across the global population. This small biological imbalance has been observed consistently across recorded demographic data. The ratio narrows through adulthood, as male mortality rates from accidents, conflict, and disease tend to run higher than female rates. Robin Dunbar, a British anthropologist, proposed in 1992 that the human brain can maintain stable, meaningful social relationships with a maximum of approximately 150 people at once. The number correlates directly with neocortex size across primate species. Dunbar observed that military units, village communities, and early farming settlements have independently converged on this same group size throughout human history. An ostrich's eyeball measures approximately 50 millimeters in diameter, larger than its entire brain. Each eye is bigger than the brain individually, making the ostrich one of the most extreme examples of sensory to cognitive disproportion in the animal kingdom. Their vision is exceptional, capable of detecting predators from several kilometers away across open savanna. In golf, scoring a 10 on a single hole is informally called a Bo Derek, referencing the actress who starred in the 1979 film simply titled 10. Golf scoring nicknames generally follow a pattern of cultural references. Birdies, eagles, and albatrosses cover the good scores, while Bo Derek covers the considerably less celebrated ones. Adolf Hitler was a committed vegetarian for much of his adult life, motivated primarily by a personal aversion to meat rather than any ethical philosophy. Historical and medical records also indicate he had only one descended testicle, a condition called cryptorchidism, which was later confirmed by Soviet autopsy documentation after his death in 1945. Winston Churchill was born in a ladies' cloakroom at Blenheim Palace during a dance in 1874. His mother, Jenny Jerome, went into unexpected early labor at the event. Churchill himself later joked that it was the last time he would be found in a ladies' room. The United States has more personal computers than the next 7 countries combined. Despite representing roughly 4.2% of the world's population, America's concentration of computing infrastructure reflects decades of early investment in consumer technology, university research networks, and a tech industry that grew from Silicon Valley outward across the entire country. There are more species of insects living in a single tropical rainforest tree than exist across the entire state of Vermont. Entomologist Terry Irwin famously fogged one Amazonian tree in 1982 and collected over 1,200 beetle species alone from one tree. Cherry picking in pseudoscience involves starting with a predetermined conclusion and selectively gathering only the evidence that supports it, ignoring contradicting data entirely. This is why peer review and experimental repetition are foundational to legitimate science. The process forces claims to survive scrutiny from researchers with no personal investment in confirming the original conclusion. Johnny Appleseed, real name John Chapman, planted apple trees across Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois in the early 1800s, not primarily for eating, but for cider production. At the time, apple cider was a common and legal alcoholic beverage consumed widely across frontier America, where clean drinking water was often scarce and unreliable. Chewing gum has been shown in multiple studies to improve memory recall and cognitive performance by up to 35%. The leading explanation is mastication-induced arousal. The chewing motion increases heart rate and blood flow to the brain, raising alertness. The effect is strongest during the act of chewing rather than immediately before or after a task. Moore's law, observed by Intel co-founder Gordon Moore in 1965, noted that transistor count on microchips doubled approximately every 2 years while costs halved proportionally. A smartphone today contains roughly 15 billion transistors, compared to 2,300 in Intel's first microprocessor in 1971. Moore himself acknowledged in 2015 that the physical limits of silicon were making the law increasingly difficult to sustain. A quidnunc is a formal English word describing a person obsessively eager to know the latest news and gossip. It comes directly from Latin meaning, "what now?" The term dates back to the 18th century and was commonly used in British satire to mock nosy, rumor-hungry individuals. Richard Lenski of Michigan State University has been cultivating the same 12 populations of E. coli bacteria since February 1988, the longest-running evolutionary experiment in history. Over 70,000 generations later, the populations have diverged dramatically from each other and from the original strain. One population even evolved the entirely new ability to metabolize citrate, an event never previously observed in the species. U.S. gold coins once carried the inscription, "In gold we trust," rather than the familiar, "In God we trust." The religious motto was not officially adopted on all U.S. currency until 1956, during the Cold War, when Congress mandated its use partly as an ideological contrast to atheist Soviet policy. The word maverick traces directly to Samuel Maverick, a 19th century Texas rancher who refused to brand his cattle. Neighbors began calling any unbranded steer a maverick. The word eventually drifted into broader use, meaning anyone who resists convention or operates outside established norms. The Second Amendment was designed not for hunting or personal self-defense, but as a structural check against government tyranny. James Madison and the framers, having just fought a colonial government, believed an armed citizenry served as a final safeguard against authoritarian overreach, which explains why American gun legislation remains constitutionally unlike that of any other country. The Diderot effect was named after French philosopher Denis Diderot, who wrote an essay in 1769 describing how receiving a single luxurious new dressing gown led him to replace every possession around it to match. Behavioral economists use the term to describe how one new purchase creates a cascade of additional spending driven by the desire for internal consistency in personal identity and environment. A hedgehog's heart beats approximately 300 times per minute during normal activity, more than 3 times the average resting human heart rate. During hibernation, however, that rate drops dramatically to as few as 20 beats per minute. The animal's entire metabolism slows to a fraction of its active state to conserve energy through winter. Even mild dehydration, as little as 1 to 2% of body weight in fluid loss, is enough to impair short-term memory, concentration, and mood. The brain is approximately 75% water. By the time you feel thirsty, dehydration has already begun affecting cognitive function, making regular water intake a baseline requirement for clear thinking. In every single episode of Seinfeld, there is a Superman image or reference hidden somewhere in the scene. Creator Jerry Seinfeld is a lifelong Superman fan and intentionally worked it into the show's production design throughout all 9 seasons as a kind of recurring visual signature. Mel Robbins developed the 5-second rule as a tool for breaking hesitation and defeating procrastination. Counting backward from 5 to 1 and then acting immediately interrupts the brain's tendency to overthink and retreat. The countdown functions like a launch sequence. It creates a narrow window of momentum before the prefrontal cortex generates reasons to delay. The word Canada derives from the Huron-Iroquois word Canada, meaning village or settlement. When French explorer Jacques Cartier arrived in 1534, Local inhabitants used the word to describe the small settlement of Stadacona. Cartier applied it to the entire region, and the name eventually covered the entire country. A U.S. dime has 118 ridges along its edge, while a quarter has 119. These ridges, called reeding, were originally introduced to prevent coin shaving, a practice where people would shave small amounts of precious metal from coin edges. The ridges made any tampering immediately visible and the practice effectively obsolete. The Pareto principle, first observed by Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto in 1906, states that roughly 80% of outcomes result from 20% of inputs. He initially noticed that 80% of Italy's land was owned by 20% of the population. The ratio has since been observed consistently across business revenue, software bugs, healthcare costs, and time management patterns. Every year, 4 people in the UK die while putting their trousers on. The cause is typically loss of balance, people standing on one leg, falling, and sustaining a fatal head injury. It is, statistically speaking, one of the quieter ways a morning can go wrong. Elwood Edwards, a voice actor, recorded the iconic "Welcome, You've Got Mail" and "Goodbye" sound files for OL in 1989 on a cassette recorder in his living room. His wife worked at a OL at the time. Those 4 short phrases were eventually heard billions of times worldwide. Andorra, a tiny nation of roughly 77,000 people nestled between France and Spain in the Pyrenees Mountains, holds one of the highest average life expectancies on Earth at 83.49 years. Researchers attribute this to clean mountain air, low stress levels, an active lifestyle, and a healthcare system with unusually broad public access. About 55% of all movies released in the United States receive an R rating from the MPAA. The rating system, introduced in 1968, replaced the older Hays Code. Despite being the most restrictive mainstream rating, R-rated films consistently dominate box office revenue year after year. The Bader-Meinhof phenomenon, also called frequency illusion, occurs when something you have recently learned or noticed begins appearing everywhere around you. The name comes from a 1994 incident where a Minnesota newspaper reader noticed the Bader-Meinhof group mentioned twice in one day after first hearing of it. The phenomenon is driven by selective attention and confirmation bias, not any actual increase in frequency. Only 1 in approximately 2 billion people will live to reach the age of 116 or older. The current verified record holder is Jean Calment of France, who died in 1997 at 122 years and 164 days. Reaching that age requires an extraordinarily rare combination of genetics, environment, and circumstance. Malcolm Gladwell popularized the 10-0-0-hour rule in his 2008 book, Outliers, drawing from psychologist Anders Ericsson's research on expert violinists. Ericsson later clarified that Gladwell significantly oversimplified his findings. The quality and structure of practice matters far more than raw hours accumulated. Natural aptitude, coaching quality, and early exposure all play substantial roles that the rule entirely omits. Antarctica is the only continent where no Lepidoptera, the insect order that includes all butterflies and moths, have ever been found. The continent's extreme cold, absence of flowering plants, and isolation make it entirely uninhabitable for the species. Every other continent, including the Arctic-adjacent landmasses, supports at least some Lepidoptera populations. The doorway effect was documented by researchers at the University of Notre Dame in 2011. Walking through a physical doorway triggers the brain to file away the mental context of the previous room and open a new cognitive episode. The boundary between spaces acts as a memory partition, which is why the forgotten thought often returns when you re-enter the original room. Kuwait has one of the most skewed gender ratios on Earth, at approximately 60% male, largely due to its enormous migrant worker population, which is predominantly men. Latvia sits at the opposite extreme at roughly 54% female, a demographic imbalance traced directly to catastrophic male losses during World War II. Entomologists and adventurous food researchers have noted that beetles carry a mild apple-like flavor, wasps resemble pine nuts, and worms have a taste comparable to fried bacon when cooked. Insect consumption is common across parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and is increasingly studied as a sustainable protein source for global food systems. On average, 100 people choke to death on ballpoint pens every year. Most incidents involve habitual pen chewing or absent-minded mouthing during concentration. The ballpoint pen was invented by Laszlo Biro in 1938, and today roughly 100 billion are manufactured globally, making it among the world's most common objects. All polar bears are left-handed, or more precisely, left-pawed. They favor their left paw when striking prey, navigating ice, and swimming. This makes them one of the few non-human species with a documented species-wide preference for one side rather than an individual-to-individual variation. Nepal is the only country in the world with a non-rectangular national flag. It consists of two stacked triangular pennants, forming a double pennon shape. The design dates back centuries and features the moon and sun, symbols of the hope that Nepal will endure as long as those celestial bodies exist. Cat urine glows under a black light due to the presence of phosphorus compounds in its composition. This property is used practically. Veterinarians and pet owners use UV flashlights to locate dried urine stains on carpets and furniture that are completely invisible under normal lighting conditions. Starfish have no brain and no blood. Their nervous system consists of a nerve ring and radial nerves running through each arm. They sense light, detect chemicals, and coordinate movement, all without any centralized brain processing any of it, which makes them one of nature's more unusual problem solvers. Your ribs move approximately 5 million times a year simply through the act of breathing. The average adult takes between 17,000 and 23,000 breaths per day, and with each one, the entire rib cage expands and contracts. This continuous mechanical movement makes the intercostal muscles among the most consistently active in the human body. At any given moment, an average of 61,000 people are airborne over the United States alone. On peak travel days, holidays, major events, that figure rises considerably. The FAA manages one of the most complex airspaces on Earth, tracking thousands of simultaneous flights across a system that handles over 45,000 flights daily. John Lennon's first girlfriend was a girl named Thelma Pickles, whom he dated briefly as a teenager in Liverpool in the late 1950s. She was part of the same social circle at Quarry Bank High School before Lennon formed the Quarrymen, the skiffle group that would eventually evolve into the Beatles. Elvis Presley had an identical twin brother named Jesse Garon, who was stillborn on January 8, 1935, the same day Elvis was born. In his brother's memory, Elvis was given the middle name Aaron as a parallel name. Elvis reportedly felt the loss of his twin throughout his entire life. Feeding a seagull Alka-Seltzer will not actually cause its stomach to explode. This is a popular myth with no scientific basis. Birds do lack the ability to burp and release gas the way humans do, but the tablet's reaction inside stomach acid is far too mild to cause any rupture or serious harm. Rubber bands last significantly longer when stored in a refrigerator. Cold temperatures slow the oxidation and degradation of the latex polymer chains that give rubber its elasticity. At room temperature, rubber bands dry out and snap within months. Refrigeration can extend their usable life by several years. Charlie Chaplin once entered a Charlie Chaplin look-alike contest and came in third place. The contest was held in a San Francisco theater sometime in the 1910s, while Chaplin was already internationally famous. Judges apparently found other contestants more convincingly Chaplin-like than Chaplin himself. The strongest muscle in the human body relative to its size is the tongue, which is actually a group of 8 interwoven muscles working simultaneously. It operates continuously, controlling chewing, swallowing, and speech, and never fully rests. The heart, technically speaking, is cardiac muscle, which is an entirely separate classification. People photocopying their buttocks are responsible for 23% of all photocopier faults worldwide. These aren't isolated incidents. Technicians have documented this consistently enough that it's now a recognized maintenance statistic. Office equipment apparently was not engineered with this particular use case in mind. When intoxicated, ants consistently fall over on their right side. This is due to the asymmetrical structure of their muscle groups and nervous system. Researchers have replicated the effect in laboratory conditions with small doses of alcohol, and the right side tipping occurs with remarkable consistency every time. A short nap of 20 to 30 minutes can meaningfully improve mood, alertness, and cognitive performance. NASA research on military pilots found napping improved performance by 34% and alertness by 100%. The key is staying under 30 minutes to avoid entering deep sleep. which causes grogginess rather than the intended mental reset. Gabriel, Michael, and Lucifer are the only three angels referred to by name anywhere in the canonical Bible. Gabriel appears as a messenger, most notably to Mary in the Gospel of Luke. Michael is described as a warrior archangel. Lucifer appears in Isaiah, though his identity and role have been interpreted differently across centuries of theological debate. The human heart generates enough pressure with each beat to push blood up to 30 feet if an artery were exposed. It beats roughly 100,000 times per day and pumps around 2,000 gallons of blood through approximately 60,000 miles of blood vessels, all without a single conscious instruction from the person it's keeping alive. The hedonic treadmill, also called hedonic adaptation, is the observed psychological tendency for humans to return to a stable baseline level of happiness relatively quickly after both positive and negative life events. Lottery winners and accident survivors show near identical happiness levels within 2 years of their respective events. The phenomenon suggests that external circumstances have far less lasting impact on well-being than people consistently anticipate. 2/3 of all eggplant grown in the United States comes from New Jersey. The state's sandy, well-drained soil and humid summers create ideal growing conditions for the crop. Despite its Italian-American Culinary Association, New Jersey quietly dominates domestic eggplant production by an overwhelming margin. Arabic numerals, 0 through 9, were not invented by Arabs. They originated in India around the 6th century and were later adopted and transmitted to Europe by Arab mathematicians, which is how they picked up the name. The concept of zero alone was a significant mathematical breakthrough. Duff is the specific term for the layer of decomposing organic matter, dead leaves, bark, fungi, and plant debris that accumulates on a forest floor. It is distinct from soil. Foresters and ecologists monitor duff depth carefully because thick duff layers are a significant fuel source in woodland fire behavior. Every day, more money is printed for Monopoly than by the U.S. Treasury. Hasbro produces around $30 billion in Monopoly currency annually. The entire game was designed in 1935 during the Great Depression, when most Americans couldn't afford the real thing. Homo sapiens is one of at least 8 known human species, including Neanderthals, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, Homo floresiensis, Homo naledi, and Homo luzonensis. We are the only one that did not go extinct. Neanderthals, our closest relatives, disappeared roughly 30,000 years ago, largely due to competition with Homo sapiens, though not before interbreeding with us, leaving traces of Neanderthal DNA in most modern humans today. Parkinson's law was articulated by British naval historian C. Northcote Parkinson in 1955, originally as a satirical observation about bureaucracy. He noticed that the British civil service kept expanding regardless of actual workload. The principle that work expands to fill the time allotted for it has since been validated repeatedly in organizational psychology and personal productivity research. The Fibonacci sequence 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21 appears throughout the natural world with unusual consistency. Sunflower seed heads contain 55 spirals in one direction and 89 in the other, consecutive Fibonacci numbers. The pattern emerges because it represents the mathematically optimal way for biological structures to pack tightly and grow efficiently without gaps or wasted space. Women blink approximately twice as often as men, averaging around 19 blinks per minute compared to a male average of roughly 11. The difference is linked to estrogen levels, which affect tear production and eye moisture. Hormonal shifts during pregnancy and menstruation can further increase blinking frequency. Research published in the journal Cognition found that working in focused 52-minute blocks followed by 17-minute breaks produced the highest sustained productivity levels. The pattern mirrors the brain's natural ultradian rhythm, a biological cycle of high and low alertness that runs continuously throughout the day, whether or not it is deliberately managed. The Book of Esther is one of only 2 books in the entire Bible, the other being Song of Solomon, in which God is never mentioned by name even once. Despite this, the book has been considered canonical in Jewish and Christian traditions for centuries and forms the scriptural basis for the Jewish festival of Purim. You are statistically more likely to be killed by a champagne cork than by a poisonous spider. Champagne bottles are pressurized to around 90 pounds per square inch, 3 times the pressure inside a car tire. Cork-related eye injuries and fatal accidents are documented annually, particularly at celebrations. The United States was deliberately engineered as a corrective to the failures of previous governments. The framers designed 3 separate branches, a checks and balances system, no hereditary nobility, no governmental immunity, a presumption of innocence in law, and constitutionally limited government intervention. Each feature a direct response to specific failures observed in European political systems. Learning a second language structurally alters the brain. Bilingual individuals develop greater density in the inferior parietal cortex and show measurably stronger executive function, including attention control and task switching. Research from York University found that bilingualism delays the onset of Alzheimer's symptoms by an average of 4 to 5 years compared to monolingual individuals. Stigler's law of eponymy, proposed by statistician Stephen Stigler in 1980, states that no scientific discovery is named after its original discoverer. Stigler himself acknowledged the irony. The law was actually first articulated by sociologist Robert Merton. Examples include Pythagorean theorem, Halley's comet, and the Hubble Space Telescope, none of which were discovered by the people whose names they carry. Your heart beats over 100,000 times every single day, around 35 million times per year, and approximately 2.5 billion times over an average lifetime. It does this continuously without rest, adjusting its rate in response to activity, stress, temperature, and sleep, all without any conscious effort on the part of its owner. The only real historical figure ever made into a pea dispenser head is Betsy Ross, the American seamstress credited with sewing the first U.S. flag. P.E.Z., an Austrian candy company founded in 1927, has otherwise restricted its dispenser characters exclusively to fictional, cartoon, and licensed entertainment figures throughout its entire history. Almonds are botanically members of the peach family, classified under the genus Prunus alongside cherries, apricots, and plums. What we eat is technically the seed inside the fruit's hard stone. A raw almond tree in bloom looks nearly identical to a peach tree in spring. The preserved skeleton of philosopher Jeremy Bentham has attended official meetings at University College London. Since his death in 1832, Bentham requested in his will that his body be preserved as an auto-icon. The skeleton, dressed in his own clothes and topped with a wax head, is displayed in a wooden cabinet on campus. The placebo effect has been documented producing measurable physiological changes, not just reported symptom relief. In some clinical trials, placebo treatments have triggered real reductions in pain, blood pressure, and Parkinson's motor symptoms. Harvard researcher Ted Kaplan found that placebos can even work when patients are explicitly told they are receiving one, which remains one of medicine's more puzzling findings. The Taj Mahal, completed around 1653 in Agra, India, has no single confirmed chief architect on record. Emperor Shah Jahan commissioned it as a mausoleum for his wife Mumtaz Mahal, and while several names appear in historical documents, no definitive proof attributes primary architectural authorship to any one individual. There are approximately 2 credit cards in circulation for every person in the United States. With a population of around 330 million, that puts total cards in the hundreds of millions. Americans carry more consumer debt per capita than nearly any other country, with credit card debt exceeding $1 trillion. The maximum amount anyone can win on Jeopardy is $283,200, achieved only by sweeping every category across all 3 rounds in a single game. Ken Jennings holds the all-time consecutive winning record at 74 games, accumulating over $2.5 million during his 2004 run. The city of Venice is built across approximately 120 small islands in a lagoon in northeastern Italy, connected by around 400 bridges spanning 150 canals. The city has no roads for cars. All transportation moves by boat or on foot. Its foundations rest on wooden piles driven into the lagoon floor centuries ago. The 20-20-20 rule was developed by optometrists to reduce digital eye strain. Every 20 minutes of screen time, you look at something 20 feet away for 20 seconds. This allows the ciliary muscles inside the eye, which contract to maintain near focus, to fully relax, significantly reducing the cumulative fatigue that builds during long screen sessions. When oceanographers Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard descended nearly 36,000 feet to the Challenger deep in the Mariana Trench aboard the bathyscaphe Trieste in January 1960, they found a flat fish resting on the sediment and a discarded beer can. The can's presence at the deepest point on Earth made it an early and sobering symbol of human pollution's global reach. Compound interest works by generating returns not just on the original principal but on all previously accumulated interest. Albert Einstein allegedly called it the eighth wonder of the world. An investment of $5,000 at age 25 with a 7% annual return grows to roughly $75,000 by age 65, without a single additional dollar contributed after the initial deposit. The KISS principle, keep it simple, stupid, was formalized by U.S. Navy engineer Kelly Johnson in the 1960s as a design philosophy requiring that systems function simply enough for repair under field conditions with basic tools. It has since been adopted in military strategy, software engineering, product design, and emergency preparedness as a foundational rule for building reliable systems. Strong social relationships reduce the risk of early mortality by approximately 50%, according to a meta-analysis covering 308,000 participants. Researchers at Brigham Young University concluded that social isolation carries health risks comparable to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. The quality of relationships, not just their frequency, appears to be the determining factor. Elephants are the only mammals physically incapable of jumping. Their bone structure is simply too dense and their mass too great. An adult African elephant weighs up to 14,000 pounds. Their legs are built for load-bearing and endurance rather than the explosive muscle action required for a jump. The tardigrade, an 8-legged microscopic animal roughly half a millimeter long, is the most resilient organism ever discovered. It survives temperatures from minus 272 to 150 degrees Celsius, radiation doses lethal to humans, the vacuum of open space, and pressures 6 times deeper than the Mariana Trench. It can also suspend all metabolism for decades and fully revive with water. Any month that begins on a Sunday will always contain a Friday the 13th. This is a fixed mathematical consequence of the Gregorian calendar's structure. Because the 13th day of a month that starts on Sunday will always land on a Friday, the pattern holds without exception across every year the calendar is in use. Truck driving was the most dangerous occupation in the United States in 2001, with 799 accidental deaths recorded that year. The risks include long hours, highway fatigue, poor weather conditions, and heavy vehicle handling. Truckers account for a disproportionately high share of all worker fatalities recorded annually by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Unless you have an identical twin, no other person in the history or future of the human species will ever share your exact DNA sequence. The number of possible genetic combinations produced by human reproduction exceeds 70 trillion, and that figure accounts only for chromosomal shuffling, before factoring in the additional variation introduced by random genetic mutations. Escaping the hedonic treadmill requires deliberately cultivating gratitude and mindfulness, actively appreciating what already exists rather than constantly pursuing what does not. Research from UC Davis psychologist Robert Emmons found that people who regularly practiced gratitude journaling reported significantly higher well-being scores and showed measurably slower adaptation back to their emotional baseline after positive life events. Ancient Egyptian priests removed every single hair from their bodies, including eyebrows and eyelashes. This was a daily ritual of purification, required before entering temples or performing religious ceremonies. Body hair was considered ritually unclean, and priests were expected to maintain complete smoothness at all times. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson both died on July 4, 1826, exactly 50 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, which both men helped draft. James Monroe died on July 4, 1831. Making 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents to die on the same symbolic date in American history. The hedonic treadmill works in a continuous cycle. A desired goal is achieved, the excitement fades, and a new goal becomes necessary to recreate the same feeling. That goal, once reached, also loses its power. The cycle repeats indefinitely. Psychologists note this pattern applies equally to material possessions, career milestones, and personal relationships. The United States Postal Service processes approximately 43% of the entire world's mail volume, more than any other postal system on Earth. It delivers to over 160 million addresses across all 50 states, 6 days a week, covering a geographic and logistical operation unmatched by any other single national postal network. In a survey tracking over 200,000 ostriches across more than 80 years of observation, not one was ever recorded burying its head in the sand. The myth likely originated from the fact that ostriches lower their heads close to the ground to turn their eggs in ground-level nests, which, from a distance, can resemble exactly that. Abraham Lincoln's ghost is one of the most reported apparitions in White House history. Multiple heads of state, staff members, and guests have claimed encounters since Lincoln's assassination in 1865. Queen Wilhelmina of the Netherlands reportedly fainted after opening her bedroom door and finding Lincoln standing in the hallway during a visit in the 1940s. Water is one of the only known substances that expands upon freezing rather than contracting. This anomaly occurs because water molecules form a rigid hexagonal lattice as ice crystallizes, which takes up more space than liquid water. As a result, ice is less dense than water, floats on the surface, and insulates the liquid beneath, a property that makes freshwater ecosystems survivable through winter. Hedonophobia is the clinical fear of pleasure, an anxiety disorder where individuals feel guilt, dread, or panic when experiencing enjoyment. It is often linked to religious upbringing or trauma. The term comes from the Greek hedon, meaning pleasure, and phobos, meaning fear. Pareidolia is the neurological tendency to perceive meaningful patterns, particularly human faces, in random or ambiguous visual stimuli. It explains why people see faces in wood grain, clouds, and burned toast. The phenomenon is rooted in the brain's fusiform face area, a region so finely tuned for facial recognition that it regularly triggers on incomplete or entirely random visual information. The English word set holds the record for the most definitions in the language, with over 430 distinct meanings listed in the Oxford English Dictionary. It can function as a noun, verb, or adjective. The full definition of set in the OED runs to approximately 60,000 words, longer than many published novels. If the entire 13.8 billion year history of the universe were compressed into a single calendar year, the Milky Way would form in May, Earth in September, and the first dinosaurs in December. Human civilization, all of recorded history, every empire, invention, and war, would occupy only the final 6 seconds before midnight on December 31st. More than half the world's population has never made or received a telephone call. As recently as the early 2000s, billions of people in rural Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia had no access to telephone infrastructure, landline, or mobile. The communication gap remains vast even today. The Mandela effect describes the phenomenon where large groups of people share identical false memories, remembering the Monopoly mascot wearing a monocle he never had, or Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s when he actually lived until 2013. Psychologists attribute it to memory's reconstructive nature and the powerful influence of social reinforcement on individual recall. Biodiversity loss destabilizes ecosystems in ways that directly threaten human survival. A single species disappearing can collapse entire food chains. The extinction of bees alone, for example, would eliminate pollination for roughly 1/3 of the world's food supply. Scientists estimate Earth is currently losing species at 1,000 times the natural background extinction rate. 1 in every 9,000 people is albino, a condition caused by the absence of melanin, the pigment responsible for color in skin, hair, and eyes. That means in a city of 1 million, roughly 111 people have albinism. It appears across every ethnicity and every continent on Earth. At the height of Spartan power, around 400 BC, the city-state of Sparta had approximately 25,000 free citizens and 500,000 enslaved people, known as helots, who worked the land and fueled the economy. That ratio of roughly 20 slaves per citizen was among the highest of any ancient civilization on record. Surveys consistently show that more people fear spiders than fear death itself. Arachnophobia is one of the most common specific phobias globally, affecting roughly 3 to 15% of the population. Psychologists believe the fear is partly evolutionary, a deep-wired response to small, fast-moving creatures that can be venomous. In the 17th century, mathematicians knew the value of pi to 35 decimal places, a calculation that took years of manual computation. Today, using modern supercomputers, pi has been calculated to over 1.2 trillion decimal places. The number remains irrational and non-repeating, meaning the calculation can continue indefinitely, without any pattern emerging. More people are killed by bee stings each year than by snake bites in the United States. Most bee-related deaths result from anaphylactic shock, a severe allergic reaction, rather than venom toxicity directly. Roughly 60 to 70 Americans die from bee and wasp stings annually, compared to fewer than 10 from snake bites. Frisbees outsell footballs, baseballs, and basketballs combined in the United States every year. The Frisbee was developed by Wham-O in 1957, inspired by pie tins from the Frisbee Baking Company of Connecticut, which Yale students had been tossing around since the late 1800s. It remains one of the best-selling outdoor toys in American history. Mark Twain's The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, published in 1876, is widely considered the first novel written on a typewriter. Twain was an early adopter of the Remington typewriter and reportedly loved the machine, though he was later coy about confirming the distinction in interviews and letters. A verified autograph of Julius Caesar would be worth approximately $2 million, largely because almost none are confirmed to exist. Caesar lived from 100 to 44 BC, and the survival of any direct handwritten document across more than 2,000 years of history would make it one of the rarest artifacts on Earth. Cows can walk upstairs but are physically incapable of walking back down. Their knees are not structured to bend in the way descending a slope requires. This anatomical limitation is why cattle that accidentally wander into multi-level structures, barns, farmhouses, become a genuine logistical problem requiring considerable human intervention to resolve. The Baby Ruth candy bar, introduced in 1921, was officially named after Ruth Cleveland, the daughter of President Grover Cleveland, not Babe Ruth, who was at the peak of his fame at the time. The timing made the baseball connection seem obvious, but the manufacturer consistently maintained the presidential daughter story throughout its history. The Peter Principle was introduced by educator Lawrence J. Peter in his 1969 book of the same name. It observes that employees in hierarchical organizations are promoted based on performance in their current role, not suitability for the next one. The result is that competent people keep rising until they reach a position they cannot perform well, where they then remain indefinitely. In just 10 minutes, a single hurricane releases more energy than all the nuclear weapons in the world combined. A mature hurricane draws that energy from warm ocean water, converting it into wind, storm surge, and rainfall across a system that can span hundreds of miles in diameter at full strength. In the last 4,000 years, no new animal species have been successfully domesticated. Every domesticated animal, dogs, cats, horses, pigs, cattle, was tamed during prehistoric and early agricultural periods. Modern attempts to domesticate foxes, elk, and other species have shown how extraordinarily difficult the process actually is. A Stanford University study found that walking increases creative output by an average of 81%. Participants generated significantly more creative ideas while walking than while sitting, regardless of whether the walk was indoors or outdoors. The physical rhythm of walking appears to free associative thinking in a way that stationary work consistently does not. The total number of human beings estimated to have ever lived is approximately 108 billion people. Current global population sits around 8 billion, meaning living humans represent roughly 7% of everyone who has ever existed. The calculation accounts for population estimates stretching back 50,000 years, factoring in dramatically shorter lifespans and higher infant mortality throughout most of human history. Common cobra venom ranks outside the top 10 most toxic venoms, yet it is still roughly 40 times more potent than cyanide by comparison. What makes cobras particularly dangerous is venom volume. A single bite delivers enough neurotoxin to kill an adult human within hours without prompt medical treatment. There are exactly 293 ways to make change for a single US dollar using combinations of pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and half dollars. Mathematicians calculated this using combinatorics. The number assumes standard US coin denominations and includes every valid combination, from 100 pennies to 2 half dollars. Hicks' law, formulated by British psychologists William Hick and Ray Hyman in 1952, states that decision time increases logarithmically with the number of available choices. A restaurant menu with 200 items takes measurably longer to decide from than one with 10. The principle directly informs interface design, emergency protocol systems, and retail environments where rapid decision-making matters most. Dreamt is the only word in the English language that ends in the letters MT. It is also one of the few surviving examples of an Old English past tense construction. Every other common past tense in modern English ends in ed. making dreamt a quiet grammatical relic. Humans share approximately 1/3 of their DNA with every other living species on Earth, including plants, fungi, and bacteria. We share roughly 98.7% with chimpanzees, 85% with mice, 60% with fruit flies, and even 44% with the common honeybee. This genetic continuity reflects billions of years of shared evolutionary ancestry from a single common origin of life. Complexity directly increases failure probability in engineered systems. NASA's space shuttle contained approximately 2.5 million parts, and statistically, even a 99.9999% reliability rate per component means several parts failing per flight. Engineers use this principle to justify redundancy systems, simplified protocols, and minimum component design whenever human safety depends on a machine performing without error. Jimmy Carter, born in 1924 in Plains, Georgia, was the first U.S. president to have been born in a hospital. Every president before him was born at home, which was standard practice well into the early 20th century. The shift toward hospital births in America only became the statistical majority sometime during the 1930s. Beyond reasonable doubt standard in American criminal law traces directly to British jurist William Blackstone, who in 1765 argued it was better for 10 guilty people to go free than for one innocent person to be wrongfully imprisoned. This principle, known as Blackstone's ratio, deliberately accepts imperfect outcomes to protect individual liberty from state power. What English speakers call a French kiss is referred to in France itself as an English kiss. This linguistic reversal is a classic example of how cultures historically attributed foreign or exotic behaviors to neighboring nations. Similar patterns appear across European languages, where the same act carries different national labels depending on the country. The U.S. produces around 500 films annually, while India produces closer to 800, making India the world's largest film industry by volume. Bollywood, based in Mumbai, accounts for a large share, though India also has major industries in Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and Bengali cinema. The Mpemba effect, named after Tanzanian student Erasto Mpemba, who observed it in 1963 while making ice cream, describes the phenomenon where hot water can freeze faster than cold water under certain conditions. Despite being documented repeatedly, physicists still debate the precise mechanism. Leading explanations involve hydrogen bond behavior, convection currents, and dissolved gas content differences between the two water samples. The Pomodoro technique was developed by Francesco Cirillo in the late 1980s using a tomato-shaped kitchen timer. Pomodoro is Italian for tomato. The method structures work into 25-minute focused intervals separated by 5-minute breaks. After 4 cycles, a longer 20-minute break follows. The structure reduces mental fatigue by working with attention spans rather than against them. Biological immortality, where cells stop aging entirely, already exists in species like the Pteratopsis doe-eyed jellyfish, which can revert to its juvenile state indefinitely. In humans, researchers at institutions including the Salk Institute and Harvard Medical School are actively reversing cellular aging markers in animal trials, with human applications now considered a realistic near-term scientific milestone rather than speculation. In over 150 years of recorded stock market history, only 7 investors have consistently outperformed the market over any meaningful long-term period. Warren Buffett is the most prominent example. The mathematical implication is straightforward. For every investor who beats the market, another must underperform it, since the market's return is simply the average of all participants combined. Switzerland is the only country with a perfectly square national flag alongside Vatican City. Most national flags follow a standard rectangular ratio, but Switzerland's bold red square with a white cross has remained unchanged in its proportions since the mid-19th century and is among the most instantly recognizable flags in the world. The Zeigarnik effect, identified by Soviet psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik in 1927, explains why incomplete tasks occupy mental space more persistently than finished ones. She observed that waiters remembered unpaid orders with remarkable detail, but forgot completed ones almost immediately. The brain appears to maintain an active file on unresolved tasks, creating low-level cognitive tension until the task reaches completion. The gut contains approximately 100 million neurons, more than the spinal cord, and produces around 95% of the body's serotonin. Researchers now refer to it as the second brain. The gut-brain axis is a bidirectional communication network, meaning digestive health directly influences mood, anxiety levels, and cognitive clarity in ways scientists are still actively mapping. The penguin is the only bird that cannot fly but is fully capable of swimming. Their wings evolved into flippers over millions of years, making them extraordinarily agile underwater. Some species reach speeds of 25 miles per hour. On land, though, they are considerably less graceful. Adults require 7 to 9 hours of sleep per night for optimal cognitive and physical health, according to the American Academy of Sleep Medicine. Chronic sleep deprivation affects memory consolidation, emotional regulation, immune function, and reaction time. Research at the University of Pennsylvania found that sleeping 6 hours a night for 2 weeks produces impairments equivalent to 2 full nights without sleep. A pregnant goldfish is called a twit, at least informally. Goldfish are technically egg layers, meaning females carry eggs rather than live young, so pregnant is a loose term. The word twit for this state appears more in popular trivia than in formal ichthyology or biological literature. That's a wrap. Go impress someone at dinner tonight. You've got enough material. Subscribe if you want more, and I'll catch you in the next video.
Antarctica is Earth's coldest continent today, locked under massive ice for millions of years. Yet fossils prove it wasn't always frozen. That's partly true and partly false. Millions of years ago, Antarctica was actually a green continent, covered in forests and supporting all kinds of plants, animals, and even dinosaurs. Camels can close their nostrils completely during sandstorms. This is a key adaptation for desert life. Their humps store fat for energy, not water, letting them survive weeks without drinking in brutal desert heat. Extreme temperature swings don't stop them. A human would struggle to last even 2 days without basic supplies in the same conditions. Oceans cover about 71% of Earth's surface. That leaves just 29% as dry land we walk on. But look beneath the waves. There's a massive hidden world down there. The ocean floor is real solid ground, not just empty space. It features the deepest trenches, like the Mariana Trench plunging nearly 11 kilometers down. It's impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. Most people close their eyes automatically because it's a strong reflex. It's not truly impossible to keep them open. You can override it with conscious effort. Try it on your next sneeze if you're curious, and hey, tell us how it goes. Ancient people built Stonehenge with huge stones. The large sarsen stones came from nearby areas, about 15 to 20 miles away. The smaller blue stones came from Wales, around 140 to 180 miles away. They moved these heavy stones without wheels or machines. The circle aligns with the sun during summer and winter solstices. Experts still puzzle over how Neolithic builders achieved this amazing feat on England's plains. When two people fall deeply in love, something amazing can happen to their bodies. Their heart rates start to beat in sync. This often occurs during calm, close moments, like sitting quietly side by side or just being near each other. Even without words or touch, their hearts align in rhythm. Breathing patterns match as well. This beautiful link highlights how love unites us, even at the level of our hearts. Centipedes do not have 100 legs. Most species have around 30 legs on average. The number varies by species, from about 30 to over 300 legs. No centipede ever has exactly 100 legs. The legs help them run fast and catch prey. They use venom to hunt. So next time you see one, remember, it's not a true 100-legger. The sun is huge compared to everything else in our solar system. It makes up about 99.8% of the total mass. All the planets, moons, asteroids, and comets together form just the tiny remaining 0.2%. Without the sun's power, our planet would be cold and dark. Antarctica has active volcanoes buried deep under thick ice. The continent hides around 138 volcanoes, mostly in the west. Many lie hidden beneath miles of ice. Only a few, like Mount Erebus, stay active today. Long ago, when Antarctica was warmer and greener, volcanoes erupted more often. Losing your pinky finger hurts your grip a lot. Studies show it reduces overall hand grip strength by around 33%. That makes punching or grabbing hard in a real fight. Your hand feels weak and unstable. Switch to kicks for power and distance. Just watch out. Your opponent might pull a pistol. Gratitude practices can rewire your brain pathways over time. The method increases dopamine naturally, without any drugs. Many people use regular daily journaling routines for this purpose. They simply write down a few things they feel thankful for each day. The habit builds good mental health step by step. It becomes easier to stay positive with regular practice. The Incas were brilliant builders. At Machu Picchu, they carved wide stone terraces into steep mountain slopes. These steps turned hard, sloped land into flat fields for growing crops like corn and potatoes. This kept everything stable, even after centuries. The whole system blended perfectly with the Andes landscape. Red Bull built its brand around the catchy line, "Red Bull gives you wings." Some buyers felt tricked. They argued the drink works just like regular coffee, no real wings. A man named Benjamin Carruthers led a class action lawsuit in the US. It claimed false advertising for over a decade of sales. Red Bull chose to settle in 2014. They agreed to pay up to $13 million total. Red Bull denied any fault but wanted to avoid a long court fight. Dark matter is invisible stuff in space. It outweighs the visible matter we see, stars, planets, gas, by roughly 5 times. It also helps form big structures. Galaxy clusters and the cosmic web hold together because of dark matter's pull. Unlike normal matter, dark matter ignores light and electric forces. It only affects things through gravity. This makes it very hard to detect directly. Scientists still hunt for what it really is. Oregon has an official state nut. It is the hazelnut. The state chose it in 1989. This made Oregon the first US state with an official nut symbol. They produce nearly all the hazelnuts sold in the United States. Hazelnut trees live a long time and give tasty nuts for baking, snacks, and more. Vietnam is the world's second biggest coffee producer. Brazil grows the most. Vietnam comes next. It makes a lot of Robusta beans. Many instant coffees and strong blends use Vietnamese coffee. Next time you sip your morning cup, it could very well include beans from Vietnam's Green Highlands. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. In the past, people sometimes ate candles during severe famines. Old candles were often made from animal fat, like beef tallow. This fat gave calories when food ran out, so candles became a desperate last resort in many hunger crises. Some farmers now paint their cows with bold black and white stripes. They do this to mimic zebras. Studies show it really works. The stripes make biting flies avoid landing. Flies get confused by the pattern. It interferes with how they see and land. This idea comes from zebras. Their stripes likely evolved to repel flies too. By the way, no two zebras have the exact same stripes. Each pattern is one of a kind, just like our fingerprints. This helps zebras recognize friends in big herds across the open African savannas. Cats are true sleep champions. Adult cats usually rest 12 to 16 hours each day. Many go up to 18 hours, and some even hit 20 when they're extra relaxed or older. They don't sleep in one big block like us. Instead, they grab lots of quick cat naps, often just 15 to 30 minutes at a time. This pattern helps them stay ready to hunt or play in short bursts. Your furry friend really doesn't worry about taxes, work, or deadlines. just endless cozy naps. In Japan, many families eat KFC on Christmas Day. It started as a smart marketing idea in 1974. KFC promoted free promoted for bakers. Bakers are called three bar. In Japan, many families eat KFC on Christmas Day. It started as a smart marketing idea in 1974. KFC promoted fried chicken buckets as a fun holiday meal. Now it is a popular tradition. Millions order the party barrel every year. Only about 10% of people in the world use their left hand. As their mind, most folks' studies show, this has stayed steady for thousands of years. Men tend to be left-handed a bit more often than women. Sea sponges come in many shapes and colors. There are roughly 9,000 to 10,000 known species worldwide. Almost all live in salty ocean waters, from shallow reefs to deep dark zones. These simple animals have no brain, eyes, or true organs. New species get discovered every year because many parts of the sea stay unexplored. Ants are amazing navigators. They follow invisible pheromone trails laid down by other ants to find food and return home. Many species also use the sun as a compass to keep direction, even on cloudy days. They combine this with memories of landmarks and an internal count of steps. Some species form huge supercolonies. These massive groups work together in cooperative foraging. The largest ones, like Argentine ants, span thousands of kilometers across continents. Quasars are the brightest objects in the universe. They outshine whole galaxies by a huge amount. At their heart sits a supermassive black hole. This black hole pulls in lots of gas and dust from around it. The material spirals in fast. It forms a glowing accretion disk that gets extremely hot. Quasars blast energy across radio waves, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and more. We see them from billions of light years away. That means we look back to the early universe. Carrots were originally purple. People bred the bright orange kind in the 16th century. Dutch growers created them through careful selection. Orange carrots have more beta-carotene and became the main type we eat today. Humans are tough and resilient by nature. They face many challenges, but they do not give up easily. Human brains are flexible thanks to neuroplasticity. They rewire and change with experience. This ability to learn, adapt, and grow emotionally has kept the human species alive through difficult times for thousands of years. It is one key reason humans are still here and human civilization continues to succeed. Many parrots choose one mate and stick with them for life. They form close, monogamous pairs, especially to raise their chicks together. Both parents help feed and protect the young. If one dies, the survivor may find a new partner over time. This strong bond helps them survive in the wild. Natural blonde hair is quite rare. Only about 2% of people around the world have it from birth. Many kids start with lighter hair that darkens as they grow up. Lots of women choose to dye their hair blonde later on. Some sources say up to 50% of women in places like the US or among certain groups have gone blonde at least once. This explains why you see so many blondes today, even though pure natural ones remain uncommon. The average person blinks about 15 to 20 times per minute while awake. That adds up to roughly 100,000 to 130,000 blinks per week. It's a lot of quick eye flutters to keep your eyes moist and healthy. Ostriches are the only living animals with 4 kneecaps. Each of their 2 legs has 2 kneecaps instead of 1. This unique feature helps with fast running and leg strength. Scientists still study why this evolved. Tiny algae live inside corals in a helpful partnership. The algae provide energy through sunlight and give corals their bright colors. When oceans get too warm from climate change or other stresses hit, corals become upset. They expel the algae as a response. Without the algae, corals lose their color and look white or bleached. This threatens entire reef systems. Coral reefs are home to about 1/4 of all ocean species. Wormholes are theoretical tunnels in spacetime from Einstein's general relativity. They could connect distant points, acting as shortcuts across the universe. This might allow effective faster-than-light travel without breaking light speed locally, but they remain unproven and likely unstable in reality. Blueberries are full of powerful antioxidants, especially anthocyanins that give them their deep blue color. These natural compounds fight harmful free radicals and protect cells from damage. Blueberries also benefit eye health by strengthening blood vessels in the eyes and possibly helping protect vision over time. Adding them to your daily meals is an easy, tasty way to boost overall wellness. When people laugh together, their brains release endorphins, natural chemicals that make you feel happier and more relaxed. Shared laughter also creates a sense of teamwork and trust. It reminds everyone that the bond matters more than the disagreement. Rats really do laugh when you tickle them, but their laughter isn't like ours. It comes out as quick, high-frequency chirps at around 50 kHz, way too high for human ears to catch without special equipment. Scientists record them because humans can't hear the frequency. This happens mostly when rats are in a good mood. A typical cumulus cloud weighs about 1.1 million pounds, around 550 tons. This equals the water in roughly 100 big elephants or several large airplanes. Yet it floats easily because it's less dense than the surrounding air. Some cats can actually be allergic to humans, though it happens rarely. Just like people get allergies from cat fur or saliva, a few cats react to human dander, those tiny flakes of dead skin we shed every day. Their immune system sees it as a threat and overreacts. This leads to symptoms like constant scratching, red skin, sneezing, watery eyes, or irritated ears. It is part of environmental allergies in pets, similar to pollen or dust issues. Some frogs, like the wood frog, freeze solid during winter. Their bodies turn icy, with no heartbeat or breathing. In spring, they thaw out and hop away unharmed. Glucose in their bodies acts as a natural cryoprotectant. It protects cells from damage as ice forms outside them. Black pearls form inside special oysters when an irritant gets trapped. The oyster coats it with shiny layers of nacre over years. These rare gems shine with deep, dark luster. They come mostly from lagoons around Pacific islands like French Polynesia. People prize them highly for elegant jewelry. The Great Wall of China is huge. Its total length reaches about 13,171 miles when you count all sections from different eras. People started building walls long ago to keep out invaders from the north. Workers used stone, brick, earth, and even natural hills or rivers. It stands as one of the largest man-made structures in history. Termites chew wood but can't digest it alone. They rely on billions of microbes living inside their guts. These helpful bacteria and protists break down the tough cellulose into simple sugars the termites can use for energy. In Africa and Australia, some termite groups build tall, ventilated mounds. Many rise higher than a person. Some reach over 8 meters tall. Mohammed is one of the most common first names in the world. Many millions of boys and men carry this name. The name means praiseworthy. It ranks very high globally due to its deep cultural and religious importance in Muslim communities. Coca-Cola reaches almost every corner of the world. It sells in over 200 countries and territories. Yet two places stand out where it's not officially available: North Korea and Cuba. This happens because of long-standing US trade embargoes. These rules block American companies from doing business there. Smuggled or unofficial coke sometimes appears, but no legal sales or distribution exist. Meditation calms a key brain network called the default mode network. This network usually stays busy during daydreams, self-reflection, and repetitive negative thoughts. When you meditate, its activity drops noticeably. That shift cuts down on endless rumination and overthinking. Mark Zuckerberg has red-green colorblindness. This makes it hard for him to see reds and greens well, but blue stands out sharply to him. He once said blue is the richest color he can see. So he picked blue for Facebook's design. It became the platform's signature look everywhere, from the logo to buttons and backgrounds. Kale is a true superfood among leafy greens. People call it one of nature's best veggies for good reason. It contains special compounds called glucosinolates. When you chew or chop kale, these turn into powerful helpers. Its glucosinolates break down into compounds that may help fight cancer. It packs high levels of vitamins A, C, and K. These support detox processes, boost the immune system, and make meals healthier. The world's oldest known individual tree is a bristlecone pine in California. It is over 4,800 years old. Scientists confirmed this by counting tree rings from core samples. Its exact spot stays secret to keep it safe. Jellyfish are ancient sea creatures. They have floated in oceans for more than 500 million years. Sharks came next. They first appeared around 420 to 450 million years ago. Early sharks looked different, but already hunted in the seas. Then the trees arrived later. The first real trees with woody trunks grew about 385 to 400 million years ago during the Devonian period. Before that, land had only small plants. This means sharks existed before trees. Altruism can seem strange in nature. Why would any animal help others if it risks its own life or chances to reproduce? The main explanation is kin selection. Animals often act altruistically toward close relatives like siblings, parents, or offspring. They share many of the same genes. This boosts the survival of those shared genes, even if the helper pays a cost. Worker bees or ants give up their own reproduction to raise the queen's young, who carry shared genes. Owls are masters of silent hunting in the dark. Their wing feathers have soft fringes along the edges. These fringes break up rushing air and quiet the usual whooshing noise of flight. A velvety texture on the feathers helps absorb extra sound too. This lets owls glide right over prey without being heard. These adaptations let owls catch food in dark forests around the world. You may have heard that chewing gum while cutting onions stops your tears, but it's false, a common myth. Onions release an irritant gas that hits your eyes directly. Chewing gum changes your breathing or mouth movement, but it doesn't block the gas or stop the tears. Ladybugs are tiny beetles famous for eating aphids. When cold weather arrives, they don't truly hibernate like some animals. Instead, they enter a low-energy state called diapause. Many species gather in large groups, sometimes thousands together, in hidden spots like under bark, in rock cracks, or even inside buildings. Clustering helps them share warmth and stay moist during the cold months. Gravitational waves are tiny ripples that spread through space-time itself. They form when massive objects crash together, like two black holes merging far away. Albert Einstein predicted these waves back in 1915 with his theory of general relativity. Scientists first detected them in 2015 using LIGO. This proved Einstein's 1915 prediction from general relativity. It opened a new way to study the universe in modern astrophysics. Strong social ties help humans live longer. Good friends, family, and community support matter a lot for human health. Large studies show that they predict longevity even more than regular exercise or fitness levels. They cut the risk of early death by about 50% compared to weak social connections. In short, nurturing close bonds is one of the best things humans can do for a long, healthy life. Male peacocks grow elaborate trains through sexual selection. Peahens prefer males with bigger, brighter trains and more eye spots. These flashy displays signal good health and strong genes. Males fan out their trains and shake them during courtship to attract mates. This helps them win more partners and pass on traits. Walnuts look like tiny brains with their folded shape. They are rich in plant-based omega-3 fatty acids. These healthy fats support brain health. They help reduce inflammation when eaten regularly. This may protect neurological function over time. Rhinos use dung middens to communicate. These are shared poop piles in the bush. Rhinos sniff them to learn about others. The scent reveals age, sex, health, and if a female is ready to mate. Males also mark territory this way. It helps solitary rhinos share info without meeting face to face. Ancient Nabateans carved Petra into rose-red sandstone cliffs. They built this hidden city in Jordan's desert as a key trade hub. It controlled important caravan routes for spices, incense, and goods. The stunning facades and tombs show their skill and wealth. The Pacific Ocean is huge. It is the biggest ocean by far. It stretches across almost 1/3 of Earth's surface. Its area reaches around 165 million square kilometers. All the continents and islands together cover only about 149 million square kilometers of land. So the Pacific alone is larger than every piece of land put together. This vast blue space holds more water than you can imagine. Spinach contains nitrates that help boost endurance. Its leaves provide good iron too. Athletes have used this leafy green for energy since ancient times. People first grew spinach in ancient Persia long ago. Hamburg, Germany, holds the title for the city with the most bridges anywhere. It has about 2,300 to 2,500 bridges inside its city limits. Ancient canals, rivers, and waterways cross the city, so bridges connect everything. This number beats Venice, Amsterdam, and London combined. Experts still call it the Venice of the North for good reason. The Maya built the impressive Pyramid El Castillo at Chichén Itzá in Mexico. This step pyramid honors Kukulkan, their feathered serpent god. Beets stand out with their deep red or golden color. This comes from special pigments called betalains. Betalains are powerful antioxidants found in few other foods. They help protect cells and may lower bad cholesterol levels in the body. This makes beets a healthy choice for root vegetable dishes and salads. Spending time in nature lowers cortisol, the body's main stress hormone. Even a short walk in a park or forest can make a big difference. These calming green spaces refresh your mind and help you feel more relaxed. France is the world's most visited country. It welcomes about 102 million international tourists each year. This keeps France at the top spot globally. Beautiful cities, history, food, and sights draw huge crowds. Moths pollinate many night-blooming flowers. They visit pale or white blooms that open at dusk and smell strong in the dark. Moths use their long tongues to sip nectar and carry pollen between plants. Some even navigate in low light using moonlight or stars as guides. Their sensitive antennae help detect scents from far away. Bison once roamed huge areas of North America in big herds. They followed food and seasons in long migrations. As they grazed, they ate tall grasses heavily in some spots. Then they moved on, giving plants time to recover. This uneven grazing created a patchwork of short and tall areas. It stopped any one grass from taking over. More kinds of plants could grow, including colorful wildflowers. Hagia Sophia stands as one of the world's most amazing buildings. Its huge central dome looks like it floats magically in the air. Byzantine architects created this wonder in the year 537. They used smart curved triangles called pendentives to hold the dome over a square space below. 40 windows circle the dome's base. Sunlight pours in and makes the dome appear weightless and heavenly. Gamma ray bursts rank among the universe's most violent events. They happen when a huge star collapses into a black hole or when two dense neutron stars smash together. In a flash lasting seconds to minutes, they release more energy than our sun will in its whole life. From far away, they appear as brief, super bright signals in distant galaxies. Scorpions catch their food cleverly. They first grab insects or small creatures tightly with their powerful pincers. This holds the prey still. Next, they curl their tail over and sting it with venom to paralyze or kill it. Most scorpions are nocturnal. They stay hidden during the hot day in burrows, under rocks, or in cracks. At night they come out to hunt in deserts and dry areas. Ancient people used chia seeds as a key food. They were a staple for the Aztecs. When soaked, chia seeds absorb water and form a gel. This gel helps with hydration and gives steady energy. Today, they count as a top superfood. In human eyes, the lower eyelid usually has about 70 to 80 eyelashes. These short hairs act as a shield. They help keep dirt and particles out while you blink. The upper eyelid has more, around 90 to 150 lashes. Lemurs stand out with their wet noses, called a rhinarium. This moist tip helps them pick up scents much better than monkeys or apes do. It connects to a strong sense of smell and even helps detect special chemical signals from other lemurs. Their amazing diversity and unique adaptations still surprise scientists today. Parrots make sounds using a special organ called the syrinx. Unlike humans, they have no vocal cords. The syrinx sits deep in their chest where the windpipe splits. Air from the lungs passes through it and makes it vibrate. Parrots control muscles around the syrinx to create many different sounds. This lets them mimic words, whistles, and other noises very well. The gardens of Versailles show perfect Baroque symmetry. They feature grand fountains, neat paths, and hidden groves. King Louis XIII used them to impress and entertain French royalty and guests. This grand design reflects royal power and luxury. The human body produces enough heat in 30 minutes to theoretically boil about 0.5 liters of water. This comes from our normal metabolism, which generates roughly 100 watts of heat, like a bright light bulb. In half an hour, that's plenty of energy in theory. Hornets are eusocial wasps that live in large colonies. When one hornet stings an intruder or senses danger, it releases special alarm chemicals from its venom. These volatile signals spread fast through the air. Nestmates pick up the scent right away. They rush out together in a fierce, coordinated attack to protect the nest. It explains why disturbing a hornet nest can lead to many hornets swarming at once. Gravity can bend light, just as Einstein predicted. This effect is called gravitational lensing. An Einstein ring is a special, beautiful version of it. If the quasar, the galaxy, and Earth line up exactly right, the light spreads into a perfect circle. We see a glowing ring in the sky. This ring magnifies the distant quasar and helps us spot invisible mass, like dark matter. It acts like a natural telescope. The phenomenon proves Einstein's ideas about gravity and space are correct. Bats are amazing natural pest controllers. They fly out at night and eat huge numbers of harmful insects that damage crops. In the United States, this free service saves farmers more than $3.7 billion every year. The value comes from less crop loss and fewer chemical sprays needed. This does not even count extra perks, like bats helping in forests or pollinating certain plants. Protecting bats helps keep farming cheaper and more eco-friendly. Horses are very expressive animals. They use their faces to communicate just like we do. Their eyes, ears, nostrils, lips, and even inner brows move in many ways. These changes help show feelings such as happiness during play, anger in fights, curiosity, or worry. Horses send clear signals to each other in their herd. They can also read and respond to human faces. Spotted hyenas have powerful jaws that crush bones easily. They live in large matriarchal clans led by females. These clans hunt and scavenge together. Their bite is stronger than a lion's, often reaching around 1,100 psi compared to a lion's 650 psi. This helps them eat marrow from bones others leave behind. The world's largest desert is Antarctica, not the Sahara. Deserts are defined by low precipitation, not heat or sand. Antarctica gets very little rain or snow, under 2 inches per year in most areas, making it a huge polar desert covering about 5.5 million square miles. Cows are social animals with real feelings. They choose certain cows as close companions, almost like best friends. Studies show cows feel less stress and have lower heart rates when near their preferred friend. They get upset when separated from these special buddies. Supernova explosions scatter material into space. Their remnants enrich gas clouds with heavy elements like iron and oxygen. Shock waves from the blast compress nearby nebulae. This triggers new stars to form. Venus is different from most planets in our solar system. It rotates in the opposite direction. Most planets, like Earth, spin counterclockwise when viewed from above the North Pole. Venus spins clockwise instead. Scientists call this retrograde rotation. Because of it, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east on Venus. This strange backward spin is slow too. A day on Venus lasts longer than its year. Fresh cabbage packs a good amount of vitamin C. This key vitamin strengthens your immune defenses and fights off illness. Fermented versions like kimchi keep much of that nutrition. Korean traditions use this method to preserve food. What happens when you drop most metals into water? Usually nothing exciting. They just sit there or rust slowly. But with special metals like sodium and potassium, there's no way to predict calm. These alkali metals react violently. They quickly lose electrons to water, release hydrogen gas, create a lot of heat, and often explode or burst into flames. How do flies stay so steady in midair? Flies use special organs called halters, modified hindwings, that act like tiny gyroscopes. They swing fast with the wings and sense body twists using the Coriolis effect. This quick feedback helps adjust wing movements for stable, agile flight. Dipteran flies evolved these from ancient insect ancestors. Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon, had a cool idea. He wanted to pack a football for the 1969 Apollo 11 trip. He thought it would be fun to kick it in low gravity, but NASA turned him down. They had strict rules on what astronauts could take. Every ounce counted for fuel and safety. No big extra items were allowed. Beetles have hard front wings called elytra. These protect their delicate flying wings underneath. Beetles belong to the order Coleoptera. They have diversified into about 400,000 known species. This makes them the most diverse group of animals on Earth. The fastest spinning star is a pulsar named PSOJ 1748. It spins 716 times per second. By the time you count to 3, it has already rotated over 2,000 times. Its beams sweep across space like a lighthouse, making it one of the most precise natural clocks in the universe. Australia is wider than the moon. Australia stretches about 4,000 kilometers from east to west. The moon's diameter is roughly 3,475 kilometers. This makes the continent slightly wider across than the moon is round. The blue whale has the biggest heart of any animal on Earth. This giant heart weighs around 400 pounds. People often say it is the size of a small car, like a compact one or a golf cart. It beats only a few times per minute when the whale dives deep. Each beat pushes a huge amount of blood through the whale's enormous body. This helps the blue whale, the largest animal ever, survive in the ocean depths. Mount Kilimanjaro is Africa's highest mountain. It stands at 5,895 meters tall. This makes it the continent's tallest peak. It is also a dormant volcano in Tanzania. Its main summit, Kibo, has not erupted for hundreds of thousands of years. White dwarfs are the leftover cores of stars like our Sun. After the star sheds its outer layers, the hot core remains. No fusion happens anymore, so it slowly cools forever by radiating heat. It shrinks a bit at first but stays Earth-sized while fading over billions of years. The asteroid belt lies between Mars and Jupiter. It contains millions of rocky remnants from the early solar system. These are leftover planetesimals that never formed a planet. Jupiter's gravity stopped them from coming together and caused collisions. Radishes bring a bold, spicy kick when you bite into them. The pungency comes from natural compounds that open up your nasal passages. Many people find eating raw radishes helps clear stuffy sinuses and makes breathing easier during colds. Exomoons are natural satellites orbiting planets in other star systems. Many exoplanets sit in the habitable zone of their stars, the right distance for possible liquid water. If those planets have large moons, the moons could also stay in that sweet spot. This opens more places where life could perhaps develop beyond just planets. Astronomers hunt for these exomoons, though none are confirmed yet. Artichokes contain cynarin, a natural compound. It temporarily affects your taste buds. After eating them, water or other foods taste sweeter. This fun effect comes from the thistle-like buds. People often steam them for tasty Mediterranean appetizers. Alligators make deep, loud bellows during mating season. Males use these powerful calls to attract females and warn off other males. They live as ambush predators in the southeastern US wetlands. These sounds vibrate the water and travel far. Komodo dragons are huge lizards found only on a few islands in Indonesia. They hunt by staying very still and ambushing prey like deer, pigs, or buffalo. When close enough, they lunge with powerful jaws and sharp teeth. Their bite delivers venom that causes bleeding, shock, and weakness. They also carry bacteria in their mouth that can infect wounds. This clever method lets them take down animals much larger than themselves. Millipedes have a smart way to stay safe. When something disturbs or threatens them, they quickly curl their long bodies into a tight coil or spiral. This hides their soft underside and legs behind their hard outer plates. Many species also release a bad-smelling or irritating chemical for extra protection. Comets are icy bodies from the distant Oort cloud that move around the sun in long elliptical orbits. Their tails stream out as solar winds push gas and dust away from the comet when it approaches the sun. Vultures are soaring scavengers that circle widely on warm air currents called thermals to search wide areas for food. Their powerful stomach acids safely digest rotting carrion full of bacteria and protect the birds from getting sick. The Lion Gate guards Mycenae's Bronze Age citadel. Huge cyclopean walls protect the ancient fortress. They use massive stones that seem impossible to move. Snails have a radula. It is like a toothy tongue. They use it to scrape vegetation for food. Snails are hermaphroditic mollusks. They have both male and female parts. They leave a slimy trail behind them in gardens. You often see these trails in gardens after rain. The slime helps them glide smoothly over leaves and soil. The sun produces strong solar flares due to magnetic forces. These bursts release radiation and energy. They often trigger coronal mass ejections. These huge clouds of particles fly to Earth. When they hit, they disrupt radio communications and satellites. Leeks are great in the kitchen because they soften the sharp bite of onions. They bring a lovely mild sweetness too. Both vegetables belong to the allium family. Chefs gently sweat them in a little oil or butter over low heat. This releases their best flavors without browning. This classic base gives rich flavor to soups, stews, stocks, and sauces. McDonald's started by selling hot dogs. The first restaurant opened in 1940. Hot dogs were popular on the menu. In 1948, the brothers made a big change. They switched to hamburgers and faster service. This move built today's famous fast food empire. Alpine ibex are excellent climbers. These horned wild goats from the Alps scale nearly vertical dam walls. They balance carefully on steep precipices. Special hooves help them grip the rock. They climb for salt and minerals they need. The adult human body has a total of 206 bones. Interestingly, 52 bones are located in the feet. That means each foot has 26 small bones. These bones support your weight and allow smooth walking and movement throughout life. Ancient Greeks built a very special sanctuary at Delphi long ago. It was dedicated to the god Apollo. People from many places came to ask the oracle important questions. A priestess sat in the temple and spoke prophecies while in a trance. It was one of the greatest religious centers in ancient Greece. The location made everything feel sacred and powerful. Women blink nearly twice as often as men on average. They blink about 19 times per minute. Men blink only around 11 times per minute. This adds up to thousands of extra blinks every day. That's a surprising amount of blinking. Planetary nebulae are some of the most beautiful sights in space. They form when a star like our sun grows old and reaches the end of its life. What remains is a tiny but very hot core. This core sends out strong light that makes the gas glow in stunning shades of red, blue, and green. These colorful clouds only last for a few thousand years before they slowly fade away. Limpets live on rocky shores by the sea. These small sea snails are called gastropods. They have a special foot that sticks them firmly to rocks. This strong grip keeps them safe from crashing waves. When the water comes back, limpets start to move. They graze slowly on algae that grows on the rocks. Binary stars are pairs of stars. They orbit each other due to gravity. In eclipsing binaries, one star passes in front of the other. This blocks light and causes regular dips in brightness. These repeating patterns are called light curves. Anglerfish live in the deep dark ocean. Females have a glowing lure to attract prey. They grow much larger than males. Tiny males attach to the female and fuse completely with her body. They live as permanent parasites. Thomas Edison dreamed of lighting up homes safely. Before electricity, people used smoky gas lamps that often caused fires. Edison worked with a big team in his lab. They tried thousands of different materials to make a strong filament. After many long nights and failed tests, they finally succeeded in 1879. This one invention helped shape the modern world we know today. Turnips mash into a creamy, buttery dish. Brassicas store well in cool cellars. This keeps them fresh and energizing. The roots last for many months. People enjoy them all winter long. Farmers use this simple trick often. Sea urchins look like little round balls covered in sharp spines. These spines keep them safe from hungry fish and crabs in the sea. Sea urchins belong to a group called echinoderms. They crawl slowly across the rocky ocean floor using tiny tube feet. There they nibble away at thick kelp forests and seaweed. The spines also help them grip rocks so they do not wash away. This makes them key players in keeping ocean plants in balance. Cuttlefish live in the ocean. They are very good at hiding. They can change their skin color and pattern almost instantly. They do this with special cells called chromatophores. This lets them match rocks or sand perfectly. Earth is the only known planet where fire can burn. Fire needs fuel, heat, and plenty of free oxygen in the air, as far as we know. Earth's atmosphere has about 21% oxygen, thanks to billions of years of plant life. No other planet in our solar system has enough oxygen for normal fires. The sun doesn't burn with fire. It's nuclear fusion. Axolotls can regrow lost limbs, parts of their spinal cord, and even portions of their heart without any scarring. This amazing ability makes scientists study them for clues to help human medicine. They stay as water-living juveniles their whole lives. keeping gills and never turning into land adults. They come from lakes near Mexico City. Male pufferfish are skilled artists underwater. The males spend several days building these circles. They use their fins to shape fine details in the sand. The circles can be quite large and full of ridges. Females swim by and check the quality carefully. This all happens in the shallow seas near Japan. The better the pattern looks, the more likely they find a mate. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus was an ancient wonder. It was a grand marble tomb with tall columns and a pyramid roof. Built long ago in what is now Turkey, its beautiful design amazed people for centuries. Capybaras are the largest rodents in the world. They have a very relaxed nature that lets them get along with almost every animal. In the wetlands of South America, birds often ride on their backs and monkeys sit nearby. Capybaras move slowly through grass and water while sharing space peacefully. Deep inside Earth, the inner core spins at a slightly different speed than the surface layers. This difference plays a role in making our planet's magnetic field. The field works like an invisible shield around Earth. It stops dangerous particles from solar winds from reaching us. Electric eels are special fish found in the Amazon River basin. They can create powerful electric shocks of 600 volts or more. The eels use these shocks to stun their prey and protect themselves from danger. In the murky, dark waters where they live, they send out weaker electric signals. This helps them sense objects and find their way around when they cannot see clearly. A day on Earth is not exactly 24 hours. The planet spins once in 23 hours and 56 minutes. Earth orbits the Sun at the same time. This makes our day average 24 hours. Earth's spin slows down over time. Days are slowly getting longer each year. Experts watch these small changes closely. Bowerbirds build elaborate structures to attract mates. Males decorate them with bright colors and shiny objects. They act like artists during courtship. These clever Australian birds create beautiful displays. Females inspect every detail with care. The best design wins a partner. It is one of nature's most creative shows. Fingernails grow about 3.5 millimeters per month on average. This equals roughly 1/10 of a millimeter each day. Age and health can affect the speed. Fingernails grow faster than toenails. Your middle finger often grows quickest. You heard that right. It's true. Male frigatebirds inflate red pouches for mating displays. These seabirds soar over oceans with little flapping. They fly for hours without stopping. They often steal food from other birds mid-air. The bright red pouch catches every eye. Females watch the show from above. It is a dramatic sight on the open sea. Glass frogs are tiny and delicate with see-through skin on their bellies. You can actually see their small heart and other organs inside. This special feature helps them hide perfectly on green leaves. They live high in the trees of Central American rainforests. Males call loudly for mates at night, but stay safe from hungry predators. Secretary birds stand tall with very long legs as they walk through the grass. These unique raptors hunt snakes by stomping them hard with powerful kicks. You can find them in the open grasslands of Africa. Their legs deliver crushing strikes that kill even venomous snakes quickly. They are skilled and fearless hunters. The fossa looks like a cat, but moves like an expert climber in Madagascar. It hunts lemurs, high in the trees with amazing speed and silence. This animal is the largest carnivore on the island and has no rivals. You will see it in the dense forests where it controls the ecosystem. It developed its special body and hunting style over millions of years in isolation. Ants never sleep the way people do. They stay busy with lots of short rest breaks instead. Worker ants grab hundreds of quick naps every day, each one lasting just a minute or so. This pattern lets them keep working around the clock without ever stopping for long. Queen ants enjoy more rest, but they still break it up. Soala got the nickname Asian unicorns because they are so hard to find. These shy plant eaters look like small cattle with two long straight horns on their heads. They hide deep in the misty mountains along the border of Vietnam and Laos. Sadly, only a tiny number remain in the wild today. The species sits at the highest level of danger and could disappear soon. Okapis look part zebra and part deer with those bold stripes on their legs. Yet they are actually the closest living relatives of giraffes. These gentle animals stay well hidden in the thick rainforests of the Congo. They reach up with long tongues to pull leaves from branches and stay safe from sight. People rarely spot them, so they remain one of the forest's best-kept secrets. Eyes are strange little lemurs that hunt at night in Madagascar. They tap on tree trunks with their long, skinny middle fingers to find hidden grubs inside. Then they listen carefully with super sensitive ears. Once they locate a meal, they chew a hole and pull the grub out. Big round eyes give them perfect night vision. Astronauts on the International Space Station get an amazing show every day. The station circles Earth once every 90 minutes. That fast orbit means they see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets in just 24 hours. One moment, bright daylight fills the windows, then suddenly night falls and stars appear. A short while later, the sun pops up again. Crew members never get tired of watching the quick cycle from 250 miles above our planet. White rhinos are not really white at all. Their skin is grey like other rhinos. The name started long ago when someone misheard the Dutch word wide, which means wide. It described the animal's broad square mouth, perfect for grazing grass. Over years, the word changed to white and it stayed. These huge creatures roam African grasslands and use those wide lips to munch short plants close to the ground every day. Gerbos look like miniature kangaroos hopping across hot desert sands in Asia. They push off with powerful hind legs and use their long tails to stay steady in the air. During the day, they hide inside cool burrows. They dig deep in the ground. When night comes, they pop out to look for seeds and insects. Indri lemurs live only in Madagascar's rainforests. They are the biggest lemurs alive. Families sing haunting, wail-like songs together in the morning. The calls travel over a mile to defend territory. Indris leap up to 30 feet between trees with their strong back legs. They climb and jump upright through the canopy all day. Every day, people shed between 50 and 100 hairs from their scalp. It happens naturally as old hairs fall out and new ones grow. Most folks have over 100,000 scalp hairs, so this small amount doesn't cause thinning or bald spots. It's completely normal unless loss jumps much higher. Colugos, also called flying lemurs, glide up to 200 feet between trees. These membrane winged mammals live in Southeast Asian forests. They move silently at night while foraging for food. Binturongs smell like buttered popcorn because of special scent glands. These bear-like cats climb trees in Borneo and other Asian forests. They eat fruits at night. Numbats eat only termites with their long, sticky tongues. These striped marsupials live in Western Australia's woodlands. They stay active during the day, basking in the sun. The human femur is one of the strongest bones. It can handle huge force. Under straight compression, it supports up to roughly 6 tons before breaking. This equals about 30 times an average adult's body weight. Strong structure and thick walls make it tough. Babies are born with eyes about 2/3 their adult size. Eyes grow quickly in the first few years and finish around age 20. After that, eye size stays the same, but noses and ears continue growing slowly through life because of cartilage and gravity. This makes them look bigger over time. Dibblers are tiny, rare marsupials from southwest Western Australia. They face endangerment and live hidden in heathlands. These nocturnal hunters move fast to catch insects, spiders, small lizards, and even birds. Speckled fur helps them blend in. They stay mostly alone and active at dawn or dusk. In the Middle Ages, sugar cost a lot and stayed rare. Only the rich could afford it. People treated it like a spice or medicine. Honey was the common sweetener for most folks. Sugar came from far away and signaled high status at fancy meals. Modern planes are built with excellent safety systems. Because of this, around 90% of plane crashes still have survivors. Better materials, stronger seats, and smart designs give passengers a real chance to walk away even after serious accidents. Unlike regular kangaroos, tree kangaroos spend most of their life high up in rainforest trees. They have strong arms and sharp claws for climbing. While they move easily among branches, they appear slow and awkward when they come down to the forest floor. According to Einstein, time does not always flow at the same speed. Near huge objects with strong gravity, time actually slows down. This idea called time dilation has been proven by scientists using very precise clocks. In 1971, a programmer created the world's first computer virus. It was called Creeper and worked on the early internet. The virus simply displayed, "I'm the Creeper, catch me if you can." Another program called Reaper was quickly made to remove it. A woman named Ruth Wakefield invented the chocolate chip cookie. She owned the Toll House Inn in Massachusetts. While baking one day in the 1930s, she added pieces of chocolate to her cookies. The sweet treat soon became one of the most popular desserts everywhere. A hedgehog's body is covered with thousands of sharp spines called quills. Most adult hedgehogs have between 5,000 and 7,000 of them. When threatened, they roll into a tight ball so the quills point outward in every direction. The honey possum is one of the smallest marsupials in the world. It uses its long brush-like tongue to drink nectar from flowers in southwest Australia. As it moves between blooms, this little animal spreads pollen and helps many native plants grow. On average, a person experiences about 1,400 dreams every year. You may have 4 to 6 dreams during a normal night of sleep. The brain creates these stories while you rest, but most people remember only a few of them. Wallabies are like small kangaroos. They have strong back legs for hopping and live in many parts of Australia. These social animals often stay in small groups while eating grass and leaves during the day or night. Octopuses have an incredible sense of taste in their tentacles. Each sucker contains special sensors that can taste and feel at the same time. This helps them hunt and stay safe in the deep dark ocean, even when their eyes cannot see everything. There are far more chickens than people on Earth. The world has about 8.3 billion humans today. Farmers raise around 26 to 28 billion chickens at any given moment. Most are bred quickly for meat or eggs and live short lives. This huge number comes from our big demand for cheap chicken food. Chickens outnumber humans by about 3 to 1, making them the most common bird by far. Dolphins have a very clever way to sleep. They never fully shut down both sides of their brain like we do. Instead, they rest one half at a time. This is called unihemispheric slow wave sleep. While one side sleeps deeply, the other side stays alert. The awake half handles important tasks. It makes sure the dolphin swims to the surface to breathe air and keeps an eye out for sharks or other dangers. That was the best set of facts that you can keep thinking about in the night. Which fact blew your mind the most? Tell us in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe, and don't forget to check our recommendations and other social platforms.
Here's something that'll change how you eat leftovers forever. When you cook rice, let it cool, and then reheat it. Something quietly incredible happens inside those grains. The cooling process converts some of the starch into a special type of fiber your body handles completely differently. That fiber helps regulate your blood sugar and keeps you fuller longer. Basically, your leftover rice is healthier than the fresh stuff. You know the blobfish, right? Here's the thing. In its natural deep-sea habitat, it looks completely normal. It only melts into that tragic face when it's yanked up from the crushing pressure of the ocean floor. So really, we've all just been laughing at a fish that's having a bad day. There's a lake in Western Australia that is permanently bubblegum pink. Not for a season, not because of a filter. Year-round, bright pink. Lake Hillier gets its color from algae and bacteria thriving in its insanely salty water. Scientists say it's completely harmless to swim in, so there's a real-life pink lake just sitting there, and most people have never heard of it. Most cats treat water like it's their mortal enemy, but the Turkish van cat actively seeks it out. We're talking one of the only domestic cat breeds that genuinely, enthusiastically enjoys swimming. It'll hop in a pool. It'll wade into a stream. It doesn't care. While your cat is dramatically hissing at a dripping faucet, the Turkish van is out there living its best life. Goats have eyes that look like something out of a horror movie, rectangular, horizontal pupils that seem totally wrong. But there's a genius reason for it. Those creepy pupils give goats nearly 320 degrees of vision without even moving their heads. They can see predators coming from almost every direction at once. So next time a goat stares at you and it feels unsettling, just remember, it already saw you long before you saw it. If you're enjoying these facts so far, make sure to hit that like button. It really helps. Now let's keep going. The Atacama Desert in Chile is one of the driest places on Earth, basically a wasteland. But every few years, after rare rainfalls, something unbelievable happens. Millions of wildflowers explode across the desert floor in a massive carpet of color. They call it Deserto Florido, the flowering desert. Nature does what it wants. Switzerland has built enough nuclear fallout shelters to house its entire population of over 8 million people. Every single person in the country has a spot. Switzerland isn't out here being dramatic. They've just quietly prepared for the literal apocalypse, while the rest of us are hoping for the best. Sleep well knowing Switzerland is ready, and you are absolutely not. Sea cucumbers breathe through their rear end. Just going to let that sink in for a second. They actively draw water in through their anus to extract oxygen for their organs. That's not a malfunction. That's the system. Evolution looked at the sea cucumber and said, you know what? Let's put the breathing hole back there. And the sea cucumber just went with it. The Potu bird has mastered the art of doing absolutely nothing and somehow surviving because of it. It perches bolt upright on a broken tree stump during the day and becomes completely indistinguishable from dead wood. Predators walk right past it. Scientists nearly miss it. Uranus doesn't spin upright like every other planet. It rolls. Its axial tilt is 98 degrees, which means it's essentially tumbling along on its side through space. Its poles get more sunlight over a Uranian year than its own equator does. Everything about Uranus is chaotic, and somehow that makes it even more fascinating. Deep in our galaxy, there's a massive gas cloud called Sagittarius B2, and scientists discovered a molecule inside, it called ethyl formate, which smells like rum and reportedly tastes like raspberries. There's a cloud in space that tastes like a raspberry cocktail. We have a whole galaxy full of wonders, and apparently one of them is a cosmic drink. Chile is the longest country on Earth from north to south, stretching 4,270 kilometers. To put that in perspective, it spans more latitudinal distance than the contiguous United States does from east to west. You could start at the top of Chile and drive the length of it and still not be done by the time most people would have given up and gotten a flight. The mimic octopus doesn't just blend into its background like a regular octopus. It actually impersonates other creatures, lionfish, flatfish, sea snakes, on the spot, picking whichever one is most likely to scare off the specific predator in front of it. Over 15 different animals. It's running a full disguise operation on the ocean floor. When a baby elephant is upset or distressed, the entire herd doesn't just ignore it and keep walking. Every adult surrounds the calf and gently touches it with their trunks in a coordinated, deliberate effort to comfort it. Every single one. Imagine having a bad day and your entire extended family shows up just to let you know you're loved. Elephants figured out community support long before humans. The Maldives is the flattest country in the world. Its highest natural point is only about 2.4 meters above sea level. That means the entire country is basically sitting right at ocean level. With rising sea levels, the Maldives could genuinely disappear underwater within decades. One of the most beautiful places on Earth might literally cease to exist. Scientists discovered a chameleon in Madagascar in 2021, so small, it fits on a human fingertip. They named it Brookesia nana. It's the world's tiniest known reptile. A fully grown adult chameleon sitting on your fingertip. And it still probably looks at you like it owns the place because chameleons have energy like that regardless of size. If you're still here, comment fact gang down below. Let me know you're one of the real ones. Now back to it. Male giraffes figure out if a female is ready to mate by tasting her urine. That is the official process. A sensory behavior called the Flehmen response helps them detect reproductive hormones this way. Nature did not have to make it like this, but here we are. Under 4 kilometers of Antarctic ice, there's a lake the size of Lake Ontario that has been completely sealed off from the rest of the world for approximately 15 million years. Lake Vostok, liquid freshwater, isolated since before humans existed. Scientists believe it might contain life forms that have evolved entirely on their own with zero contact with anything else on Earth. Whatever is down there has never seen sunlight. Weaver ants form living chains with their own bodies to act as a pulley system, pulling objects far heavier than any single ant could move alone. They link up, lock in, and collectively haul massive leaves to build their nests. It's organized, it's efficient, and it's honestly more coordinated than most group projects involving humans. There's an island archipelago off Yemen called Socotra, and scientists have given it a very specific nickname, the Galapagos of the Indian Ocean. So many of its species exist absolutely nowhere else on Earth that it feels like visiting an alien planet. There's a sea slug called Alesia chlorotica that steals the ability to photosynthesize from the algae it eats. It takes the chloroplasts right out of the algae and incorporates them into its own body tissue, then uses sunlight to produce its own food. A sea slug figured out how to become part plant. It just decided the rules didn't apply to it. There's a palm tree in Borneo called Penanga subterranea that grows its flowers and fruit entirely underground, buried in the soil, never visible above the surface. It's the only known palm on Earth that does this. So if you're walking through the Borneo jungle, there are palm fruits just chilling underground beneath your feet, and you'd never know. The plant kingdom is full of secrets. The letter J doesn't appear anywhere on the periodic table of elements. Not in a single element name. Not in a single chemical symbol. Every letter in the alphabet gets to be part of science, except JJ is just standing outside the periodic table looking in, you know. A small pond frog can swallow a live hornet whole and survive the stings happening inside its own stomach while digesting it. The hornet is stinging from the inside. The frog does not care. Frogs are tougher than they have any right to be. The village of Mawsynram in northeast India gets about 11,871 millimeters of rain every single year. To put that in perspective, that's roughly 10 times what London gets annually. It rains there so much that locals wear special grass-woven umbrellas that cover their entire body like a portable roof. Mawsynram is the wettest inhabited place on Earth, and the people there have simply adapted and moved on. The world's tallest sand dune isn't in the Sahara. It's in Argentina. Duna Federico Curbis rises roughly 1,234 meters high, more than twice the height of the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building on Earth. It's a sand dune, just loose sand, piled up higher than any skyscraper humanity has ever built. Argentina has a sand mountain, and most people don't even know it exists. In Australia's Shark Bay, there's a seagrass meadow covering 180 square kilometers that is actually a single plant. One plant. It grew from a single seedling estimated to be over 4,500 years old and just kept going. It's the world's largest known plant clone. While civilizations rose and fell, this plant just quietly kept spreading across the ocean floor. The most patient living thing on Earth. Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula has 30 active volcanoes clustered together in one place. 30. The most geologically restless landscape on the planet. It's bubbling and erupting and rumbling constantly, and people live there. By choice, Kamchatka residents wake up every morning like, yep, still 30 volcanoes. Everything's fine. Let's make breakfast. The highest motorable road on Earth isn't in the Alps or the Andes. It's Umlingla Pass in India's Ladakh region, sitting at 5,942 meters above sea level. You can drive a car up there. A regular road, open to vehicles, almost 6 kilometers above sea level. The air is so thin you'd feel it immediately. Baby sharks in the same litter can have different fathers. Female sharks store sperm from multiple males and fertilize different eggs with different batches. So a litter of shark pups might be half siblings at best. One mother, one belly, multiple dads. Sharks have complicated family structures, and they didn't ask for your opinion about it. The strawberry poison dart frog is only about the size of a thumbnail, but it carries each of its tadpoles, one at a time on its back, climbs up into the tree canopy, and deposits each one in a separate tiny pool of water collected in a leaf. Then it comes back regularly to feed each tadpole unfertilized eggs, individually, one by one. A frog the size of your thumbnail is a better parent than most. Cats cannot taste sweetness at all. They're the only mammals on Earth that are completely missing the gene for detecting sugar. Every time you try to share your dessert with your cat and it walks away unimpressed, it's not being rude. It literally cannot taste what you're offering. The universe gave cats the ability to be picky and then remove the gene that would make treats irresistible. Cats are truly built different. Subscribe now so you never miss out on more facts like these. Lake Baikal in Russia is so deep that it alone contains about 20% of all unfrozen fresh surface water on the entire planet. One lake, 20%. If every other lake on Earth dried up tomorrow, Baikal would still be holding a fifth of the world's freshwater supply. It's not just a lake. It's a backup plan for civilization. The ocean's sunfish can weigh up to 2.3 tons, making it the heaviest bony fish in the world. And its primary food of choice is jellyfish, which have almost no nutritional value whatsoever. This enormous fish is out here eating the least nutritious thing in the ocean to fuel a body the size of a car. The marula tree of southern Africa produces fruit that ferments naturally on the ground after it falls. And elephants, warthogs, and baboons eat enough of it to get visibly, undeniably drunk. Whole herds of elephants stumbling around. Baboons acting unpredictably. Warthogs lying on their sides. Nature's version of a weekend. Pluto has a giant heart-shaped glacier made of nitrogen ice. It's so massive and so heavy that it has slightly tilted Pluto's entire rotational axis toward it. A heart-shaped ice formation is physically warping the orientation of a dwarf planet. Pluto's rotating around its own heart. That's either the most romantic or most dramatic thing in the solar system, and there is no in-between. Dragonflies catch more than 95% of the prey they chase. Not some of it. Not most of it. 95%. They are the most statistically successful hunters in the entire animal kingdom, beating lions, wolves, great white sharks, all of it. The tiny insect hovering over your garden pond has a better kill rate than every apex predator on the planet. Let that rearrange your understanding of what scary looks like. The Namib Desert isn't just a desert. It's the world's oldest desert, estimated to be between 55 and 80 million years old. It was a desert when dinosaurs were still alive. It was ancient before the Rocky Mountains existed. It has been hot, dry, and inhospitable longer than most of Earth's current geography has existed. The Namib Desert has seen everything and will outlast all of us. There's a large frog in Dominica called the mountain chicken. It earned that name entirely because of how it tastes when cooked. It has absolutely no resemblance to a chicken in any other way. Scientists actually called it the mountain chicken in an official capacity. Frog, named after a bird, because someone ate it and said, scientific naming has given us a lot of great moments, and this might be the greatest. Amazon river dolphins are naturally pink. Real, living, pink dolphins. And local Amazonian folklore says they transform into handsome young men at night and come ashore to seduce people in riverside villages. Scientists study the pink dolphins. Locals have a completely different relationship with them. Both perspectives are fascinating, and only one of them involves shape-shifting. Giant oceanic manta rays have the largest brains of any fish on Earth, and they are one of the very few non-mammalian animals that can recognize themselves in a mirror. Self-awareness. In a fish, a manta ray looks at its reflection and understands that it's looking at itself. The ocean is full of creatures smarter than we give them credit for, and the manta ray is quietly near the top of that list. The largest confirmed meteorite impact crater on Earth is the Vredefort Dome in South Africa, with an original estimated diameter of 250 to 300 kilometers. A space rock hit Earth so hard it left a scar the size of a small country. It happened about 2 billion years ago. The Earth has been through things. It has seen violence we cannot comprehend, and it's still here. Blue whale calls reach 188 decibels. Louder than a jet engine. Measurably, scientifically, the loudest animals on Earth. A blue whale's voice carries through hundreds of kilometers of ocean. If you were underwater near one and it called out, the sound could damage your hearing permanently. The gentlest giants on the planet also have the most powerful voices. Reykjavik. Iceland heats almost its entire city using underground hot springs. Nearly 90% of the heating in people's homes, offices, and buildings come straight from geothermal water piped up from beneath the Earth's surface. No boiler, no gas bill. Just a planet that runs warm underneath, and a country smart enough to use it. Butterflies look delicate and harmless fluttering around your garden. But some species have compound eyes packed with up to 12,000 tiny lenses, giving them wide-angle vision in almost every direction at once. And they can see ultraviolet light that's completely invisible to you. So while you're admiring the butterfly, it's seeing an entirely different version of the world that your brain literally cannot process. The male Victoria's riflebird of Australia has developed one of the most bizarre courtship displays in the entire animal kingdom. When trying to impress a female, it spreads both wings out into a perfect black disc and oscillates them so precisely that it creates a shimmering optical illusion. The bird appears completely flat and two-dimensional. Electric eels don't just shock things underwater. Researchers confirmed in 2016 that they can partially launch themselves out of the water and deliver a shock to animals standing above the surface. They literally jump out of their element to attack on land, and you thought you were safe standing on the bank. Humans are the only animals on Earth with a true chin. No other creature has that bony protrusion below the lower lip. Not apes, not dolphins, not any other mammal. And here's the thing. Scientists still actively debate why we even have it. It doesn't seem to serve an obvious function. The chin is a mystery, and nobody wants to admit it. The axolotl salamander can regrow its limbs. That part you may have heard. But it can also regrow its heart, its lungs, its eyes, portions of its brain and spinal cord. All of it, with zero scar tissue, like the damage never happened. Scientists are studying axolotls because if we can figure out how they do it, we might unlock the same ability in human medicine. Voyager 1 was launched in 1977. By 2012, 35 years later, it became the first human-made object to cross into interstellar space, leaving our solar system entirely. It's still out there right now, billions of kilometers away, and we're still receiving signals from it. A machine built in the 1970s is currently traveling through the space between stars. Whatever engineer made that thing, they built it right. Octopuses are already incredible, but here's one that'll genuinely floor you. They can edit their own RNA in real time to adapt to temperature changes. Not their DNA, their RNA. They're essentially reprogramming themselves on the fly without touching their underlying genetic code. Octopuses figured out a form of genetic self-editing that humans are only just beginning to understand. They've been doing advanced biology for millions of years, and we're just now catching up. Wait a second. Did you like the video yet? No. Go ahead, I'll wait. Some species of tarantula can go over 2 years without eating a single thing. Not a few days, not a few weeks. 2 full years, and they remain completely healthy the whole time because their metabolism is so slow it barely burns anything. Meanwhile, most humans panic if they miss lunch. The tarantula simply operates on a different relationship with time and hunger, and we could never. Every autumn in Iceland, baby puffins called pufflings naturally follow moonlight out to the sea. Except coastal city lights confuse them completely, and they crash land inland instead. So every year, locals organize what they call puffling patrols, going out at night to pick up stranded baby birds and carry them safely back to the ocean. Cuttlefish have W-shaped pupils, already strange. But they also detect polarized light that's completely invisible to humans, and they use it to flash visual signals to each other that their predators literally cannot see. They're having private conversations in a wavelength of light that their enemies can't perceive. Lobster blood is completely colorless when it's deoxygenated. It only turns blue when oxygen hits it. That's because lobsters use copper-based hemocyanin instead of the iron-based hemoglobin that makes our blood red. The same concept, completely different metal, totally different color. The boiling river in Peru was considered a local legend for years. Scientists and outsiders wrote it off as myth. Then in 2011, a geoscientist finally confirmed it. A 6-kilometer stretch of river, heated to near boiling temperatures by geothermal activity deep under the Amazon. It had been there the whole time, doing exactly what the locals said it was doing. The world's smallest known fish is Petocypris progenetica from Indonesia. It reaches a maximum length of 7.9 millimeters as a fully grown adult. That's roughly the size of a large grain of rice. A complete functioning vertebrate, fins, skeleton, organs, smaller than your thumbnail. The ocean contains creatures so tiny they make regular fish look like sea monsters. Take a teaspoon of healthy topsoil from your garden. That single teaspoon contains more individual microorganisms than there are human beings on the entire planet. More. In a teaspoon. Every step you take outside is across an invisible civilization, so dense it defies comprehension. The dirt beneath your feet is more populated than Earth itself. In Venezuela, there's a natural waterway called the Casaquillar Canal, and it's the only permanent natural channel on Earth that connects two major river systems. It links the Amazon and the Orinoco, two massive rivers, through a naturally formed canal with no human engineering involved. Most people think the giant squid is the largest invertebrate on Earth. It's not. The colossal squid of Antarctica is bigger, estimated to reach 14 meters long and weigh up to 750 kilograms. We've never seen a fully grown adult alive in the wild. We know it exists mostly from remains found in sperm whale stomachs. Something the size of a school bus is living in the deep Antarctic Ocean, and we can barely study it. Stick around, because the facts only get stranger from here. Some wandering albatrosses don't land anywhere for the first several years of their lives. Not on land, not on water. They just fly, continuously, over the open ocean, for years. They sleep while gliding on wind currents. Jellyfish Lake in Palau has millions of golden jellyfish in it. And because they've been isolated from predators for thousands of years, they evolved without functioning stinging cells. You can swim through millions of jellyfish and not get stung once. Astronauts on the International Space Station lose up to 2% of their bone density every single month in microgravity. That's the same rate as patients with severe osteoporosis, one of the most serious bone conditions on Earth. And astronauts on long missions experience it constantly. Every astronaut comes back a little bit older in their bones than they should be. The Amazon rainforest generates so much water vapor through its trees that it creates its own weather. Trees pull water from the soil, release it through their leaves, and that moisture rises and forms rain clouds, then rains back down on the forest. Researchers call these massive invisible moisture flows flying rivers. The Amazon is not just absorbing rain, it's manufacturing it. The forest is its own weather system, and it's been running itself for millions of years. The geoduck clam of the Pacific Northwest can weigh up to 3 kilograms, extend its siphon over a meter long, and live for more than 150 years. Manatees, gentle, slow-moving sea giants, are among the only non-human animals known to develop age-related farsightedness. As they get older, their close-up vision naturally deteriorates, just like humans reaching for their reading glasses. A manatee squinting at something close by is one of the most relatable images in the entire animal kingdom. Ostriches have eyes larger than their own brains. Each eyeball measures about 5 centimeters in diameter, the biggest eye of any land animal on Earth. Their skulls had to make a trade-off: incredible vision or bigger brain. They went with vision. Some might call that a poor decision. Others might say seeing predators from a kilometer away is a perfectly reasonable priority. Sea stars have no brain, no blood either. They pump actual seawater through their bodies to power their tube feet and circulate nutrients. The ocean itself is running through them like a hydraulic system. A creature with no brain, no blood, and no concern for your concept of biology, just casually regrowing arms and walking along the ocean floor. When male spiders offer females a wrapped gift of food during courtship, and the female unwraps it to find it's empty or stuffed with worthless debris, she refuses the male. Sometimes she attacks him. He tried to scam a spider on a date with fake presents, and she found out. The animal kingdom has been dealing with dishonest gift givers for millions of years, and the females, the spiders have zero tolerance for it. The island nation of Nauru in the Pacific was once the richest country per capita on the entire planet. Phosphate mining made it extraordinarily wealthy, almost overnight. Then they mined 80% of their land completely bare and nearly went bankrupt by the early 2000s. From the richest nation per capita in the world to a hollowed-out island in a few decades. A significant portion of the fine white sand on tropical paradise beaches is actually parrotfish excrement. They bite off chunks of coral with their beaks, grind it up internally, and expel the crushed calcium carbonate as sand. The perfect beach you've been dreaming of vacationing on. Largely fish poop. Before you swear off beaches forever, it's harmless, it's natural, and the parrotfish have been making that sand for millennia. The Tasmanian devil produces a scream so disturbing, so shrieking and unearthly in the dark, that early European settlers in Australia became genuinely convinced something supernatural was lurking in the bush. They had never heard anything like it. They thought it was a demon. The oarfish is the world's longest bony fish, sometimes exceeding 11 meters. It's rarely seen alive. It lives in deep water and almost only surfaces when it's sick or dying, washing up on beaches in dramatic, serpentine fashion. For centuries, people had no idea what it was. It almost certainly inspired sea serpent legends all over the world. The Eurasian jay can remember over 200 different locations where it's hidden food. And it doesn't just retrieve randomly. It prioritizes going back for the most perishable items first, planning ahead to make sure nothing rots before it gets eaten. A bird is mentally tracking an inventory of 200 items and managing it by expiration date. Morning Glory Pool in Yellowstone was once a perfect, brilliant sapphire blue. Over decades, tourists threw so many coins, rocks, and trash into it that the water's chemistry changed. Today, its edges are orange and green. A geothermal wonder that took thousands of years to form was visibly altered by people tossing spare change into it like a wishing well. Every single night, up to 20 million Mexican free-tailed bats pour out of Bracken Cave in Texas in a continuous stream. 20 million, the largest single gathering of warm-blooded mammals on the entire planet. And it happens every night just outside San Antonio. The sky above that cave is solid bats for hours. In 1977, a fish merchant decided he needed to sell the Patagonian toothfish. Sounds like a difficult sell, right? So he renamed it Chilean sea bass. Overnight, it went from an obscure deep water fish nobody wanted to a prized restaurant delicacy appearing on fine dining menus worldwide. Spotted Lake in British Columbia looks completely ordinary in the winter. But every summer, when the water partially evaporates, the minerals crystallize and the lake transforms into a landscape of hundreds of multicolored circular pools, yellow, olive, blue, like a polka dot painting on the ground. Indigenous peoples of the region have considered it sacred for centuries. It transforms every year like clockwork, a natural art installation that resets itself with the seasons. The Himalayan jumping spider has been found living above 6,700 meters, higher than most birds fly, higher than most plants grow. It survives on tiny insects blown up by wind currents from below. No other animal is known to permanently reside that high. The pink fairy armadillo of Argentina is the world's smallest armadillo, about 10 centimeters long, roughly the size of a chipmunk. Its pink shell isn't actually its main defense. It uses the shell primarily to regulate body temperature, flushing blood through it to cool down or warm up. It's so small and so rarely seen that scientists still know very little about its behavior in the wild. Some species of deep-sea fish have no functional digestive system as adults. None. They do all of their eating, growing, and energy storing during their larval stage before they descend to the depths. Once they're fully grown, digestion is over. They live entirely off reserves, built up before they became adults. A creature that eats for the first chapter of its life and then just exists on what it stored. An ocean quahog clam nicknamed Ming was discovered off the coast of Iceland in 2006. Scientists estimated its age at 507 years old, meaning it was alive during the actual Ming dynasty when researchers collected it for testing. They killed it during the process of determining how old it was. The oldest confirmed animal ever found, and we accidentally ended it while trying to learn its age. Some shark species must keep swimming or they suffocate. They rely on forward motion to push water over their gills in a process called ram ventilation. Stop moving, stop breathing. For these sharks, rest is not an option. They swim while sleeping. They swim their entire lives without ever stopping. In the Karakum Desert of Turkmenistan, there is a crater that has been burning continuously since 1971. Soviet engineers drilled into it, triggered a collapse, and ignited the gas pocket hoping it would burn off within days. It didn't. More than 50 years later, it's still going. Locals call it the door to hell, and for once, a nickname is entirely accurate. The purple sea urchin shows virtually no biological signs of aging. Specimens confirmed to be over 100 years old have been found with the same tissue health and reproductive capacity as young ones. Their cells simply don't decline the way most animals' cells do. Scientists are studying them specifically because the mechanism behind this might help unlock answers about how biological aging works in other species, including ours. Humboldt squid can flash from deep red to brilliant white in under a second. Researchers believe these rapid color changes function as a complex communication system between individuals, a language written entirely in light, operating faster than the human eye can track. Whatever they're saying to each other, they're saying it at the speed of a camera flash. Horseshoe crabs have existed on this planet, completely unchanged, for over 450 million years. They were here before the dinosaurs and survived every mass extinction that followed. Today, pharmaceutical companies harvest their blue blood because it remains the most reliable substance available for detecting bacterial contamination in medical equipment and vaccines. An animal that has outlasted nearly everything on Earth is now one of modern medicine's most important tools. Every November on Christmas Island, roughly 50 million bright red crabs simultaneously emerge from the jungle and march to the sea to spawn. Roads close. The island turns crimson. It is one of the most visually overwhelming wildlife migrations on the planet, and it happens on schedule, every year, without fail. In 1986, a volcanic pocket of carbon dioxide built up silently beneath Lake Nyos in Cameroon. Overnight, it burst. An invisible cloud of CO2 rolled out across the surrounding valleys and asphyxiated approximately 1,700 people and thousands of livestock while they slept. There was no explosion, no warning, no sound. Just a lake that exhaled, and everything within range stopped breathing. On the floor of the deep ocean, between Hawaii and California, billions of potato-sized nodules packed with nickel, cobalt, and rare metals sit largely undisturbed. They grow at approximately 1 centimeter per million years. Mining companies are actively debating extraction. We've located a vast deposit of the exact materials driving modern technology, sitting at the bottom of the Pacific, growing at a rate that makes geological time look rushed. Female spotted hyenas give birth, urinate, and mate through an elongated, making them one of the only mammals where male and female external anatomy look nearly identical. The mortality rate during first-time births is extremely high as a direct result of this structure. The spotted hyena is widely regarded as one of the toughest animals on the planet. The biology goes a long way toward explaining why. In Africa, the greater honey-guide bird actively leads humans to beehives. It moves ahead, waits, moves further, waits again, guiding hunters directly to the honey. Local communities have developed specific calls the birds recognize and respond to. This partnership is estimated to be at least 10,000 years old. A working relationship between a bird and a human population, maintained across millennia. The metallic blue of a morpho butterfly's wings contains no blue pigment whatsoever. The color is produced entirely by microscopic ridges on the wing scales that refract and reflect specific wavelengths of light. It is structural color, the same physics behind a soap bubble or an oil slick. The blue doesn't exist in the wing itself. It exists in how the wing interacts with light. The horned lizard of the American Southwest, when threatened, restricts blood flow out of its head until pressure builds and tiny vessels around the eyes rupture, ejecting a jet of blood up to 5 feet at a predator. It is a deliberately activated defense mechanism. The animal chooses to do this. That detail doesn't get less remarkable with repetition. A female deep-sea octopus was observed guarding her egg clutch for 4.5 years without eating. No food, no breaks, no movement away from the eggs. When they finally hatched, she died. It remains the longest brooding period ever recorded for any animal on Earth. There is no framework for describing that level of biological commitment that doesn't feel insufficient. Antarctic fur seals were hunted so aggressively in the 18th and 19th centuries that the scientific community declared them globally extinct. Then, in 1819, a surviving colony was rediscovered. They had persisted in an area simply too remote to have been reached. A species written off as gone had been quietly continuing, out of reach, the entire time. In some jawfish species, the male holds fertilized eggs in his mouth for weeks without eating, constantly tumbling and aerating them to keep them oxygenated until they hatch. No food, no relief. Just sustained, silent incubation until the job is done. Whales carry small, non-functional pelvic bones embedded in their body tissue, remnants of the hip structures their land-dwelling ancestors possessed roughly 50 million years ago. The bones serve no current purpose. They are simply still there, retained across millions of years of evolution, a record of a body plan the animal no longer uses. Trees planted in cities live an average of just 13 years. Trees in forests live over 100. The difference is almost entirely soil. Urban ground is compacted, fragmented, and chemically degraded by infrastructure. Every city tree is growing in conditions actively working against it, and most of them quietly lose that fight within a decade. The Pantanal in South America is the world's largest tropical wetland, spanning up to 195,000 square kilometers across Brazil, Bolivia, and Paraguay. It supports one of the highest concentrations of wildlife on the planet. It receives a fraction of the scientific and public attention directed at the Amazon. The scale of what's there and the scale of what's being overlooked don't sit comfortably next to each other. Neptune was discovered through mathematics, before it was ever directly observed. Scientists noticed unexplained gravitational wobbles in Uranus's orbit, calculated where the source of those wobbles had to be, and pointed a telescope at that exact position. Neptune was exactly where the math said it would be. It was reasoned into existence before anyone looked for it. The world's largest waterfall is not Niagara. It is not Angel Falls. It is entirely underwater. The Denmark Strait Cataract between Iceland and Greenland, where cold, dense water plunges 3,500 meters beneath warmer Atlantic water in a continuous cascade. No human has ever seen it directly. It has been happening, unobserved, since long before anyone was around to notice. Each individual trap of a Venus flytrap can only fully close and reopen roughly 7 to 10 times before that leaf dies. Every unnecessary trigger, every curious poke, uses up one of those closures permanently. The plant is running on a finite budget, and it has no way to recover what gets spent carelessly. Roosters crow at volumes that would permanently damage the hearing of most animals. To protect themselves, they have a partial ear closing adaptation, a biological mechanism that seals part of the ear canal precisely when they crow. The animal is producing the sound and muffling it simultaneously. Evolution resolved that problem quietly and efficiently, without anyone asking it to. The bone-eating worm Osidax has no mouth and no stomach. It grows acid-secreting roots directly into whale bones on the seafloor and absorbs nutrients through its skin. Whale carcasses that sink to the ocean floor become ecosystems, and Osidax is one of the organisms that makes that possible, breaking down the bone from the inside through roots without ever having a digestive tract. The archerfish spits a precise jet of water up to 3 meters to knock insects off branches above the surface. What makes it genuinely unusual is what happens before the shot. The fish automatically compensates for the refraction of light at the water's surface, correcting its aim to account for the way light bends between water and air. It is solving an applied physics problem in real time, every time it hunts. A cat's whiskers can detect subtle changes in air pressure and current, allowing the animal to sense nearby objects and moving prey in complete darkness. They are not navigating by memory or sound alone. They are reading the air around them continuously, a sensory system so precise it effectively maps the environment through movement the animal itself isn't making. The Richet structure in Mauritania is a 50-kilometer-wide circular geological formation visible clearly from space. For decades, it was assumed to be a meteor impact crater. The shape and scale seem to leave few other options. It is actually the deeply eroded remains of an ancient volcanic dome. The Earth produced something that looks exactly like a catastrophic impact scar entirely through its own internal processes. Between July and November, the Caño Cristales River in Colombia turns vivid shades of red, pink, yellow, green, and blue, caused by a unique aquatic plant on the riverbed that blooms only under specific seasonal light conditions. It exists in this form for a few months each year in one river and nowhere else on Earth. People call it the liquid rainbow. The name is not an exaggeration. The glass catfish of Southeast Asia is completely transparent. Its skeleton, organs, and beating heart are visible through its skin. It moves in schools, which means the effect is multiplied, a group of fish, each one displaying its own interior, swimming together in formation. There is nothing subtle about what the glass catfish is doing, and it has been doing it for a very long time. Earth is the densest planet in the solar system. Not the largest, not the most massive, the densest. Its iron-nickel core gives it more mass per unit of volume than any other planet in the solar neighborhood. We live on the heaviest, most compacted world in our immediate corner of space, and most people have never thought about it once. The Welwitschia mirabilis of the Namibian desert grows exactly 2 leaves across its entire lifetime, which can exceed 1,000 years. The honey badger's skin is so loose and elastic that when grabbed from behind, the animal can physically rotate inside its own skin and bite its attacker. The grip that should immobilize it becomes irrelevant. There is no effective hold on a honey badger, and the animal appears to be fully aware of this. Many fish, including the spotted sea trout, communicate by vibrating muscles against their swim bladder to produce grunts, knocks, and rhythmic pulses. The ocean is not a quiet place. It is filled with ongoing acoustic communication happening across every depth and distance, a layer of the world that exists entirely outside what most people ever hear or think about. On Vadhu Island in the Maldives, bioluminescent phytoplankton cause the breaking waves to glow electric blue at night. Each wave lights up as it crashes. The shoreline pulses with cold blue light produced by living organisms responding to movement. It is not a special event. It is not seasonal. It simply happens every night on that beach. Emperor penguins dive to depths of 565 meters and hold their breath for over 22 minutes on a single dive. For reference, that exceeds the recreational depth range of most submarines. The animal is built for something that should not be physically possible for a bird, and it does it routinely. When a honeybee leaves its stinger embedded in skin, the stinger continues pumping venom autonomously for up to a full minute after separation from the bee. The faster it is removed, the less venom is delivered. Most people's instinct is to pinch or pick at it, which slows removal and increases delivery. The correct response is to flick it away immediately. The bee is already gone. There is no reason to let the mechanism finish its work. Humpback whale songs evolve over time. New phrases originate with individual whales and spread gradually across entire ocean populations, moving through the Pacific from one animal to the next like a slow cultural transmission. The songs change. They spread. They get adopted and modified. Humpback whales have been running a continuously evolving musical tradition across the open ocean for far longer than recorded human music has existed. Dolphins in Shark Bay, Australia have been observed fitting sea sponges over their snouts before probing rough seafloor sediment for fish. The behavior protects their snouts from abrasion. It is passed from mothers to daughters across generations. It is a tool-use tradition, a learned skill being transmitted through a family line. That distinction matters. In certain deserts, sand dunes produce sound. When dry, uniformly sized grains slide against each other under the right conditions, they generate low, resonant hums that can reach over 100 decibels. The phenomenon has been documented across multiple continents. Local populations described it for centuries before it was formally studied. The physics behind it is still not completely understood. The death's head hawk moth enters beehives without being detected or stung by emitting chemical compounds that replicate the colony's own scent signature. It moves freely through tens of thousands of bees, collects honey, and leaves. The entire colony is present. None of them identify it as a threat. The moth has been doing this successfully for as long as beehives have existed. The mountain gorilla's skin beneath its dark fur is jet black, an adaptation that improves heat absorption in the cool, high-altitude, mist-covered forests it inhabits. The animal is calibrated for its environment at every level, including the layer hidden beneath its coat. Nothing about the mountain gorilla is accidental. The hairy frogfish walks along the seafloor on its pectoral fins rather than swimming. When it strikes prey, it opens and closes its mouth in approximately 6 milliseconds, one of the fastest predatory movements recorded in the animal kingdom. The contrast between how slowly it moves between strikes and how fast the strike itself happens is difficult to process. The velvet worm has existed for over 500 million years, with almost no change to its body plan. When hunting, it fires rapidly hardening threads of sticky slime from glands on either side of its head, immobilizing prey before it can escape. The stoat turns completely white in winter for snow camouflage, a phase historically called ermine. Its white pelt with the black tail tip became the defining visual element of royal robes and ceremonial crowns across centuries of European history. A small predator adapted its coat for winter survival, and, entirely without intending to, became the symbol of monarchy. The stoat had no part in that decision and continues to have no opinion about it. The cannonball tree grows its flowers and fruit not from its canopy, but directly from its trunk, on thick, looping branches that emerge straight from the bark. The fruits are enormous, dense, and round. The whole arrangement looks like something biology produced by accident. It didn't. The tree has been doing this for a very long time, in its own way, without apology. The Mariana snailfish was collected at 8,178 meters beneath the Pacific surface, the deepest fish ever documented. At that depth, the pressure is approximately 800 times greater than at sea level. The fish is pale, small, and entirely unremarkable in appearance. It lives in conditions that should make complex life impossible. It does not appear bothered by this. The vampire squid does not hunt. It trails two long, sticky filaments through the water to passively collect drifting organic particles, fragments of dead matter slowly descending through the deep ocean. It floats. It waits. It collects what drifts to it. The most passive feeding strategy in the deep sea belongs to an animal whose name was chosen to suggest the opposite. Every winter, the wood frog of North America freezes solid, heart stopped, breathing ceased, ice forming through its tissues. In every clinical sense, the animal is dead. In spring, it thaws and resumes normal activity. Its cells are protected by glucose acting as a biological antifreeze. The frog does not survive winter. It suspends itself through it and comes back when conditions allow. That this is possible in a vertebrate remains one of the stranger facts in cold climate biology. Early European settlers in East Africa blamed a vivid yellow-green tree for causing malaria and named it the fever tree. The tree had nothing to do with malaria. The mosquitoes carrying the disease simply preferred the same waterlogged habitats the tree favored. The association was environmental, not causal. The fever tree was misidentified as a source of disease for decades based entirely on proximity. It is worth remembering how often that particular error gets made. Gorillas have been observed sitting quietly and watching sunsets. Primatologists describe this as one of the most compelling indicators of aesthetic awareness documented in non-human primates. They are not eating, grooming, or doing anything that advances survival. They are watching. What that means, what is actually happening in those moments, remains genuinely open. In 1963, volcanic activity from the ocean floor off Iceland produced a new island from nothing. It was named Surtsey. Within decades, without any human intervention, the island was colonized by bacteria, then plants, then birds, then seals, then invertebrates. Life assembled itself on bare volcanic rock, without assistance, starting from zero. The process took less time than most people would expect. The blue-ringed octopus is small enough to fit in a human palm. It carries enough venom to kill 26 adults within minutes. There is no antivenom. The animal is found in shallow coastal waters across the Pacific and Indian Oceans, and it is not aggressive by nature. It bites when handled or accidentally stepped on. The size is not a reliable indicator of anything. Cashews do not grow underground inside a shell. They grow attached to the outside of a fleshy fruit called the cashew apple, hanging exposed at the bottom like an appendage. The apple itself is edible and reportedly quite good, but it bruises so easily during transport that it is almost never exported. Most people who eat cashews regularly have never seen what the plant actually looks like. The grocery store version leaves a great deal out. 55 Cancri. E is a planet roughly twice the size of Earth, orbiting a star about 40 light-years away. Based on its density and composition, scientists estimate that up to a third of its total mass could be diamond, with a surface likely covered in graphite rather than rock. It is, in the most literal sense, a diamond planet. Whether that information is useful to anyone is a separate question. Your taste buds are completely replaced every 10 to 14 days. The ones you have now are not the ones you had 2 weeks ago. This cellular turnover is part of why flavor preferences can shift meaningfully over a lifetime. What your palate does with information changes as the equipment processing it changes. The person who hated a particular food as a child and tolerates it as an adult is not entirely wrong to feel like a different person in that specific respect. The footprints left by Apollo astronauts on the lunar surface will remain unchanged for at least 100 million years. The moon has no wind, no rain, and no geological activity at the surface capable of disturbing them. They are sitting there right now, exactly as they were left, and will continue to be for longer than most geological features on Earth will last. Presence without erosion is a difficult thing to fully imagine. Pineapples contain an enzyme called bromelain that actively breaks down proteins on contact. While you are eating pineapple, it is simultaneously digesting the lining of your mouth. The soreness after eating too much of it is not a reaction to acidity or sugar. The fruit is, in a limited and temporary sense, consuming you back. Cooking the pineapple denatures the enzyme and stops the process entirely, which is one argument for pineapple on pizza that rarely gets made. Lesotho is a country completely enclosed within South Africa. It shares no border with any other nation. Two other countries share this characteristic, Vatican City and San Marino, both enclosed within Italy. Lesotho is the only one of the three that is a landlocked country enclosed within another landlocked country, which makes its geographic situation genuinely unusual, even among unusual geographic situations. Humans are the only animals known to produce emotional tears. Every other species that generates tears does so for mechanical reasons, lubrication, flushing out irritants. The connection between emotional experience and lacrimal response appears to be unique to humans. Why that particular physiological link exists and what evolutionary function it serves is not fully resolved. When crows encounter a dead crow, they gather around the body in large, noisy groups. They mob nearby predators and spend time observing the scene before dispersing. Researchers who have studied this behavior formally describe it as a crow funeral, not as a metaphor, but as a functional description of what the behavior appears to accomplish. The birds are processing information about what killed the individual and updating their threat assessments accordingly. That it resembles a funeral is not entirely coincidental. Canada contains more lakes than all other countries on Earth combined, holding approximately 60% of the world's total freshwater lakes. The number is difficult to state with precision because new ones are still being identified. The scale of Canadian freshwater relative to global supply is large enough that it affects geopolitical conversations about long-term resource distribution. Most maps do not adequately convey it. If all the empty space between the atoms in every living human were removed, the entire population of Earth would fit into a volume roughly the size of a sugar cube. Matter is mostly space. The solidity of objects, including the human body, is a product of electromagnetic forces between particles rather than particles themselves occupying volume. The sugar cube comparison is accurate and does not become less disorienting with repetition. Fire tornadoes form when intense heat and turbulent wind conditions interact in a specific configuration, producing a rotating column of fire. They can exceed 160 kilometers per hour and extend hundreds of meters into the sky. They are not common, but they are not rare enough to be considered exceptional events. They occur naturally during wildfires and have been documented across multiple continents. The name is accurate. Black ivory coffee is produced by feeding coffee beans to Thai elephants and collecting them after digestion. A single pound costs approximately $500. The digestive process alters the bean's chemical profile in ways that affect the final flavor, reducing bitterness and changing the protein structure. It is the most expensive commercially available coffee in the world. Whether the price is justified is a matter of perspective that most people will never be in a position to evaluate personally. The human body generates enough metabolic heat in 30 minutes to bring nearly half a liter of water to a full boil. The body is continuously producing this heat and continuously dissipating it through the skin, respiration, and other mechanisms. Core temperature is maintained within a narrow range, not because heat production is modest, but because the regulatory systems managing it are precise. The energy output is significant. Most of it goes unnoticed. More than 90% of Earth's volcanic activity occurs underwater, concentrated along the mid-ocean ridge system, a continuous chain of submarine mountains that circles the entire planet. It is the longest mountain range on Earth by a considerable margin and the most volcanically active. The majority of it has never been directly observed by humans. The planet's most active geological feature is also one of its least examined. The town of Barl-Hertog straddles the border between Belgium and the Netherlands in an arrangement complicated enough to require floor markings inside buildings. The national boundary runs directly through houses, restaurants, and shops. In some properties, different rooms are in different countries. Which country's laws apply at any given moment depends on where you are standing. The border was established through a series of medieval land agreements and has never been fully rationalized. Svalbard, the Norwegian archipelago in the high Arctic, has approximately 3,000 polar bears within its territory and around 2,700 permanent human residents. The bears outnumber the people. Residents leaving the main settlement are officially advised to carry a firearm. The bears are protected by law, and the humans are aware of where they live relative to that population. The two groups manage the coexistence with varying degrees of incident. Almost every bone in the human body is replaced at the cellular level over a period of roughly 10 years. Old bone cells are continuously broken down and replaced by new ones in a process called remodeling. The skeleton you currently have is, in terms of its actual material composition, almost entirely different from the one you had a decade ago. The shape is retained. The substance is not. In January 2006, a northern bottlenose whale entered the River Thames and swam through central London. It was the first whale documented in the Thames in recorded history. Tens of thousands of people gathered along the riverbanks to observe it. Rescue teams attempted to guide it back to open water. It died during the process. The event remains the only confirmed whale sighting in the river, and the circumstances surrounding it were not particularly triumphant for anyone involved. Vanilla must be hand-pollinated almost everywhere it is grown because its only native pollinator, the Melipona bee, exists only in Mexico. In every other vanilla-producing region, workers pollinate each flower individually by hand, transferring pollen with a small stick or toothpick in a window of roughly 12 hours when the flower is open. The global vanilla supply depends on this manual process being performed at scale, repeatedly, by human labor. There is no shortcut that has proven viable. A group of owls is called a parliament. The term dates back centuries, grounded in the owl's long-standing cultural association with wisdom and formal deliberation. When lightning strikes dry sand, the extreme heat confused the grains along the path of the bolt, forming hollow glass tubes called fulgurites. They can extend several meters underground and preserve the exact branching path the lightning took. Pluto has mountain ranges composed entirely of water ice, with some peaks exceeding 3,000 meters, comparable in height to portions of the Rocky Mountains. Male dolphins have been observed presenting objects, sea sponges, shells, coral fragments, to females during courtship. The behavior has been documented in multiple populations and across different object types. Saturday takes its name from Saturn, the Roman god of generation, dissolution, plenty, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, and liberation. It is the only day of the English week to retain its Latin planetary name directly. The others were largely replaced by Germanic equivalents during the early medieval period. Saturn was responsible for quite a wide portfolio. The day named after him is mostly used for errands. Donkey Kong was named by his creator, Hiroshi Yamauchi, who believed the word donkey meant stupid in English and wanted to communicate that the character was a foolish or stubborn ape. The word does not mean that. The name stuck regardless, became one of the most recognized in gaming history. Rice alone provides more than 1/5 of all calories consumed by humans globally. A single crop sustains that share of the entire species' energy intake. It is the dietary foundation for populations across Asia, parts of Africa, and Latin America, and has been cultivated for somewhere between 9 and 13,000 years. The scale of dependence on one plant is difficult to overstate. Boanthropy is a documented psychological disorder in which a person believes themselves to be a cow and attempts to live accordingly, grazing, moving on all fours, behaving in ways consistent with that belief. It is rare. It has been recorded across different cultures and periods, including what some researchers believe may be a reference to it in the Book of Daniel. The condition is genuine. The experience of it is presumably total, and the clinical literature on it is limited. A duel between three people is called a truel. The term follows the same Latin root structure as duel, duo for two, tres for three. The stage of cold injury that precedes frostbite is called frostnip. The skin reddens and loses sensation, but the tissue has not yet frozen. It is reversible with rewarming and does not cause permanent damage if addressed. Frostbite, by contrast, involves ice crystal formation within tissue and can result in lasting injury. The distinction matters clinically. The naming convention, for once, is straightforward. Dogs consistently orient their bodies along the north-south geomagnetic axis when relieving themselves, preferring to face either north or south and avoiding the east-west direction. This was confirmed through a 2-year study, observing nearly 70 dogs across 37 breeds. The behavior disappears during periods of geomagnetic instability. Dogs are therefore doing something during a routine outdoor activity that most humans cannot do at all without assistance. The dog is not aware of this. During the Stone Age, the entire population of Central Europe was small enough to fit aboard a single modern cruise ship. Population density across the continent was extraordinarily low by any current measure, and the total number of people occupying the region for thousands of years represents a fraction of what now lives in a single major city. The longest television advertisement ever produced runs for 14 hours. It was created by IKEA in Canada in 2019 and broadcast in its entirety on a Canadian shopping channel. The typical gap between one person finishing speaking and another beginning to respond in conversation is approximately 200 milliseconds. This is consistent across multiple languages and cultures, suggesting the timing is not a social convention, but a product of how the brain processes incoming speech and prepares a reply simultaneously. The response is being prepared before the other person has finished speaking. Let us know in the comments which one got you the most. We'd love to hear it. If you enjoyed this, a like really does help us out, and subscribing means you won't miss what we put out next. We'll see you in the next one. Take care.
Thailand's name has changed more times than most countries care to. The country was called Siam for centuries, renamed Thailand in 1939, reverted to Siam in 1945, then renamed Thailand again in 1949. Where it has stayed since. The switches reflected political ideology more than geography. Thailand translates roughly to land of the free, while Siam was the older regional name used by neighboring countries and European colonial powers. Pinocchio is Italian for pine head. Carlo Collodi published the original story in 1883, and the name was a deliberate choice. Pinocchio is literally carved from a block of pine. In Tuscany, where Collodi was from, Pinocchio was also slang for a simpleton. So the name works on two levels, descriptive and mildly insulting, which suits a puppet who repeatedly makes terrible decisions. Judah's wolves are radio-collared wolves trapped specifically so hunters can follow their GPS signal back to the pack and kill every member. The collared wolf unknowingly leads people directly to its own family. Conservation groups have documented the practice across several U.S. states, and it remains one of the more quietly devastating tools used in large-scale wolf population control. Human muscle anatomy varies more between individuals than most people realize. Some people have an extra head on certain muscles, while others are born entirely missing muscles, such as the palmaris longus in the forearm, with no functional consequence. Standard anatomy charts represent an average, not a universal blueprint. The lowest temperature ever recorded in Singapore was 66.9 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 19.4 degrees Celsius. Singapore sits just 1 degree north of the equator, making it one of the most consistently warm places on Earth. That record low would comfortably qualify as a warm summer day across most of Europe or North America. The country essentially has two seasons, hot and slightly less hot with more rain. Scientists successfully cured red-green color blindness in adult squirrel monkeys by injecting a functioning red cone gene directly into their eyes. The monkeys, which had been colorblind from birth, began distinguishing red wavelengths within weeks of treatment. The results, published in 2009, were significant because it demonstrated the adult visual system can adapt to entirely new color information, which had been a major open question in whether the same therapy could work in humans. If consciousness could be transferred between bodies, the recipient would likely be unable to walk or speak normally at first. Each brain develops motor coordination mapped to its specific body's proportions and muscle responses. A new body would require relearning basic movement from scratch, regardless of what the mind remembered. In 2011, astronomers confirmed the existence of a planet orbiting two stars simultaneously, a binary star system where both stars revolve around each other. Scientists nicknamed it Tatooine, after Luke Skywalker's fictional home planet. It was the first confirmed circumbinary planet ever discovered and proved that the kind of dramatic double sunset George Lucas imagined in 1977 was, in fact, astronomically possible. Before Apollo 11 launched in 1969, Neil Armstrong packed a small swatch of fabric and a sliver of wood from the Wright Flyer, the original 1903 aircraft. Both traveled to the moon and back. Orville Wright had died in 1948, just 21 years before the material from his plane made the 238,000-mile journey. The Sedlec Ossuary in Kutna Hora, Czech Republic, is decorated entirely with the bones of approximately 40,000 people. Chandeliers, coats of arms, and wall garlands are all constructed from human remains. It is a fully functioning Catholic chapel and receives roughly 200,000 visitors annually. Breast cancer receives more research funding than any other cancer type in the United States, including several cancers that cause significantly more deaths annually. Lung cancer, for instance, kills far more people each year, but attracts a fraction of the funding. Researchers attribute the gap partly to decades of highly effective advocacy campaigns and partly to the demographics of donor bases. The disparity has been a persistent point of debate within the oncology community. Archaeologists in the field sometimes lick unidentified fragments to determine whether they're bone or rock. Bone is porous and slightly sticks to a wet tongue due to capillary action. Rock does not. It's a low-tech, immediately reliable test that has been standard field practice for decades. Regardless of how it sounds, a duck's quack genuinely doesn't echo, and scientists have no solid explanation for why. Researchers at the University of Salford studied it in 2003 and found the claim was actually slightly exaggerated, but the echo is so faint it remains effectively inaudible. It's one of those facts that sounds like a riddle someone made up, except no one has cleanly debunked it either. The second most spoken word in the English language is you. The most common is the, which linguistic studies have consistently placed at the top across spoken and written English alike. You, ranking second, reflects how fundamentally conversational and relational the language is. Even in written form, English gravitates toward direct address. The full top 10 is dominated almost entirely by short function words, which collectively make up a disproportionate share of everything ever said in English. Some original PlayStation 1 game discs stored their background music as standard CD audio tracks rather than compressed game files. This meant you could physically put the disc into any CD player and listen to the soundtrack directly. Some developers hid bonus tracks or secret messages in the audio that were never accessible during gameplay, discovered only by fans who thought to play the game disc in a stereo. A lion in the wild typically makes no more than 20 kills per year. That sounds low for an apex predator, but lions are actually not particularly efficient hunters. Their success rate on solo hunts can be as low as 17 to 19%. They conserve energy by sleeping up to 20 hours a day and rely heavily on opportunistic feeding, scavenging from other predators, and group hunting strategies. Most of their actual calories are consumed in relatively short, intense bursts of eating. In 2004, 30 men in Melbourne agreed to grow mustaches for 30 days to raise awareness for prostate cancer. It raised some money and a lot of eyebrows. That informal event eventually became the Movember Foundation, a globally recognized men's health charity, that has since raised over $550 million worldwide. One of the more successful public health campaigns in recent memory started with a group of Australians and some facial hair. Los Angeles County has a larger population than 40 of the 50 U.S. states. With over 10 million residents, it contains more people than Michigan, New Jersey, or Virginia. It is a single county, governed by 5 elected supervisors. Yet it operates at a scale that would make it the 8th largest state if it were its own. The county includes 88 incorporated cities and an enormous unincorporated area governed directly by the county itself. Isaac Newton was only 23 years old when he began developing his theory of gravity, during a period in 1665 and 1666, when Cambridge University was shut down due to an outbreak of plague. Forced to work from home at Woolsthorpe Manor, he had what he later called his most productive 2 years. The falling apple story may be embellished, but the timeline is real. One of science's greatest breakthroughs came out of a forced quarantine. Twister, the 1996 tornado disaster film, was one of the first movies ever released on DVD. The format launched in the United States in March 1997, and Twister was among the inaugural titles. It was a fitting choice. A film about things spinning rapidly introduced a disc format defined by the same principle. Studies have found that playing Tetris shortly after experiencing a traumatic event can meaningfully reduce the formation of intrusive flashback-style memories associated with PTSD. Researchers at Oxford published findings in 2009 suggesting the game's intense visual demands compete with the brain's memory consolidation process, essentially interrupting how traumatic images get stored. It remains one of the stranger intersections of clinical psychology and 1980s video games. Canadians consume roughly 55% more Kraft macaroni and cheese per capita than Americans, despite the product being an American invention launched in 1937. Canada became such a dominant market that Kraft developed separate Canadian-specific formulations and marketing. The reasons are partly historical. The product was heavily promoted in Canada during wartime rationing, and partly cultural, as it became embedded in Canadian food identity in a way it never quite matched in the U.S. Armadillos almost always give birth to identical quadruplets from a single fertilized egg that splits 4 ways. It's a biological quirk unique among mammals at that consistent rate. Researchers have used armadillo litters extensively in genetics and leprosy research precisely because of this reliable uniformity. The penguin is genuinely unique among birds. It cannot fly, but it is one of the most capable swimmers in the animal kingdom. Emperor penguins can dive to depths of over 1,800 feet and hold their breath for more than 20 minutes. Their wings evolved into rigid, flipper-like structures perfectly shaped for propulsion through water. They essentially fly underwater, reaching speeds of up to 15 miles per hour, which is far more impressive than it sounds for a bird their size. Baby robins consume roughly 14 feet of earthworms every single day during their growth period. That figure represents the combined feeding effort of both parents, who make hundreds of trips to the nest daily. Earthworms make up the majority of a young robin's diet because they're soft, protein-rich, and easy to digest. The nestlings grow at a remarkable rate, going from hatching to fully feathered and flight-ready in as little as 2 weeks, which requires an enormous caloric input. Studies show dogs maintained at a slightly lean body weight live measurably longer than those even moderately overweight, in some breeds by up to 2 years. The findings mirror caloric restriction research in other mammals. Veterinarians increasingly use the data to push back against the cultural tendency to interpret a well-fed dog as a well-loved one. There are significantly more plastic flamingos in the world than live ones. The wild flamingo population numbers around 4 million globally. The plastic lawn variety, invented by Don Featherstone in 1957, has been manufactured in quantities that surpassed the real population decades ago. Crocodiles can gallop in short bursts, moving all 4 legs in the bounding gait pattern associated with horses and cheetahs. Most people assume they only lumber slowly. At full gallop, a crocodile can briefly reach 11 miles per hour, fast enough to matter if you're nearby. Before commercial toilet paper arrived in the 1850s, corn cobs were a common substitute across rural America. They were abundant, biodegradable, and, by available accounts, reasonably functional. Outhouses on farms often kept a bucket of them nearby as standard equipment. With no apparent irony attached, cats have more than 100 distinct vocalizations, while dogs manage around 10. The interesting part is that most of those cat sounds, including the meow itself, are almost exclusively used to communicate with humans, not other cats. Adult cats rarely meow at each other. They essentially developed an expanded vocal vocabulary tailored specifically to interact with people, which suggests that over thousands of years of domestication, cats studied us at least as carefully as we studied them. The Swiss military conceals fully operational artillery bunkers inside ordinary-looking residential buildings and farmhouses throughout populated areas. From the outside, they are indistinguishable from normal structures. Inside, they house weapons, ammunition, and military equipment maintained in operational readiness. Switzerland has maintained this decentralized defensive infrastructure since World War II as part of a national strategy built around the assumption that invasion must be made as costly as possible. A city in Umeå, Sweden, installs special light therapy panels inside bus shelters during winter to combat seasonal depression. At that latitude, daylight can shrink to just 5 hours, leaving residents in near total darkness for months. The UV-emitting panels simulate natural sunlight during commute hours. It's a practical, city-funded mental health intervention built directly into public infrastructure, unusually forward-thinking for a bus stop. Some airports deploy miniature horses as therapy animals to calm anxious travelers. Unlike dogs, miniature horses are hypoallergenic, have exceptional memories, and can live up to 35 years, making them surprisingly practical comfort animals beyond just being unexpectedly charming in a terminal. King Harald V of Norway declared in his youth that he would either marry Sonja Haraldsson, the daughter of a cloth merchant, or remain a bachelor for life. The Norwegian government resisted the match for 9 years because she was a commoner. Harald held firm. They married in 1968, and Sonja became Queen of Norway when Harald ascended to the throne in 1991. He kept his word completely. In Raiders of the Lost Ark, if you look closely at the wall carvings in the chamber where the Ark of the Covenant is stored, you can spot what are clearly R2D2 and C3PO carved into the hieroglyphics. It's a visual Easter egg placed there by the production team. Both films were George Lucas productions, and the in-joke was apparently Steven Spielberg's way of letting the two franchises quietly share a universe. However briefly and impossibly, gnur is the actual technical term for the accumulation of lint, fluff, and debris that collects inside jacket or trouser pockets. It is a real word, documented in dictionaries, that almost no one has ever needed to use. Now you have it, completely ready for deployment. Snoop Dogg's legal name is Calvin Cortazar Broadus Jr. He acquired the nickname Snoopy in childhood from his mother, who thought his droopy-eared appearance resembled the Peanuts character. The name evolved into Snoop Doggy Dogg when he began rapping, then shortened professionally to Snoop Dogg. He has since also performed under the name DJ Snoopadelic and briefly Snoop Lion, but Calvin Broadus remains on his actual documents. If 108 atoms were laid end-to-end, they'd span a human fingernail. That same count of wooden pencils placed end-to-end would circle Earth's equator more than 47 times. The comparison captures more viscerally than any textbook just how incomprehensibly small an atom actually is. The most common form of lethal violence among primates is infanticide, the killing of young, typically by unrelated males competing for breeding access. Studies across chimpanzees, gorillas, and langurs confirm it as statistically dominant. Researchers examining the evolutionary roots of human violence have pointed to infanticide rates as a significant baseline for comparison. In 1888, Friedrich Engels, Karl Marx's longtime collaborator, predicted with striking accuracy that Europe's next major conflict would be a world war involving millions of soldiers, massive casualties, and continental devastation. He wrote this 26 years before World War I actually began. He also predicted the war would destabilize existing governments, which it did, collapsing 4 empires by 1918. YouTube and Netflix together account for roughly half of all peak internet traffic in North America during evening hours. Both platforms stream video continuously to tens of millions of simultaneous users, placing extraordinary demand on internet infrastructure. Internet service providers have had to renegotiate bandwidth agreements specifically because of these two services. Two companies that didn't exist before 2004 now define how the continent's digital infrastructure is engineered. Ants breathe through small openings along their bodies, called spiracles rather than lungs. Oxygen diffuses directly into their tissues through this system. It works efficiently at ant scale, but imposes a hard size limit. The reason insects cannot grow large is partly that this breathing method simply cannot support a bigger body. During an Apollo 10 mission in 1969, a piece of feces escaped its bag and floated through the cabin. None of the 3 astronauts claimed ownership. The exchange, captured in the mission transcript, involves all 3 crew members earnestly denying responsibility while attempting to deal with the situation. It remains the most undignified moment in NASA's otherwise distinguished records. A housefly's feet contain taste receptors approximately 10 million times more sensitive than the human tongue. Every surface a fly lands on, it is simultaneously tasting. This is why flies investigate food so persistently. Landing is, for them, essentially the same act as eating. The U.S. federal government maintained a conscience fund where citizens could anonymously mail in money if they felt they had defrauded the government in some way. The fund dates back to 1811. Its largest single payment came in 1909, $18,669, equivalent to roughly $490,000 today, with no explanation attached. The Treasury still technically accepts such payments, filed under miscellaneous receipts. A pound of houseflies contains more usable protein than a pound of beef. Flies are approximately 55% protein by dry weight, and researchers studying sustainable food sources have pointed to insects broadly as a more efficient protein delivery system than livestock, requiring far less land, water, and feed to produce equivalent nutrition. This is less a culinary suggestion than a logistics observation, though insect-based protein products are already commercially available in several countries and increasingly studied as a viable future food source. Dogs and cats in the United States collectively consume over $11 million worth of pet food every year. That's a larger food economy than the entire GDP of some small nations. The pet food industry has also grown increasingly sophisticated, with grain-free options, breed-specific formulas, fresh refrigerated meals, and even subscription delivery services now standard. Americans spend more on pet food than on baby food, which says something interesting about the country's priorities. Bagels were traditionally given as gifts to women during and after childbirth in Eastern European Jewish communities. The round shape was thought to symbolize the circle of life, and the dense, chewy bread was considered practical and nourishing for recovery. The tradition predates the bagel's commercial popularity by centuries and is documented in Polish records from the 1600s. The connection to birth rituals is part of why bagels held such specific cultural significance within those communities. The Matrix, released in 1999, became the first film in history where DVD sales were more than 1 million. Shark skin is covered in tiny, tooth-like structures called dermal denticles, and they function almost exactly like teeth do, down to having a similar enamel-like coating. This texture reduces drag and turbulence as the shark moves through water, making it hydrodynamically efficient in ways that engineers have since tried to replicate in swimsuit fabric and aircraft surfaces. Running your hand along shark skin against the grain would cut you, which is one reason handling them requires care. The U.S. Navy operates a research vessel called FLIP, Floating Instrument Platform, that is specifically designed to tip vertically in the water. When flipped, it stands 300 feet tall with only 55 feet above the surface, providing an exceptionally stable platform for ocean research. Because the ship regularly operates in both orientations, most rooms on board have 2 complete sets of doors, furniture, and fixtures, one set for horizontal use and one for vertical. Orville Wright, who made the first successful powered airplane flight in December 1903, was also involved in the first recorded aircraft accident just 5 years later, in 1908. During a demonstration flight at Fort Myer, Virginia, a propeller blade cracked mid-air, causing the plane to crash. Orville survived with broken ribs and a broken leg. His passenger, Lieutenant Thomas Selfridge of the U.S. Army, became the first airplane fatality in history. Norway has gifted London a Christmas tree every year since 1947 as a gesture of gratitude for British support during World War II. The tree is cut from the forests outside Oslo, transported to Trafalgar Square, and officially lit each December. The tradition has continued uninterrupted for over 75 years. Living bones are not the rigid, dry structures most people imagine. They contain up to 1/3 water, are laced with blood vessels, and flex measurably under pressure. The dry, brittle quality associated with bones only develops after death, once the organic components break down. Living bones are not the rigid, dry structures most people imagine. They contain up to 1/3 water, are laced with blood vessels, and flex measurably under pressure. The dry, brittle quality associated with bones only develops after death, once the organic components break down. The human foot contains over 250,000 sweat glands, and collectively, both feet produce about half a pint, roughly 250 milliliters, of perspiration every day. The foot is one of the most sweat-dense areas of the human body, which is why foot odor is such a persistent issue. The sweat itself is odorless, but the warm, enclosed environment of a shoe creates ideal conditions for the bacteria that produce the smell. Feet essentially generate their own microclimate inside footwear. A cat uses its whiskers as a remarkably precise measuring tool. The whiskers, called vibrissae, are roughly as wide as the cat's body, and they detect subtle changes in air pressure and spatial resistance. Before squeezing into a tight gap, a cat essentially runs a quick physical calculation using them. They also extend over the eyes to help detect nearby objects, and are sensitive enough to pick up the faintest vibrations in the surrounding environment. The human brain actively filters out the nose from conscious vision despite it being constantly visible in the lower field of sight. It's called unconscious selective attention. If you deliberately look for it right now, you'll see it immediately. Then the brain will quietly erase it from awareness again within seconds. In space, astronauts can technically cry. The tear ducts still produce fluid in response to emotion, but the tears don't fall. Without gravity, the liquid simply accumulates in the eye and forms a small trembling bubble of fluid clinging to the eyeball. Astronauts on the International Space Station have confirmed this firsthand. Eventually, the bubble gets large enough to break free and float away as a small sphere of salt water drifting through the cabin. The small ribbon of toothpaste placed on a toothbrush has an official name, a nurdle. The term was coined by toothpaste manufacturers and even became the subject of a trademark dispute between Colgate and GlaxoSmithKline in 2008. A legal battle fought entirely over the shape of toothpaste on a brush. Germany has an estimated 25,000 castles, more than any other country in the world, many dating back to the medieval period. To put that in a very specific perspective, the United States has approximately 13,000 McDonald's locations. Germany essentially has twice as many castles as America has fast food restaurants from its most recognizable chain, which feels like the kind of comparison that belongs in a geography textbook somewhere. Smiling as a default social greeting became culturally embedded in America partly because of mass immigration. In a country where dozens of languages were spoken in the same neighborhood, a smile functioned as a universal, language-free signal of friendliness. What feels instinctively natural to Americans often strikes other cultures as performative or excessive for exactly this historical reason. The pineal gland, a small endocrine structure deep in the human brain, commonly develops tiny calcium deposits called corpora arenacea, informally known as brain sand. They appear on X-rays and MRIs and are considered normal in adults. Their function, if any, remains unclear, which has made the pineal gland a persistent subject of speculation far beyond mainstream neuroscience. McDonald's launched McPizza in the late 1980s, hoping to capture the dinner market. It failed primarily because pizzas took up to 11 minutes to prepare, far outside the fast food model. Locations that adopted it were left with expensive commercial pizza ovens they no longer needed once the product was discontinued. MSC Pizza is now a recurring reference in discussions about fast food concepts that seemed logical on paper and collapsed in practice. Research on intermittent feeding in mice found that those consuming all daily calories in a single window lived longer than those eating the same amount spread throughout the day. The pattern mirrors findings in human fasting research. Time-restricted eating may matter as much as total caloric intake, at least in mice, and possibly beyond. Barack Obama set a Guinness World Record for reaching 1 million Twitter followers faster than anyone in history, and held that record for exactly 2 weeks before someone else broke it. He had joined the platform during the 2008 campaign, but the record was set later as his account surged. It's a minor footnote in an otherwise historic presidency, but it's in the official record books. Lady Gaga reportedly spent $50,000 on an electromagnetic ghost-detecting device, convinced that a spirit named Ryan was following her on tour. Whether Ryan ever manifested is undocumented. The detector did not come cheap, which suggests either genuine belief or the most expensive security blanket in entertainment history. Cher was born Cherilyn Sarkisian in El Centro, California in 1946. She dropped her surname early in her career because, as she put it, no one could pronounce it correctly. It was a practical decision more than an artistic one, though Cher did turn out to be extraordinarily distinctive. She has since become one of the few performers in history recognizable worldwide by a single name that wasn't even her original one. The San Francisco cable cars are officially designated national monuments, and they're the only ones in the United States that move. Established as a monument in 1964, the cable car system has been operating since 1873, making it the world's last manually operated cable car system still in daily use. The cars don't have their own motors. They grip onto a continuously moving underground cable and release when they need to slow down, a mechanism that has remained essentially unchanged for 150 years. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of Henry V I Firth and mother of Queen Elizabeth I, was born with a condition called polydactyly. She had 6 fingers on one hand. Historians debate whether it was a fully formed 6th finger or a smaller extra digit near the little finger, but multiple contemporary accounts confirm it. In an era obsessed with signs and omens, her enemies used it as supposed evidence of witchcraft during her 1536 trial. The human appendix has independently evolved at least 29 separate times across mammalian species, and been lost multiple times too, yet evolution keeps producing it. That repeated reappearance suggests it serves a function worth preserving. Current research points to a role in housing beneficial gut bacteria and supporting immune function, particularly after gastrointestinal illness. The organ once dismissed as useless has turned out to be considerably more persistent than anyone expected. The shortest monarch in British history was King Charles I, who stood at just 4 feet 9 inches tall. He ruled England from 1625 until his execution in 1649, making him both the shortest and one of the most consequential monarchs the country has seen. Despite his stature, he carried himself with deliberate formality, famously wearing platform shoes and thick heels to project greater height in portraits and public appearances. A Japanese professor discovered that exposing mushrooms to artificial lightning strikes doubled both their size and yield. He began investigating after noticing how consistently the myth appeared across different cultures worldwide. The working theory is that electrical current activates a specific enzyme that accelerates growth. It has since been tested on shiitake and other commercial varieties with replicable results, and some Japanese farms have begun using the technique. Charlie Chaplin came to America in 1910 believing he was collecting an inheritance. It turned out to be a clerical misunderstanding. The trip was actually arranged for a meeting with film producers. He stayed, began performing, and within a few years became the most famous comic actor in the world. One administrative error effectively redirected the entire course of film history relative to their body size. Cats have the largest eyes of any mammal. A human scaled to cat proportions would have eyes roughly the size of grapefruits. Cat eyes are also structured for low light hunting. The pupils can open to near full circles in darkness, and a reflective layer behind the retina called the tapetum lucidum bounces light back through the eye a second time, which is why cats' eyes appear to glow and why they can see in light levels 6 times lower than humans can. In his later years, Mark Twain formed a small private club of young girls he called the Angelfish Club. Lonely after the deaths of his wife and daughters, he invited girls aged 10 to 16 to his home regularly for card games and conversation. He corresponded with them by letter and treated the friendships with evident sincerity. The club had official membership cards and rules, and Twain considered it one of his genuine sources of comfort in old age. In Victorian England, people deliberately consumed small doses of arsenic to achieve fashionably pale skin. The practice was widespread enough to have its own name, arsenic eating, and users developed genuine tolerance over time. Beauty standards have rarely been quite this aggressively toxic. Theodore Roosevelt's 1909 African safari resulted in the collection of over 11,400 animal specimens, mammals, birds, reptiles, and insects, shipped back to the Smithsonian Institution. The catalog took more than 8 years to complete. Roosevelt framed it as a scientific expedition, and the Smithsonian did use many specimens for research. It remains one of the largest single expedition natural history collections ever assembled by one person. Stop signs were originally yellow, not red, because red dyes that remained visible at night didn't yet exist. The yellow standard was used from 1915 onward. Once retroreflective red materials became available in the 1950s, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices officially switched the color to red. Fort Jefferson, located in the Dry Tortugas off the Florida Keys, was constructed from over 16 million bricks and is the largest brick masonry structure in the Western Hemisphere. Built by the U.S. military beginning in 1846, it was never fully completed despite decades of construction. Its walls stand 50 feet high and stretch nearly half a mile around. It is now a national park accessible only by ferry or seaplane. Leonardo da Vinci is widely credited with inventing the scissors, sometime around the 1490s. Now, basic cutting tools existed before him, but da Vinci is believed to have designed the pivoted, crossed blade version we actually use today. This is the same man who sketched flying machines and solar power concepts centuries ahead of their time, so adding scissors to that list feels almost modest. Maine is the closest point in the contiguous United States to Africa. Sail due east from Quoddy Head, Maine, and you'd reach Morocco before anywhere in Europe. Most people assume Florida or the Carolinas, but the geography of the Atlantic tilts further east than intuition suggests. Miss Piggy was almost named Piggy Lee, a reference to jazz singer Peggy Lee. The name was changed before the Muppets debuted widely. Given how thoroughly Miss Piggy's personality overshadowed everything around her, the final name feels considerably more fitting than the original. Research has found a measurable link between economic insecurity and heightened physical pain sensitivity. When people feel a lack of control over their financial situation, it activates anxiety responses that lower pain thresholds and increase reliance on painkillers. The studies suggest that financial stress doesn't only affect mental health. It physically changes how the body processes discomfort, which has implications for how painkiller dependency develops across economically vulnerable populations. Cockroach allergens, particles from shed skin, droppings, and decomposed bodies, are a documented contributor to asthma in urban children. Studies in U.S. cities found that inner-city homes with high cockroach allergen levels corresponded with significantly higher pediatric asthma rates and more frequent hospitalizations. The problem is difficult to address because it requires both pest control and structural housing improvements, two things that are expensive and often beyond residents' control. Manly Beach in Sydney was named by Arthur Phillip, the British naval officer who founded the colony of New South Wales in 1788. Encountering the local Gayamagal people, he noted in his journal that their bearing struck him as particularly manly, a word he used in the 18th century sense of confident and dignified. The name stuck through the colonial period and has remained ever since, despite the somewhat one-sided framing of the original observation. A Japanese scientist named Toshiyuki Nakagaki placed oat flakes on a map of the Tokyo area, each flake representing a population center, and introduced a single-celled slime mold. Given light to simulate inhospitable terrain, the organism grew a network connecting all the food sources. The resulting pattern closely mirrored Tokyo's actual rail system, suggesting the mold had independently optimized for the same efficiency principles human engineers had used. J.K. Rowling has quietly and actively edited the Harry Potter books over the years to correct internal continuity errors. Some involve character ages. Others involve timelines that don't quite add up across the 7 novels. The books were written over a decade, so inconsistencies accumulated. Most readers never notice because the corrections are made between printings without announcement. From the Willis Tower sky deck in Chicago on a clear day, you can see Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan simultaneously. 4 states visible from one glass ledge, 1,353 feet up. Chicago's position at the southern tip of Lake Michigan makes the unusual 4-state sightline geometrically possible. The distinctive shuffling sound of E.T. walking in Steven Spielberg's 1982 film was created by sound designer Joan Darling squishing her hands through a container of jelly. That's the entire effect. No electronics, no complex layering. The film's sound design relied heavily on these kinds of organic, tactile solutions, which is part of why E.T. still sounds convincingly alive decades later despite being a puppet operated by humans. Japanese police are authorized to use a large plastic restraint sheet to wrap and immobilize individuals who are dangerously drunk or physically combative in public. The sheet is applied by multiple officers and secures the person without requiring handcuffs or physical holds that could cause injury. It's designed to be both effective and minimally harmful, a distinctly pragmatic solution that reflects Japan's broader policing philosophy of containment over confrontation. In Uganda, Western films shown in video halls are accompanied by live comedic translators called VJs, video jokers, who improvise humorous running commentary over the entire movie in real time. The films are dubbed on the fly, with jokes, local references, and exaggerated character voices. The format has become its own distinct entertainment genre in Uganda, where the VJ's performance is often considered as entertaining as the film itself. The Atlantic Ocean is the saltiest of the world's major oceans, averaging about 37 parts of salt per thousand. Its enclosed shape and higher evaporation rates relative to freshwater input concentrate its salinity. The Pacific is larger but measurably less salty, a distinction that rarely comes up but is definitively settled. Washington state has an official law on the books making it illegal to kill, capture, or harm Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or any similar undiscovered hominid creature. Skamania County passed the ordinance in 1969, with violators originally facing felony charges. It was later amended to a misdemeanor. The law was partly a publicity stunt, but it remains technically enforceable, meaning Washington is the only jurisdiction in the world with statutory protections for a creature whose existence is unconfirmed. Toni Collette faked appendicitis so convincingly that surgeons actually removed her appendix. Whether the performance was intentional deception or psychosomatic commitment remains unclear. But method acting rarely gets more physically consequential than losing an organ. Pound cake gets its name from its original recipe, which called for exactly 1 pound each of flour, butter, eggs, and sugar. No measurements, no ratios, just 4 equal pounds. The simplicity made it easy to remember in an era when most home cooks couldn't read. Isaac Asimov is the only author in history to have published a book in every single Dewey Decimal category. That's all 10 divisions, from pure science to philosophy to the arts. Asimov wrote over 500 books across his lifetime, covering everything from biochemistry textbooks to Bible guides to science fiction. No other author has managed to fill every shelf of that system, before or since. In 1933, 3 Japanese schoolgirls jumped into the volcanic crater of Mount Mihara on Oshima Island in an apparent suicide pact. The act received intense media coverage in Japan, and within the following year, over 800 people made the same jump. The crater was eventually fenced off and access restricted. It remains one of history's most documented and disturbing examples of suicide contagion driven by press coverage. The cheetah is the only species of cat that cannot fully retract its claws. Every other cat, from house cats to lions, sheathes its claws when not in use, keeping them sharp and protected. The cheetah's semi-retractable claws work more like cleats, providing grip and traction during high-speed chases. This adaptation makes the cheetah an extraordinary sprinter, capable of reaching 70 miles per hour, but it also means its claws dull faster than those of other big cats. The original patent for the fire hydrant was destroyed in a fire at the U.S. Patent Office in 1836. The inventor is believed to have been Frederick Graf Sr., but without the surviving document, it cannot be officially confirmed. It remains one of history's more perfectly ironic archival losses. Spain is the world's leading producer of cork, accounting for roughly a third of global output, though Portugal often leads depending on the year and measurement. Cork comes from the bark of the cork oak tree, which can be harvested every 9 to 12 years without harming the tree. A single cork oak can live for over 200 years and be harvested more than a dozen times. The bark simply regenerates, making cork one of the more sustainably harvested natural materials in commercial use. The word honeymoon traces back to the Norse tradition of newlyweds drinking mead, fermented honey wine, every day for 1 full lunar cycle after marriage. The honey supplied the sweetness. The moon supplied the timeline. The tradition predates the English word by several centuries. Princess Aiko of Japan, the only child of Emperor Naruhito, was pulled from her elementary school in 2010 after suffering prolonged bullying by classmates. She was subsequently homeschooled for a period, which drew significant public attention in a country where school attendance carries enormous cultural weight. The incident prompted wider national conversation about bullying in Japanese schools, where the problem had been officially acknowledged but inadequately addressed at the institutional level. In 1982, Peter Wade deliberately derailed a freight train in the United States simply to see what would happen. The engineer, aware of the impending crash, used his body to shield a teenage passenger and was killed on impact. Wade was convicted and imprisoned. After his release, he went on to make millions in stock trading and eventually built a career as a Hollywood film producer, one of the more jarring second-act stories in American criminal history. Jon Stewart earns an estimated $25 to $30 million per year, making him one of the highest-paid figures in late-night television. He hosted The Daily Show on Comedy Central for 16 years before stepping down in 2015 and returned in 2024. His salary reflects both his negotiating position and the cultural influence the show carried. At its peak, surveys found Americans ranked him among the most trusted news figures in the country. Jennifer Lawrence learned to skin a squirrel for her role in Winter's Bone, and did it herself on camera. The 2010 film required authentic Ozark survival skills, and Lawrence committed fully. The performance earned her first Academy Award nomination at age 20. The average American or Canadian consumes around 11.9 pounds of cereal per year. That figure covers everything from sugary children's cereals to oatmeal and granola, but it still represents a remarkable cultural and dietary staple. The modern breakfast cereal industry was essentially invented in the late 1800s by John Harvey Kellogg, who created corn flakes as a bland, health-focused food for sanitarium patients. A pretty distant origin story for what became a $10 billion industry. In French grammar, the space before certain punctuation marks, like exclamation points and colons, is classified as feminine, while other spaces are considered masculine. French grammatical gender extends even to invisible typography. It is either charming or exhausting, depending entirely on how you feel about learning French. Cannibalism is technically legal in the Netherlands, provided the flesh is obtained with full consent and through lawful means. No specific law prohibits it. A Dutch presenter ate a piece of a willing participant on live television in 2011, and authorities confirmed no law had been broken. In the United Kingdom, dogs, bees, and cows are statistically among the most dangerous animals to humans. Cows kill an average of 3 to 4 people annually, mostly farmers, making them deadlier than any wild predator in Britain. Dog attacks cause thousands of injuries yearly. Bee and wasp stings kill several people through anaphylaxis. The UK has no large predators left, so its most dangerous fauna is almost entirely domestic or agricultural. Gummy worms technically contain more bones than real earthworms do, since gelatin is derived from boiled animal bones and connective tissue. Earthworms have no skeleton whatsoever. The candy version is, structurally speaking, the more ossified of the two, which is a sentence that should probably appear on the packaging. In 1971, John List murdered his entire family in New Jersey and arranged their bodies neatly before fleeing. He evaded capture for 18 years. In 1989, America's Most Wanted aired a segment featuring an age-progressed forensic sculpture created by artist Frank Bender. It so closely resembled List's actual appearance that he was identified and arrested in Virginia less than 2 weeks after the broadcast. Bender's sculpture is now considered a landmark achievement in forensic artistry. Reindeer and caribou are the same species, Rangifer. Reindeer typically refers to domesticated or Eurasian populations, while caribou refers to wild North American herds. Santa's reindeer are biologically caribou, which also means, given that only females retain antlers in winter, his entire sleigh team is almost certainly female. Hannibal Barca, the Carthaginian general who famously marched war elephants across the Alps to attack Rome, lost the sight in one eye during that campaign. He contracted ophthalmia, a severe eye infection, while crossing the Arno River marshes in northern Italy in 217 BC. He reportedly had a guide lead his remaining elephant through the swamp so he could stay elevated above the water. He continued commanding his army with one eye for years afterward. Bob Dylan, the Nobel Prize-winning songwriter often called the voice of a generation, was born Robert Allen Zimmerman in Duluth, Minnesota, in 1941. He adopted the name Dylan early in his career, reportedly inspired by the Welsh poet Dylan Thomas. It's a curious detail, one of the most distinctly American voices in music history quietly borrowing his identity from a Welsh writer most of his fans have never read. A turtle's shell is not a separate structure. It's a direct extension of the spine and rib cage, fused into a single unit containing over 60 bones. It's also laced with nerve endings, meaning turtles can feel pressure and touch through their shells. Tapping a turtle's shell is, to the turtle, a tactile experience. Beer was illegal in Iceland from 1915 until March 1, 1989, a prohibition that outlasted the American version by nearly 6 decades. Wine and spirits were legalized earlier, but beer specifically remained banned. March 1st is now informally observed as Beer Day in Iceland, celebrated with considerable enthusiasm given the weight. Despite selling over 1 billion records and becoming one of the most recognized names in entertainment history, Elvis Presley never performed outside North America. He did complete a brief tour of Canada in 1957, but never set foot in Europe, Asia, or Australia as a performer. His manager, Colonel Tom Parker, an illegal immigrant from the Netherlands, reportedly feared that international travel might trigger immigration scrutiny. One man's legal anxiety cost millions of fans a concert. There are over 58 million pet dogs in the United States, making it one of the highest rates of dog ownership anywhere in the world. To put that in perspective, that's more dogs than the entire population of South Korea. American dogs are also well cared for by global standards. The U.S. pet care industry generates tens of billions of dollars annually, with a significant portion going toward veterinary care, grooming, training, and specialty food formulations. During the 2014 Ebola outbreak in West Africa, a number of travelers reportedly canceled flights to or avoided the Liberia airport in Costa Rica, confusing it with the country of Liberia in West Africa, over 6,000 miles away. The Costa Rican city of Liberia saw a measurable drop in tourism. It's a surprisingly consequential example of geographic confusion at a moment when accurate information genuinely mattered. The average American spends around 24,000 hours over the course of their working life just earning enough to pay their taxes. That's roughly equivalent to 11 full years of full-time employment, dedicated entirely to covering federal, state, and local tax obligations. The Tax Foundation calculates an annual tax freedom day, the point in the calendar year when the average American has theoretically earned enough to pay their total tax bill and can start keeping the rest. En Sabanur, better known as Apocalypse from Marvel's X-Men, the most exhaustive power sets in comics: flight, super strength, size alteration, energy manipulation, telepathy, teleportation, and immortality. He was designed in 1986 to be essentially unkillable by any single method, which has made writing compelling storylines around him a persistent challenge for Marvel writers ever since. LASER is an acronym, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. The term was coined in 1959 by physicist Gordon Good, who also spent decades in legal battles trying to claim the patent. He eventually won partial rights in the 1970s, long after the technology had already transformed medicine, manufacturing, and telecommunications without him. George Washington died in 1799. The word dinosaur wasn't coined until 1842, and the first scientifically recognized fossil discoveries came later still. Washington lived and died entirely unaware that dinosaurs had ever existed, a historical overlap that sounds impossible but is simply a matter of timing. In 1979, a man named Kane Kramer filed a patent for a small electronic device designed to store and play music digitally. His design included a screen, a menu interface, and a built-in system for purchasing and rights managing music. It closely resembles what Apple released as the iPod in 2001. Kramer couldn't afford to renew the patent, so it entered the public domain, and he received nothing from one of the most valuable product categories in consumer electronics history. During World War II, German intelligence trained soldiers to eat with their left hand so handlers could more easily identify American spies, who typically switched their fork to the right hand after cutting food, a distinctly American table habit. It's one of the more quietly observant counterintelligence techniques of the war. Banana Island is a gated peninsula in Lagos, Nigeria, and the wealthiest residential area in the country. Unlike most of Nigeria, it has underground electrical cables, reliable water infrastructure, and uninterrupted 24-hour power, amenities otherwise found only at the Nigerian president's official residence. The contrast with surrounding Lagos, which faces chronic power outages, makes it one of the starkest examples of urban inequality on the continent. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis and the man who spent his career decoding the deepest fears of the human mind, had a morbid fear of ferns. The specific phobia is well documented among those close to him. There's something almost poetic about it. The person most associated with analyzing irrational anxieties quietly avoiding houseplants. He would likely have had a very clinical explanation for it. The Eiffel Tower has exactly 1,792 steps from the ground to the top, though most visitors today take the elevator. The tower was built between 1887 and 1889 as a temporary structure for the 1889 World's Fair in Paris, and was originally intended to be dismantled after 20 years. It was saved largely because of its usefulness as a radio transmission tower. Gustave Eiffel himself had a small private apartment installed near the top, which he used until his death in 1923. The fastest muscle in the human body is the orbicularis oculi, the muscle that closes the eyelid. A blink takes between 100 and 150 milliseconds, making it quicker than almost any other voluntary muscular movement. The brain also suppresses vision during each blink, so you never perceive the interruption. Glacier ice is technically classified as a form of rock. As snow accumulates over centuries, layers compress and recrystallize into a uniform, interlocking grain structure similar to how limestone forms from sediment. The result is a metamorphic rock by geological definition, just one made of water molecules instead of minerals. Geologists treat it as such, and the study of glaciers falls within the broader discipline of rock mechanics and structural geology. Research suggests that around 40% of guests at a house party will quietly open and look through the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. It's one of the more reliably consistent findings in studies of social behavior and private curiosity. People in an unfamiliar home seem drawn to the one space they're technically allowed to be alone in. What they're looking for varies, but the behavior itself is so common it has its own informal name among psychologists: medicine cabinet snooping. In 1992, the cadaver tag attached to Lee Harvey Oswald's wrist at his autopsy sold at auction for $6,600. Oswald, who was shot by Jack Ruby just 2 days after the assassination of President Kennedy in November 1963, was autopsied at Baylor University Medical Center. The tag itself is a simple piece of cardboard with his name, date, and case number, but as a piece of forensic documentation from one of American history's most examined deaths, it carries an obvious and macabre market value. A young entrepreneur named Eric Simon secretly lived inside AOL's California headquarters for roughly 2 months in 2011 while building his startup. He slept in conference rooms, used the company gym, and ate free cafeteria food daily. Employees assumed he was a legitimate staffer. He was eventually found out, but by then had made enough progress on his company that he secured real investment shortly afterward, after discovering that deep-sea dragonfish have chlorophyll, a plant pigment, in their eyes. Scientists became curious about how it might enhance low-light vision. Chlorophyll can convert light wavelengths in ways that animal eyes typically cannot. The U.S. Pentagon took enough interest to begin funding research into whether the same mechanism could be replicated in synthetic eye drops to produce inexpensive drug-based night vision for soldiers in the field. Four-leaf clovers result from a genetic mutation, and plants carrying that mutation tend to produce multiple four-leafed stems. Finding one significantly increases the probability of finding more in the same patch. What looks like extraordinary luck is actually straightforward botany. You've simply located a mutant cluster. During the 1950s, the U.S. military tested nuclear weapons so close to Las Vegas that you could clearly see the mushroom clouds from downtown hotels. This became a temporary tourist attraction. Smaller animals experience time at a faster metabolic rate than larger ones. A fly, for instance, perceives the world in such fine time resolution that a human hand swatting at it appears to move in slow motion. Body size and time perception are directly linked through metabolic speed. Before life existed on Earth, incoming meteorites carried a chemically reduced form of phosphorus. Over time, that phosphorus oxidized into phosphates, the same compounds that form the backbone of DNA and RNA. Without that extraterrestrial delivery, the molecular foundation for all biological life as we know it may never have assembled. Life on Earth has meteorites partly to thank for its own existence. Oscar the Grouch was originally orange in the first season of Sesame Street in 1969. The character's creator, Jim Henson, changed him to green for season 2. The in-universe explanation provided was that Oscar had spent a summer at Swamp Mushy Muddy, and the experience permanently altered his color. Queen Elizabeth II trained as a mechanic and military truck driver with the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service in 1945. Becoming the first female member of the royal family to serve in the armed forces. She was 18, held the rank of second subaltern, and completed the full training course. When you look at a star, you are seeing light that left it years, centuries, or millennia ago, not its current state. The sun's light is 8 minutes old when it reaches Earth. Some stars visible tonight no longer exist. They simply haven't finished telling us yet. Every clear night sky is a mosaic of different pasts displayed simultaneously. Edwin Gene Aldrin Sr., lived long enough to witness both the Wright brothers' first powered flight in 1903 and his son Buzz Aldrin's walk on the moon in 1969. 66 years of aviation compressed into a single lifetime. He died in 1974, having personally spanned the entire arc from Kitty Hawk to the lunar surface. A single dairy cow produces enough milk over her lifetime to fill nearly 200,000 glasses. The average Holstein, the classic black and white breed, produces around 2,300 gallons of milk per year. Over a productive lifespan of roughly 4 to 5 years, that adds up to a staggering volume of fluid from a single animal. The global dairy industry processes over 900 million tons of milk annually, but the math still starts with one cow, one day at a time. Kit Kat's iconic wafer filling is made from crushed, rejected Kit Kat pieces. Broken bars that don't meet quality standards are ground up and blended into the filling for new ones. It's a closed-loop system that technically means every Kit Kat contains traces of previous Kit Kats going back indefinitely. Adolf Hitler's mother, Clara, seriously considered having an abortion while pregnant with him, but her doctor talked her out of it. That doctor was Eduard Bloch, a Jewish physician. A detailed history has noted with considerable irony. Bloch continued treating the Hitler family for years afterward, and Adolf reportedly held him in high regard, later granting him special protections after the Nazi rise to power. John Harvey Kellogg invented cornflakes in 1894 as a deliberately bland, non-stimulating food intended to reduce sexual desire. Kellogg was a physician and devout Seventh-day Adventist who believed that plain foods suppressed what he considered unhealthy urges. He served it to patients at his Michigan sanitarium. The recipe was eventually stolen by his brother Will, who added sugar and turned it into one of the world's most commercially successful breakfast cereals. The most distant star visible to the naked eye is Cassiopeia V 762, roughly 16,000 light-years away. The light currently reaching your eye began its journey approximately 14,000 years BCE, when humans were still in the Stone Age. You are not seeing the star. You are seeing a 1600-year-old message it sent before recorded history began. The FBI will pay $10,000 to anyone who provides information leading to the prosecution of individuals caught pointing lasers at aircraft. It's a federal crime under U.S. law. Laser strikes temporarily blind pilots during critical flight phases and have caused real emergencies. The FAA records thousands of incidents annually, which is why the reward exists. It's a remarkably specific bounty for what sounds like a teenage prank. Most people cannot lick their own elbows. And the more interesting part is that reading this sentence just made the majority of people attempt it. The elbow sits too far from the mouth for the tongue to reach on almost any standard human arm configuration. Almost. Oregon is the only U.S. state with an officially designated state nut, the hazelnut. Oregon produces over 99% of America's commercial hazelnut crop, making the designation less ceremonial than genuinely descriptive. The state legislature formalized it in 1989, giving the hazelnut a legal status most snack foods will never achieve. James Cameron pitched Titanic to studio executives at Fox, largely because he wanted personal access to the actual shipwreck 3 miles underwater. The film was his justification for funding the dive. He later admitted the movie was conceived primarily as a vehicle to get him to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. It went on to gross $2.2 billion worldwide and win 11 Academy Awards, arguably history's most successful underwater diving excuse. A special counsel spent over 18 months investigating Jimmy Carter's family peanut business for potential financial impropriety. The resulting report ran 239 pages and concluded there was absolutely no evidence of wrongdoing. The investigation cost significant government resources and produced nothing actionable, making it one of the more thorough and ultimately uneventful political investigations in modern American history. Tina Turner, one of the most electrifying performers in rock history, was born Anna Mae Bullock in Nutbush, Tennessee, in 1939. She took the name Tina Turner after beginning her career with Ike Turner in the late 1950s, a name that, unlike much of that chapter of her life, she kept long after leaving the partnership. She went on to build a solo career that completely overshadowed her earlier work. Rodents' teeth never stop growing throughout their entire lives. This is why animals like rats, mice, and beavers gnaw constantly, not out of habit, but out of biological necessity. Without regular gnawing to wear them down, the teeth would grow so long they'd prevent the animal from eating at all. The incisors can grow up to 5 inches per year in some species and are harder on the front surface than the back, which keeps them naturally self-sharpening. The human brain regularly consumes and recycles its own cells through a process called phagocytosis, where specialized cells engulf and digest damaged or excess neurons. It's a continuous maintenance process. The brain essentially performing quiet, ongoing renovation work on itself throughout a person's entire lifetime. When a shark bites, two things happen almost simultaneously. Its eyes roll back into its head, and its jaws extend outward from its skull. The eye rolling is protective, a reflex that shields the eyes during the violent impact of a bite. The jaw extension is mechanical, allowing the shark to take a much larger bite than its resting jaw position would suggest. The whole sequence happens in a fraction of a second, and the shark is essentially biting blind at the moment of contact. A French man was found to be living a completely normal life, holding a job, raising a family, despite having lost between 50 and 75% of his brain mass to hydrocephalus, a condition where fluid accumulates and slowly displaces brain tissue. Doctors discovered it during an unrelated scan. His brain had adapted over decades, redistributing function across what tissue remained. The case significantly challenged existing assumptions about neurological resilience. Illinois produces roughly 95% of America's pumpkins, earning it the title of pumpkin capital of the United States. Most are grown in Tazewell County and processed commercially for canned goods rather than decoration. The jack-o'-lantern on your porch likely had nothing to do with Illinois. The pie filling inside probably did. Statistically, 1 in every 4 Americans has appeared on television at some point in their life. Given the sheer scale of American broadcasting, local news, reality TV, courtroom coverage, sports broadcasts, game shows, and decades of background appearances, the math isn't entirely surprising. The U.S. has been the world's largest television producer for most of the medium's existence, creating an extraordinary number of hours of content that required an equally extraordinary number of faces to fill them. NASA has a tradition of playing a wake-up call for astronauts. These are usually songs such as "What a Wonderful World," but they have also included things like a voice message from Sir Patrick Stewart announcing the voyage of the space shuttle Atlantis. The original arcade version of Pac-Man contains exactly 240 dots arranged across its maze, 244 if you include the 4 Energizer pellets in the corners, depending on how you count. The game was designed by Toru Iwatani at Namco and released in Japan in 1980. Pac-Man must eat every single dot to complete a level, and the arrangement is precise enough that players have memorized exact dot counts as part of competitive play. The maze itself has never changed across any of the original arcade versions. President John Quincy Adams kept a pet alligator in a White House bathtub, gifted by the Marquis de Lafayette in 1826. Adams reportedly enjoyed showing it to visitors to observe their reactions. It remains one of the more memorable entries in the unofficial history of presidential pet choices. When the U.S. Army organized the 50th anniversary reunion at Gettysburg in 1913, planners brought 50 coffins in anticipation of deaths among the aging Civil War veterans. Over 50,000 men attended, many in their 80s and 90s, enduring summer heat for several days. Only 9 coffins were actually used. The reunion is now remembered as a remarkable logistical and human achievement, despite the rather grim preparation it required. Humans are born with only 2 innate fears: falling and sudden loud noises. Every other fear, spiders, heights, public speaking, clowns, is learned through experience or cultural conditioning. Essentially, almost everything that frightens adults is something they picked up along the way. The warty comb jellyfish has no permanent anus. Instead, it temporarily forms an opening in its body when it needs to expel waste, then closes it again afterward. Scientists confirmed this in 2019, revising long-standing assumptions about the digestive anatomy of early marine life. Within the Great Barrier Reef sits an underwater coral tower taller than the Empire State Building. Discovered in 2020 by Schmidt Ocean Institute researchers, it stands over 1,600 feet high and remained entirely unmapped until modern sonar technology made deep reef surveying possible. Non-dairy creamer is flammable. The powdered variety is made largely of vegetable oil and sugar, both combustible, and when dispersed as fine particles in the air, it can ignite rapidly. This is the same principle behind grain elevator explosions. It's the kind of thing that sits quietly next to the office coffee machine for years without anyone stopping to think about what's actually in it. And that's it for today's video. Hope you actually enjoyed it and didn't just survive it. If you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe and drop a like. It really helps the channel grow. Tell me in the comments what you want to see next, because your ideas basically run this place. All right, take care, stay awesome, and let's meet again in the next one. Here's a fun fact about coins. If you have 3 quarters, 4 dimes, and 4 pennies, that adds up to exactly $1.19. That's the largest amount of money you can hold in US coins without being able to make exact change for a dollar bill. You've got 75 cents from the quarters, 40 cents from the dimes, and just 4 cents from the pennies, so no combination reaches a full dollar. It's like having plenty of change, but missing that one key piece to break even. President John F. Kennedy could speak incredibly quickly at times. He was once recorded hitting bursts of up to around 350 words per minute during off-script moments, like in certain speeches or talks. That's roughly 3 times faster than normal conversation pace. Imagine someone rattling off a full page of text in under a minute. It made him stand out as one of the fastest public speakers ever caught on record. Over an average lifetime, a person walks a distance that equals about 5 trips around the Earth's equator. The equator stretches roughly 24,900 miles, so 5 times that comes to around 125,000 miles or so. With an average of 7,500 to 10,000 steps a day over 80 years, those footsteps add up massively. It's like circling the planet's widest part 5 full times just by going about your daily routine. Odontophobia is the technical name for a fear of teeth. It's a specific phobia where someone feels intense anxiety or dread around teeth, whether their own, someone else's, or even images of them. That's different from the more common fear of dentists, which is dentophobia. Imagine being uneasy just looking at a smile. It can be surprisingly real for some people. The famous 57 on Heinz ketchup bottles comes from the company's old slogan, 57 varieties. It wasn't actually the exact number of products they had back then. They sold more than 60 items, mostly pickles and sauces. Henry Heinz picked 57 simply because he liked how the number looked and sounded in ads around 1896. It stuck around as a brand mark even after the real count changed. In the earliest days of telephones, when you made a call, the operator might answer by saying, "Well, are you there?" It was a casual way to check if the connection worked. That habit lasted until around 1895, when someone suggested the much clearer, "Number please," instead. It's funny to think how awkward those first phone chats must have felt compared to today's quick hello. An average-sized brick has a surface area of about 79 square centimeters. That's counting just one face, usually the largest side you see when it's laid flat. Standard bricks measure roughly 20 by 10 by 7 centimeters or so, and that exposed area adds up in building projects. It's a small detail, but multiply it by thousands in a wall, and suddenly you're talking serious coverage. Monday stands out as the day most often chosen for suicide, according to various statistics gathered over the years. It's thought to tie into the stress of starting a new work week, unresolved weekend issues, or just the low mood that can hit after a break. Of course, every day sees tragedies, but the numbers show a noticeable spike right at the start of the week. Cats spend between 16 and 18 hours a day sleeping. That's most of their time just resting, whether curled up in a sunny spot or tucked away somewhere quiet. As natural hunters in short bursts, they save energy this way, kind of like how athletes rest between intense efforts. The rest of their day fills with eating, grooming, and the occasional zoom around the house. The most common name in the world is Muhammad, or variations like Muhammad, with over 1 billion Muslims globally, and the name carrying deep cultural and religious meaning. It tops lists compiled from different countries. It edges out others like John or Maria because of how widespread it is across regions from the Middle East to Southeast Asia. Shakespeare was around 46 years old when the King James Version of the Bible was completed in 1611. In Psalm 46 of that translation, if you count 46 words from the beginning, you land on shake, and 46 words from the end, you reach spear. Some see it as a subtle nod from the playwright, who may have contributed to the translation work. It's one of those clever coincidences that feels almost too perfect. The word karaoke comes from Japanese, where it literally means empty orchestra. Kara is empty, and OKE is short for orchestra. It started in the 1970s as a way for people to sing along to instrumental tracks without a live band. Picture a stage with just the music playing, empty except for your voice filling it in. The Eisenhower Interstate Highway System has a rule that 1 mile out of every 5 must be straight and flat. These sections were designed so they could double as emergency airstrips for military planes during war or disasters. President Eisenhower, drawing from his World War II experience, wanted roads that could handle both cars and aircraft if needed. It's practical engineering with a backup plan built right in. One of the earliest known contraceptives dates back to ancient Egypt around 2000 BC. Women used mixtures including crocodile dung, sometimes mixed with honey or other substances, as a barrier method. It sounds strange now, but it shows how people long ago experimented with what was available to control fertility. Natural materials were all they had. Rhode Island holds the title of smallest U.S. state by land area, but it has the longest official name, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. That full title appears on state documents and reflects its historical roots, with Providence Plantations as the original mainland settlements. Even though it's tiny, the name stretches out impressively long. When a person dies, their hair and nails can appear to keep growing for a couple of months afterward. It's actually an illusion. The skin dries out and pulls back, making the already grown hair and nails look longer by comparison. No new growth happens after death, but the effect can surprise people who notice it. Here's an interesting one about credit cards in the United States. There are roughly 2 credit cards for every single person living in the country. With a population around 330 million, that means banks and companies have issued more than 660 million active credit cards combined. It shows how deeply embedded plastic payment has become in everyday life, from big purchases to small daily coffee runs. Isaac Asimov stands alone as the only author whose books appear in every single category of the Dewey Decimal Classification System. The system organizes all nonfiction knowledge into 10 main classes, from philosophy to history to science, and Asimov wrote prolifically across science, history, religion, mathematics, and more. Over 500 books total. No other writer has covered the full intellectual map quite like he did. In the classic cartoon Rocky and Bullwinkle, the fictional hometown of Frostbite Falls, Minnesota, has its own newspaper called the Picayune Intelligence. The name is a playful nod to real old-time papers like the New Orleans Picayune, mixed with a bit of ironic twist on intelligence. It's the kind of quirky detail that makes the show's world feel oddly believable despite the flying squirrel and talking moose. The deepest point in the Gulf of Mexico plunges to about 14,383 feet. Stack 11 Empire State Buildings on top of each other, including their antennas, and you just about reach that depth. Each building tops out around 1,250 to 1,454 feet with its spire, so 11 of them together stretch roughly that far down into the ocean floor. It gives a sense of how vast and hidden that underwater canyon really is. The very first person chosen as Time Magazine's Man of the Year was Charles Lindbergh in 1927. His solo non-stop flight across the Atlantic that year captured worldwide attention, and the magazine created the annual honor specifically to recognize him. It started as Man of the Year, before later becoming Person of the Year, to include women and groups. The highest price ever paid for a single cow at auction reached $1.3 million. That record was set in 1980, when a purebred Holstein named Mist, owned by a syndicate, sold for that amount in Wisconsin. It reflected the extreme value placed on top genetics for dairy production at the time. Most cows sell for far less, but elite breeding lines can command extraordinary sums. Leo Tolstoy spent 6 full years writing his epic novel War and Peace. He began in 1865 and finished in 1869, revising drafts multiple times while weaving together historical events, philosophy, and the lives of hundreds of characters. The final book runs over 1,200 pages in most editions. It remains one of the longest and most ambitious novels ever published. Neanderthals actually had larger brains on average than modern humans do. Their cranial capacity averaged around 1,500 cubic centimeters, compared to about 1,350 for Homo sapiens today. Larger doesn't necessarily mean smarter in every way, but it shows their brains were physically bigger, likely adapted for their Ice Age environment and survival needs. On the redesigned US $100 bill introduced in 2013, the clock tower on Independence Hall shows the time as 4:10. That detail is part of the security features and artwork, symbolizing perhaps the late afternoon signing of the Declaration of Independence or simply a chosen timestamp. It's one of those subtle elements you only notice when you look closely at the bill. Each suit in a standard deck of playing cards originally represented one of the four main pillars of the medieval economy. Hearts stood for the church, spades for the military, clubs for agriculture, and diamonds for the merchant class. The symbols evolved from earlier tarot and regional card designs in Europe, carrying those social meanings before they became just game pieces. In front of the New York Public Library's main branch on Fifth Avenue stand two marble lions named Patience and Fortitude. Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia gave them those names during the Great Depression in the 1930s, saying those were the qualities New Yorkers needed most at the time. The lions have guarded the entrance ever since, becoming city icons. The main library building at Indiana University in Bloomington sinks more than an inch every year. When it was constructed in the 1960s, the engineers didn't fully account for the immense weight of the books that would fill it. Millions of volumes pressing down over time. The structure settles gradually into the ground beneath, a slow-motion reminder of how heavy knowledge really is. The distinctive squishing, shuffling sound of E.T. walking in the 1982 film was created by sound designer Ben Burt, squeezing his hands in jelly. He recorded the gooey noise to match the alien's soft, awkward steps. It's one of those clever Foley tricks that made the character feel strangely lifelike despite being a puppet. In the Peanuts comic strip, Lucy and Linus Van Pelt had a younger brother named Rerun. He appeared later in the series, often riding in the back of his mom's bicycle or showing up on Charlie Brown's baseball team, usually in left field when he could actually find it. His full name is even longer than his siblings, but Rerun stuck as his nickname. The pancreas is the organ that produces insulin in the human body. This hormone helps regulate blood sugar by allowing cells to take in glucose for energy. When the pancreas doesn't make enough insulin or the body can't use it properly, that leads to diabetes. It's a small gland behind the stomach doing quietly essential work. About 1 in every 5,000 North Atlantic lobsters is born bright blue. The rare color comes from a genetic quirk that overproduces a protein called crustacyanin, which binds to pigments and turns the shell vivid blue instead of the usual mottled brown. These lobsters often get extra attention from fishermen and sometimes end up in aquariums rather than on plates. There are exactly 10 parts of the human body that have 3-letter names: eye, hip, arm, leg, ear, toe, jaw, rib, lip, and gum. They're all straightforward, everyday terms we use without thinking. It's a neat little linguistic coincidence that lines up so perfectly. A skunk spray can be smelled by a human from up to a mile away under the right conditions. The odor comes from sulfur-containing chemicals called thiols, which are incredibly potent even in tiny amounts. Wind direction and air help carry it far, which is why you sometimes catch a whiff long before you spot the source. The word lethalogica describes that frustrating moment when you can't quite pull the exact word you want from your memory. It's the tip of the tongue feeling, named from Greek roots meaning forgetting words. Everyone experiences it now and then, especially with names or uncommon terms. The King of Hearts in a standard deck of cards is the only king shown without a mustache. All the other kings have facial hair, but this one is clean-shaven, often depicted in profile with his sword raised. It's a small design quirk that's been consistent across playing cards for centuries. Henry Ford chose to paint every Model T only in black starting around 1914 because the black Japan enamel available then dried the fastest on the assembly line. Faster drying meant quicker production and lower costs in his high-volume factory. Other colors took longer to cure, so black became the practical choice until later models offered variety. Mario from Super Mario Bros. First appeared in the 1981 arcade game Donkey Kong. Back then, he was called Jumpman, a carpenter trying to rescue a woman from the giant ape. Nintendo of America's landlord was named Mario Segel, and the company renamed the character after him as a friendly gesture. The rest became video game history. In China, three Western names tend to stand out as the most widely recognized: Jesus Christ, Richard Nixon, and Elvis Presley. Jesus is known through Christianity's global reach, Nixon from his 1972 visit that opened diplomatic relations, and Elvis through music and movies that spread worldwide. They've become cultural touchstones far beyond their home countries. On the back of a US $5 bill, you can spot the tiny number 172 hidden in the bushes right at the base of the Lincoln Memorial. It's one of those small details in the engraving that most people never notice, unless they zoom in or know where to look. The bill shows the memorial in fine detail, and that number sits quietly among the greenery, almost like an artist's quiet signature from decades ago. Every year, about 98% of the atoms in your body get replaced with new ones. Your cells constantly break down and rebuild, swapping out old atoms for fresh ones through food, water, and air. Even though you feel like the same person, most of your physical matter, except for some in bones, teeth, and certain brain cells, turns over completely within a year or two. It's like your body is quietly renovating itself all the time. Elephants are the only mammals that cannot jump. Their massive size, heavy bones, and the way their legs are built for supporting enormous weight make jumping impossible. Other big animals like rhinos or hippos don't leap either, but elephants stand alone among mammals in having no ability to get all 4 feet off the ground at once. They move with steady, powerful strides instead. The international telephone dialing code for Antarctica is 672. It's assigned by the International Telecommunication Union, even though there are no permanent residents or regular phone lines. Researchers at research stations sometimes use satellite phones with this code when they need to connect. It's one of those quirky country code facts for a continent with no actual country. World Tourism Day is observed every year on September 27th. The date was chosen by the United Nations World Tourism Organization to highlight tourism's role in culture, economy, and understanding between people. It often comes with a different theme each year, like sustainable travel or community benefits. It's a global reminder of how travel connects the world. Women are about 37% more likely than men to visit a psychiatrist. Studies tracking mental health care show this difference, possibly tied to women being more open about seeking help for emotional issues or higher rates of conditions like depression and anxiety that get diagnosed and treated. Men, on average, tend to underuse psychiatric services, even when they might benefit. The human heart generates enough pressure to squirt blood up to 30 feet, or about 9 meters. When it contracts, the left ventricle pushes blood out at roughly 200 millimeters of mercury, strong enough to shoot a stream several stories high if it were free in the air. It's a vivid way to picture how forcefully that fist-sized pump works every beat. Diet Coke was first introduced in 1982. Coca-Cola created it as a low-calorie version using aspartame instead of sugar, responding to growing demand for diet sodas. It quickly became one of the most popular soft drinks ever, especially among people watching calories. Before that, Tab had been their main diet option since the 1960s. The King James Version of the Bible contains more than 1,700 references to gems and precious stones. From Genesis to Revelation, it mentions diamonds, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and others, often symbolically for beauty, value, or divine glory. The detailed lists in places like Exodus describing priestly garments or Revelation's heavenly city make gems a recurring thread throughout the text. When a snake is born with 2 heads, a condition called bicephaly, the heads often compete with each other for food. Each head has its own brain and instincts, so they may strike at the same prey or even fight over it. Survival is rare in the wild because coordination suffers, but in captivity, some 2-headed snakes have lived for years. American car horns are tuned to the musical note F. Most vehicles use a pair of horns, one at F and one at A, to create a clear, attention-grabbing interval. The F note sits around 349 Hz, loud and piercing enough to cut through traffic noise. It's a standardized design choice that's been consistent for decades. Turning a clock's hands counterclockwise when setting the time isn't always harmful. Most modern mechanical watches and clocks handle it fine, but older ones with a chiming mechanism, like grandfather clocks or strike clocks, can get damaged if you wind backward past certain points. The chime train engages only in one direction, so forward is safer there. Australia has roughly twice as many kangaroos as people, with the kangaroo population estimated at around 40 million. The human population hovers near 26 million, so the ratio stays about 2 to 1 most years. Red and gray kangaroos make up the bulk, thriving across vast open lands where they face fewer natural predators. Police dogs are often trained to respond to commands in a foreign language, most commonly German, though Hungarian has become more popular recently. Using words like sits for sit or Platz for down keeps the dog from reacting to random chatter from bystanders. The foreign language trick adds a layer of precision and control in real situations. Australian banknotes from $5 to $100 are made of polymer plastic rather than paper. Introduced starting in 1988, the thin, durable plastic material resists tearing, lasts longer, and includes advanced security features like clear windows and microprinting. It's why Aussie money feels slightly waxy and springs back when crumpled. Saint Stephen is recognized as the patron saint of bricklayers. As the first Christian martyr, stoned to death in the 1st century, his name became linked to stonemasons and builders because of the stones involved in his death. Bricklayers and stoneworkers have invoked him for protection on the job ever since. The average person makes about 1,140 telephone calls each year. That works out to roughly 3 calls a day, covering everything from quick check-ins to work meetings or customer service waits. The number has shifted with texting and apps, but traditional voice calls still add up surprisingly high over 12 months. The word stressed is desserts spelled backward. It's a simple letter reversal that people often point out as a lighthearted reminder, maybe because eating sweets can feel like a quick way to unwind when life gets tough. The connection is purely linguistic, but it's become a popular bit of wordplay. If you collected enough water to fill 1 million standard goldfish bowls, you could fill an entire football stadium. A typical goldfish bowl holds about 2 to 5 gallons, so 1 million of them would contain millions of gallons, enough to flood a stadium field several feet deep. It's a quirky way to picture just how much volume that many bowls represent. Mary Stuart, also known as Mary Queen of Scots, became queen when she was only 6 days old. Her father, King James V of Scotland, died shortly after her birth in 1542, so the infant inherited the throne immediately. Regents ruled in her name until she was older, marking one of the earliest royal successions at such a young age. Charlie Brown's father in the Peanuts comic strip was a barber. Charles Schulz occasionally mentioned it in passing. Mr. Brown ran a barber shop, which explains why Charlie Brown always has that signature short round haircut. It's a small detail that grounds the family in everyday life, amid all the philosophical football games and kite-eating trees. When you fly from London to New York on the Concorde, you could arrive about 2 hours before you left. The supersonic jet cruised at twice the speed of sound, crossing the Atlantic in roughly 3.5 hours. Thanks to the 5-hour time difference, departing in the morning meant landing earlier on the clock than takeoff time. It was one of the strangest perks of supersonic travel. Dentists often recommend keeping your toothbrush at least 6 feet, or about 2 meters, away from the toilet. Each flush sends tiny airborne particles, some carrying bacteria, into the air in a mist called the aerosol effect. Those droplets can settle on nearby surfaces, including a toothbrush left too close, so distance helps reduce contamination. You actually burn more calories sleeping than you do watching television. Resting metabolism keeps your body running basic functions like breathing and heartbeat, using around 0.9 to 1 calorie per minute while asleep. Sitting still watching TV drops that slightly lower because you're more relaxed and use even less energy overall. A lion's roar can carry up to 5 miles across open savanna. The deep, resonant sound, around 114 decibels at close range, travels far because of its low frequency, which doesn't fade as quickly as higher-pitched noises. Males use it to claim territory and warn off rivals, so one roar can echo across a huge stretch of grassland. The citrus soda 7UP was created in 1929, and the name 7 came from the original 7-ounce bottles it was sold in. UP referred to the bubbles rising in the drink. Inventor Charles Leiper Grigg chose the number and direction to highlight the small size and lively carbonation when it first hit shelves during the Great Depression. Canadian researchers discovered that Albert Einstein's brain was 15% wider than average. After his death in 1955, pathologist Thomas Harvey preserved and studied the brain, finding unusual features like a broader parietal lobe, which handles mathematical and spatial thinking. The extra width may have contributed to his exceptional ability to visualize complex ideas. Here's a surprising one about phone time. The average person spends roughly 2 full years of their lifetime talking on the phone. That adds up from daily calls, work conversations, and quick check-ins over about 80 years of life. It works out to around 10 to 15 minutes a day on average, but for some heavy users, it stretches much longer. Those hours quietly accumulate into years without most people realizing it. The very first product ever to have a barcode scanned at checkout was a pack of Wrigley's Juicy Fruit Gum. It happened on June 26, 1974, at a Marsh supermarket in Troy, Ohio. The cashier rang up the 67-cent pack using a new IBM scanner system. That small moment kicked off the modern era of barcodes everywhere, from groceries to library books. The record for the most children born to one woman stands at 69. Between 1725 and 1765, a peasant woman in Russia named Valentina Vasilyeva gave birth to 16 pairs of twins, 7 sets of triplets, and 4 sets of quadruplets. Only 2 of those babies didn't survive infancy. It's an extraordinary case documented in historical records, though medical experts today consider it highly unusual. Beatrix Potter published the first of her famous Peter Rabbit stories in 1902. She originally wrote and illustrated the tale of Peter Rabbit as a letter to entertain a friend's sick child, then self-published a small edition before a publisher picked it up. The mischievous rabbit in his blue jacket became one of the best-loved characters in children's literature almost immediately. In ancient Rome, a crooked or aquiline nose was seen as a mark of strong leadership and nobility. Many emperors and generals, like Julius Caesar and Augustus, were portrayed with prominent, hooked noses in statues and coins. Romans associated the feature with authority and gravitas, so it became a desirable trait in portraits of powerful men. The word nerd first appeared in print thanks to Dr. Seuss. In his 1950 book, If I Ran the Zoo, he described a creature called a nerd from the land of Cautru. It was just a silly made-up name at the time, but by the 1950s, it started meaning a socially awkward, overly studious person. Dr. Seuss gave the term its start without knowing how popular it would become. A 41-gun salute is the traditional way Great Britain honors a royal birth. The number comes from long-standing military custom: 21 guns for the nation, plus 20 more for the royal occasion. It's fired from places like the Tower of London or Hyde Park whenever a new prince or princess arrives. The tradition dates back centuries and still happens today. The bagpipe was originally made using the whole skin of a dead sheep, turned inside out with the legs and neck tied off to form the bag. The chanter and drones were attached to the skin, which the player squeezed under their arm to force air through the pipes. Early versions in Scotland and other regions used this natural material before modern synthetic bags took over. When you hold a seashell to your ear and hear that whooshing ocean sound, it's not the sea at all. It's the amplified noise of blood flowing through the veins and arteries inside your own ear. The shell acts like a cup that traps and echoes those internal sounds. Any hollow, curved object held over the ear, like a coffee mug, produces the same gentle roar. Revolvers can't be effectively silenced because hot, high-pressure gases escape loudly through the gap between the cylinder and the barrel. Even with a suppressor on the muzzle, that cylinder gap releases noise with every shot. Semi-automatic pistols seal better, which is why they're the ones you see fitted with silencers in movies and real life. The Liberace Museum once displayed his famous mirror-plated Rolls-Royce, along with jewel-encrusted capes and the world's largest rhinestone, which weighed 59 pounds and measured nearly a foot across. The flamboyant entertainer collected these extravagant items to match his glittering stage persona. The museum closed in 2010, but the pieces remain legendary examples of his over-the-top style. A car with a manual transmission typically gets about 2 miles more per gallon than the same model with an automatic. Manual drivers can shift at the most efficient RPMs and avoid the energy losses in automatic torque converters. The difference shows up especially in city driving, though modern automatics have narrowed the gap in recent years. Cats can hear ultrasound frequencies far beyond what humans can detect. Their ears pick up sounds up to around 65,000 hertz compared to our limit of about 20,000 hertz. That's why they react to high-pitched squeaks or electronic noises we don't even notice. It helps them hunt small prey that make ultrasonic calls. In Paraguay, dueling is still technically legal, but only if both participants are registered blood donors. The law dates back to an old statute meant to ensure that if someone gets hurt, their blood can be used to save lives. Both duelists must agree in writing and register ahead of time. It's one of the world's strangest remaining legal provisions. The highest point in Pennsylvania, Mount Davis, at 3,213 feet, is actually lower than the lowest point in Colorado, which sits at 3,317 feet along the Arickaree River. Colorado's entire state lies above that elevation, while Pennsylvania's peaks don't reach as high. It's a quirky geography fact that flips what most people assume about mountain states. The United States has never lost a war in which mules were used as pack animals. From the Civil War through World War II, mules carried supplies in tough terrain where trucks couldn't go. Their reliability in places like the Burma Campaign or mountain battles helped keep troops supported. It's a small but perfect record tied to animal logistics. Children tend to grow faster during the springtime than at other times of year. Studies measuring height over seasons show the biggest growth spurts often happen between March and June in the Northern Hemisphere. Hormones, more sunlight, and outdoor activity may play a role. It's why kids sometimes seem to shoot up noticeably after winter. On average, a McDonald's Big Mac bun has about 178 sesame seeds sprinkled on top. The exact number varies a little from bun to bun, but quality checks aim for that count to give the classic look and slight crunch. It's a tiny detail in fast food, but those seeds add up across millions of burgers served every day. Paul Revere made his famous midnight ride in 1775 on a horse that belonged to Deacon John Larkin of Charlestown. The patriot borrowed the sturdy mare for the urgent journey to warn colonists that British troops were coming. The horse didn't survive the night. It was exhausted and possibly confiscated, but it carried Revere far enough to change history. The Baby Ruth candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland, the youngest daughter of President Grover Cleveland. She was born in 1891 and nicknamed Baby Ruth while her father was in office. The Curtis Candy Company launched the bar in 1921, claiming the name honored her even though she had died years earlier. It wasn't named after baseball star Babe Ruth, despite what many think. Minus 40 degrees Celsius is exactly the same temperature as minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. The two scales cross at that single point because their degree sizes and 0 points line up there. It's the only temperature where the numbers match perfectly, no conversion needed. Below that, Celsius gets colder faster. Above it, Fahrenheit does. Long ago, some clans got rid of unwanted people by burning their houses down instead of killing them directly. The person would lose everything and be forced to leave the community. That practice is thought to be the origin of the phrase "to get fired," linking job loss to the idea of being forcibly removed from your place. Nobody knows for certain who designed and built the Taj Mahal. Emperor Shah Jahan commissioned it in the 1630s as a tomb for his wife Mumtaz Mahal, and thousands of artisans worked on it over more than 20 years. Names of architects, masons, and calligraphers have surfaced in later accounts, but historians consider most of them later inventions with no solid proof. Every human being spent roughly the first half hour of life as a single cell. Right after fertilization, the zygote is one complete cell that contains all the instructions to become you. It takes about 30 minutes before that cell divides into two, starting the rapid growth that leads to trillions of cells. It's a brief but universal beginning. From a single cord of wood, about 128 cubic feet, you can produce around 7.5 million toothpicks. The straight-grained birch or poplar gets cut into thin sheets then into tiny sticks, pointed and polished. It shows how efficiently small items can come from a modest amount of raw material when mass-produced. The small plastic or metal tips on the ends of shoelaces are called aglets. The word comes from the Latin for needle and dates back to the 15th century when they were often metal to help thread laces through eyelets. Without aglets, laces would fray quickly and be much harder to use. They're a tiny invention that makes tying shoes possible every day. A 41-gun salute remains the traditional way Great Britain honors a royal birth. The custom calls for 21 guns to mark the nation itself, plus an extra 20 for the royal occasion, fired from locations like the Tower of London or Green Park. It dates back centuries and still takes place today, whenever a new prince or princess is born into the family. The precise number carries long-standing military and ceremonial meaning. The earliest known record of someone quitting smoking comes from April 5, 1679. Johan Katsu, the sheriff of Turku in Finland, wrote plainly in his diary, "I quit smoking tobacco." Sadly, he died just 1 month later. It's one of the oldest personal accounts of trying to give up the habit, long before anyone understood its health risks. Tobacco had only recently spread across Europe at that point. The word goodbye evolved from God be with you. Over time, people shortened the old farewell phrase first to God be wa ye, then to God bye, and eventually to the familiar goodbye we use today. It started as a sincere wish for divine protection during parting. Similar shortenings happened with good morrow becoming morning. It's a small example of how everyday language drifts over centuries. February is designated as Black History Month in the United States and Canada. It began as Negro History Week in 1926, created by historian Carter G. Woodson to highlight African American achievements and contributions. It expanded to a full month in 1976 under President Gerald Ford. The choice of February ties to the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Jane Barb was the voice behind many of the classic Bell System recordings. Starting in the 1950s and continuing for decades, she recorded the calm, clear phrases like, "The number you have dialed is not in service," or "Please hang up and try your call again." Her steady, reassuring tone became instantly recognizable across American phone lines before automated systems took over. The first drive-in service station in the United States opened on December 1, 1913, in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, operated by the Gulf Oil Company. Before that, gasoline was sold in cans or at curbside pumps. This new setup let drivers pull right up to the pumps under a canopy, marking the start of the modern gas station experience. It quickly caught on across the country. The elephant is often said to be the only animal with 4 knees, but that's a common mix-up. What look like 4 knees are actually 2 knees in the front legs and 2 elbows in the back legs. All 4 limbs bend in the same direction, unlike most mammals where hind legs bend oppositely. The unusual joint structure helps support their massive weight. In Kansas, state law once required pedestrians crossing highways at night to wear taillights. The old statute aimed to make walkers more visible to drivers in the days before widespread street lighting. While it's rarely enforced today, the rule technically remains on the books in some form. It reflects an era when rural roads were especially dark and dangerous after sunset. Farts travel at about 10 feet per second, or roughly 7 miles per hour. That speed comes from measurements of the gas expulsion force and distance in controlled studies. The velocity varies by person and situation, but 10 feet per second is a commonly cited average. It's fast enough to carry the odor a short distance quickly before it disperses. In Japan, Ronald McDonald is known as Donald McDonald because the Japanese language doesn't have a clear R sound. The character's name gets adapted to fit local pronunciation, so the familiar red-haired clown goes by Donald in Japanese advertising and stores. It's a small but noticeable cultural tweak to make the mascot feel more familiar. During Japan's Edo period, artists created humorous fart battles. Scrolls known as higassen. These painted hand scrolls depicted exaggerated contests where people used flatulence as weapons in silly, over-the-top fights. They were popular satirical art, poking fun at social customs and rivalries. The scrolls still survive in museums as quirky examples of historical humor. About 51% of people believe stormy weather affects cloud computing. Surveys have shown this misconception persists, likely because the term cloud sounds literal and people connect bad weather to internet outages. In reality, cloud services run on distant data centers that aren't impacted by local storms. It's one of those everyday mix-ups between tech jargon and real weather. In medieval times, a butt was a standard unit of measure for wine, equal to about 126 gallons or roughly 2 hogsheads. The large cask size was common for shipping and storage across Europe. The word survives today in phrases like butthead, but its original meaning was purely practical for vintners and merchants. 7% of religious Americans say they pray to God about finding a good parking spot. Polls on prayer habits reveal this small but consistent group turns to prayer for everyday conveniences like parking or traffic. It shows how faith can extend into even the most mundane parts of daily life for some people. The volume of a pizza can be calculated as pi times the radius squared times the thickness. If the radius is z and the thickness is a, the formula becomes pi's 2a. It's a playful way to turn a simple food item into a math problem. The joke has circulated for years as a reminder that geometry applies everywhere, even to pepperoni. Hippopotamonstrophobia is the ironically long name for the fear of long words. The term combines hippopotamus, monster, and sesquipedalian, meaning a long word, with phobia. People with this specific anxiety feel dread when faced with lengthy or complicated vocabulary. It's a self-referential name that fits the condition perfectly. In Spanish, the word esposas means both wives and handcuffs. The double meaning comes from the idea that both involve a kind of binding commitment, though one is far more literal. It's one of those linguistic coincidences that can lead to awkward or amusing misunderstandings in conversation. The anus is the first opening to form in the human embryo during early development. In the gastrulation stage, it appears as the blastopore, which becomes the anus in deuterostomes like humans. The mouth forms later. This early priority in embryonic growth is a shared trait among many complex animals. In 2011, a woman paid $10,000 for an invisible piece of art titled Fresh Air by Italian artist Piero Manzoni's conceptual successor. The work was essentially an empty space, sold as an idea rather than a physical object. It highlighted the world of conceptual art where value comes from concept alone. In 2014, a pair of underpants donated by the mayor of Brussels was stolen from the Brussels Underpants Museum. The quirky museum displayed celebrity underwear, and the mayor's contribution vanished during an exhibition. The theft made headlines for its sheer oddity before the item was later recovered. The oldest recorded person, John Calmet, joked on her 120th birthday that she had only one wrinkle, and she was sitting on it. She reached 122 years and 164 days before passing in 1997. Her sharp wit stayed with her even at extreme age, making that line a memorable bit of humor from the world's longest-lived verified person. Facebook lets users switch their language settings to English Pirate. The option translates menus and buttons into pirate speak with phrases like "Ahoy, matey" for greetings or "Be ye logged out" for sign-off. It's a fun hidden feature that's been around for years as a lighthearted Easter egg. Soccer star Ronaldinho lost a major Coca-Cola endorsement deal after he was caught on camera drinking a Pepsi during a press conference. The incident happened in 2006, and Coke quickly ended the partnership over the rival product placement. It became a classic example of how sponsorships can turn on a single moment. In Danish, the word for condom is svangerskabsforebyggende, which literally translates to pregnancy-preventing agent. It's one of the longest common terms for the item in any language. Shorter slang exists, but the formal phrase is impressively descriptive and precise. If you search the word askew on Google, the entire search results page tilts slightly to one side. It's a subtle visual gag the company added years ago as an Easter egg. The lean is just enough to notice without breaking usability. It's one of those small, playful touches hidden in plain sight. In 1842, Mexican General Antonio López de Santa Anna held a full state funeral for his amputated leg after it was injured in battle. The leg received military honors, a procession, and burial in a special urn. The elaborate ceremony became infamous as an example of his vanity and eccentricity. A dedicated Cleveland Browns fan once requested in his will that Browns players serve as his pallbearers, so they could let him down one last time. The humorous plea referenced the team's long history of close losses. It went viral as a lighthearted jab at fan loyalty mixed with team struggles. About 55% of Americans believe they are smarter than the average person. Surveys on self-perception consistently show this overconfidence, known as the better-than-average effect. Statistically impossible for most to be above average, it reflects a common human bias toward seeing ourselves favorably. The more features a smartphone has, the longer people tend to spend in the bathroom. Studies tracking phone use in private moments link extra apps, games, and scrolling to extended sitting time. It's a modern habit where the device turns routine breaks into entertainment sessions. Paris syndrome is a real psychological condition affecting some tourists, mostly from Japan, who experience severe disappointment when Paris doesn't match their idealized image. Symptoms include anxiety, hallucinations, and a sense of shock over reality versus romantic expectations. It's rare but documented enough to have a name. In 2013, a 3-year-old named Dorothy Pookie Williams was elected mayor of Dorset, Minnesota, as part of the town's quirky annual tradition. Kids run for the honorary position, and she won with campaign promises like ice cream trucks and more playgrounds. It's a fun, small-town custom that gives children a day in charge. Some ancient Greek myths suggested that redheads would turn into vampires after they died. The idea tied into beliefs about fiery hair signaling a connection to the underworld or unnatural power. People with red hair were sometimes viewed with suspicion, and folklore claimed their bodies didn't fully decay, leading to stories of them rising as blood drinkers. It's one of those quirky cultural fears that linked appearance to the supernatural. Cows can develop regional accents depending on where they live. Farmers and researchers have noticed that herds in different parts of the UK or other countries produce slightly different moos, some deeper, some higher, or with unique inflections, shaped by local herd sounds and environment. It's like a bovine version of human dialects passed through social learning. In Oklahoma, it's technically illegal to bite into another person's hamburger. An old state law prohibits biting off or mutilating someone else's food without permission, with hamburgers specifically mentioned. It's one of those quirky, rarely enforced statutes left over from early 20th century ordinances aimed at petty theft or mischief. Participating in high school or college marching band counts as moderate to vigorous exercise. Studies measuring heart rates and calorie burn show band members often reach aerobic levels during practices and performances, marching, playing instruments, and carrying heavy gear. It can qualify as physical activity equivalent to brisk walking or light jogging for many students. Saddam Hussein once used Whitney Houston's song, "I Will Always Love You," in a 2002 Iraqi presidential campaign video. The ballad played over footage of him greeting crowds and children. The unauthorized use turned the romantic hit into propaganda material. Houston's team later expressed surprise, but no legal action followed amid the political context. Nikola Tesla reportedly once helped Mark Twain relieve severe constipation using an experimental vibrating machine. In the 1890s at Tesla's lab, Twain stood on a mechanical oscillator meant for therapeutic purposes. After a few minutes, he rushed to the bathroom. Tesla later claimed the device stimulated bowels through vibration. It's a strange footnote in their friendship. Surgeons who played video games as kids or young adults tend to make fewer errors in the operating room. Studies comparing laparoscopic skills found that gamers had better hand-eye coordination, spatial awareness, and reaction times, translating to 37% fewer mistakes and 27% faster completion in simulated surgeries. Gaming can sharpen precise motor skills useful in medicine. In ancient Greece, throwing an apple at someone was a way to express romantic interest or love. It acted as a flirtatious gesture. If the person caught it, it signaled mutual affection. The custom appears in myths and poetry, like the story of Hippomenes tossing golden apples to win Atalanta's hand in a race. Apples carried symbolic weight in courtship. The Jesus Christ lizard, or basilisk lizard, can run across the surface of water for short distances. Native to Central and South America, It rears up on its hind legs and dashes at high speed, up to 5 meters per second, creating enough lift and momentum to avoid sinking. The biblical nickname comes from this water-walking ability that looks almost miraculous. Potatoes have more chromosomes than humans do. A potato plant carries 48 chromosomes across its cells, while humans have 46. The extra pairs come from the plant's complex genome, which allows for genetic diversity and adaptation. It's a surprising reversal of what most people assume about higher and lower organisms. In Alabama, state law says drivers are not allowed to operate a vehicle while wearing a blindfold. The statute prohibits blindfolded driving on public roads, likely added to cover dangerous stunts or pranks. It's one of those hyper-specific rules that seems obvious but exists because someone once tried it. Apophobia is the specific fear of the Pope or of popes in general. People with this rare phobia feel intense anxiety around the idea of the pontiff, papal authority, or even images of the Pope. It can stem from religious, cultural, or personal reasons. The term follows the pattern of other specific phobias, like arachnophobia. Mariah Carey reportedly insured her legs for $1 billion through Lloyd's of London. The policy, taken out in the early 2000s during her peak touring years, covered any injury that could affect her performances involving dance and stage presence. It became one of the highest celebrity body part insurance claims ever publicized. The average person swallows roughly 1 liter of mucus every day. Nasal passages and sinuses produce about a quart of this sticky fluid to trap dust, germs, and debris, and most of it gets swallowed unconsciously. It's a normal, continuous process that keeps airways clear without us noticing the volume. The 2013 movie Gravity had a production budget of about $100 million, more than the entire cost of India's 2013 Mars orbiter mission, known as Mangalyaan, which came in at around $74 million. The space thriller's special effects and filming drove up costs, while India's probe succeeded on a shoestring budget through efficient engineering. The word, yo, as a casual greeting dates back to at least the 15th century in English. Early uses appear in Middle English texts as I-O or yo, often to call attention or hail someone. It faded somewhat before resurfacing strongly in American slang during the 20th century. Its roots are surprisingly old for such a short, modern-sounding word. Actor Charlie Sheen once bought thousands of seats at a San Diego Padres game just so he could have a better chance to catch a home run ball. In 1993, he purchased an entire section behind home plate during batting practice. He still didn't snag one that day, but the stunt highlighted his obsessive pursuit of a souvenir. Buzz Aldrin's mother's maiden name was Moon. Marion Moon married Edwin Aldrin Sr., and their son Edwin Buzz Aldrin Jr. became the second person to walk on the lunar surface in 1969. The coincidence of her family name with his famous destination has amused people ever since. In Texas, it is technically legal to kill Bigfoot if you encounter one. State law does not classify the creature as protected wildlife or an endangered species, so no specific statute forbids harming it. Officials have joked about this loophole when asked, noting that Bigfoot isn't officially recognized anyway. It remains one of the more whimsical legal quirks, and that's it for today's video. Hope you actually enjoyed it and didn't just survive it. If you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe and drop a like. It really helps the channel grow. Tell me in the comments what you want to see next, because your ideas basically run this place. All right, take care, stay awesome, and let's meet again in the next one.